just make it loud. Make it loud. Drop out, check it out. You gotta make the dance, just make it loud. Drop out, check it out. You gotta make the dance, just make it what? Make it loud, just make it loud. You gotta make the dance, just make it loud. Drop out, check it out. You gotta make the dance, just make it what? Make it loud, just make it loud. You gotta make the dance, just make it loud, loud, loud. Make it what? Loud, loud, loud. Make it what? Loud, loud, loud. You gotta make the dance, just make it loud. What? Make it loud. What? Drop out, check it out. You gotta make the dance, just make it loud.
This stream contains fast flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy or other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised.
Anything can happen in stage 2.
All we can control is the here and now.
Hello and welcome to VCT Americas, coming to you from the coziest corner of the Riot Games Arena here in Los Angeles, California. Yeah, we're getting comfortable. This is the final day of week 2, and I get to cover all the action together with my good friends, Dryad and Vansili. Don't get too comfortable, though. We got work to do. We got work to do.
This is great.
We
You know
all
what? I'm actually quite
90s did up
Van's
today.
sleeping
I like
on the
that.
job again.
Just
What do you mean I'm sleeping on the job again?
name a more iconic duo, I
He got
guess.
too much on his job.
Right, I'll put you to work. I'll put you to work. Don't
I'm
worry
down.
about it. Let's
Give it
talk
to me.
about what went down yesterday, because Crew Visa took a bit of a beating as 100 Thieves were rolling over them. 100 Thieves came in confidence, hit all them shots. Crew Visa, we wanted to see them a double duelist. We did not get to see any
No.
of that. Dan Dryad, your predictions are in shambles.
I was the only one who put Crew, and at the beginning I thought it was funny. I thought it was going to prove everybody wrong.
And now you're
But
just sad.
Crew proved everybody right about their prediction. I mean, why are they not playing this double duelist? Regardless of that, whether they play double duelist or not, something that we cannot deny is that 100 Thieves look great. And then even for that second series, I also had my vote on Loud, and they also let me down a little bit. So not my greatest day for predictions.
You're supposed to be the Dan Dryad Al-Gaib, and then you've been
I know.
not good yesterday on
It's
predictions.
really stressful when people started calling me that. It's like I have a reputation, and I just hope that they only see when I get it right.
Yeah, no. But at least what I liked from Energy and what I saw here from 100 Thieves was like the new identity that both teams are talking about,
Yeah.
right? And coming out with the Corrode that they had too was super nice on the side of 100 Thieves. And I think it might be looking like a nice little counter to this double controller that a couple of teams are playing.
Yeah, I love the new looks. Obviously, also seeing the new additions to the teams really meshing well, even in the losses, right? There were a lot of players who, despite the loss, still had a good performance. We did want to see Dante step it up a little bit. He had a way better day yesterday than he had in week 1, so not all hope is lost. Right?
Yeah, probably not.
Right?
Probably not.
No, I believe. Don't
wanna
do it though, but
I hope they can turn it around for real, though, because LATAM and Brazilian teams, they've always been at the top, pretty much going from stage 2 into the playoffs, and they've been contenders trying to make it the champs.
Yeah.
But so far since week 1 and week 2, it's been lackluster.
it's been very different as well for Crew, going from looking insane with Kesnet to
Putting Kesnet on Sky.
Yeah, don't even.
Yes, I do have a lot of questions, but it's okay. I think they'll bounce back and they'll make champs.
They might be answered next week, right? Yesterday's broadcast has ups and downs, but it did deliver us the Pulsar Flick of the week. This one comes courtesy of Crew Visa's Dante, our league's youngest player. Yeah, our production, by the way, triple checked. Yeah, we busted out the birth certificates. By a few hours, he has beaten our other 18-year-old.
So he's actually the youngest.
He is, in fact, the youngest by a few hours.
That's crazy. That's actually pretty fun to talk about here on the Americas stage. But these shots definitely super clean on the side of Dante. I think it was a very similar story to what it was last week, where he had kind of like a slow start going into the first map, but then starting to warm up. So I'm glad to see that Dante's finding his footing, and hopefully it'll continue forward here for the team.
It's going to take some time, but I like that we're seeing the improvement. And you know, we've always talked about how good he is mechanically. We at least see that there.
That's right, that's right. Well, again, this is just the end of week 2. We still have a few more weeks of play which need to go down. Let's take a look at our standings to know where we are right now for both of our Alpha and Omega group. Any big surprises for you guys thus far? Anything you did not expect to see here?
Crew losing yesterday. Have we talked about that?
Yeah, well...
I don't think there's anything surprising, to be honest with you. You look at 2G and Furia, they're at the bottom on the side of Alpha, but even seeing MIBR at the bottom yesterday, losing against Crew, I don't think it was actually a given on the side here for Crew to get that victory against MIBR. It was always going to be close games between those two teams. So I think right now, everything's still along the same track for Stage 2.
And as you can see on the screen right there, these are the matches we got for you today. Cloud9 will be taking on Evil Geniuses, and MIBR will be facing off against Leviatan. Which of the two are you more excited about?
Both.
Nice.
I just like good Valorant. Woo! Go Valorant!
Everyone's a winner, especially a true father.
Silly answer. Yeah, that is like the classic every time.
Yeah, it's... you know what? It's nice. We do need that positivity. You kind of have to outweigh your vibes here on the res, you know?
I'm just like...
But we're clearly typecasting this entire couch. It was very different vibes.
So you're saying for Dan Dryad, it's going to be none of them. You know, the total opposite of what you're looking forward to.
One has to win, right?
That's the spirit. I do love that. But you know what? I think I have something that will make you hype, though.
Okay.
Because before we're heading into all the match discussions today, we do have a special guest joining us. I don't know if the special guest is ready yet, so I'm just going to waffle until production tells me yes or no. But he is ready! Yay!
I'm ready.
Joining us, as you can see, is of course world champion, someone that is very familiar with MIBR. It's now their content creator, Sassy. How are you doing, Sassy?
I'm good. Actually, I could be better, you know? I mean,
you could be better. All right.
MIBR win today. Yeah.
I really like that you're bringing that up because it's not a secret. We saw in Toronto, and we continue to see it. MIBR is kind of going through a rough patch. Artsin talked about it in social media as well, kind of talking about the preparation that the team has had. Do you feel like they're ready now to bounce back? Do you think this is the week where they turn things around again?
I'll be honest, I don't know if they're ready. It's hard to say that, especially after, let's be honest, after Masters Toronto, something is off. You know what I mean? Like something's like happening in there. And so they are trying to fix some problems that, we are outside, we don't know. But I think they're trying new stuff, you know? Vernon's trying to IGL now. Artisan is going to be like more free to focus on his aim. So yeah, I hope this is going to be like a fix to their problem.
And even rumor of also Verno going into the IGL role, but there's a possibility that it could be like a double co-IGL kind of thing going on with Artisan too. In your experience as a pro player in the past as well, how do you fare that the co-IGL could go for a team? And do you think that this is actually the solution that would allow MIBR to really bounce back for the rest of the weeks?
I mean, that's pretty basic because I used to do that a lot with SadHack before in Vikings and in Loud as well. And in Sentinels was the same thing, right? Like, especially with me and Jordan and John. So it would be like 3 guys calling at the same time. But it's normal, you know?
Okay,
I think this is pretty normal. Every team that has like 2 kind of like, there's an IGL and there's like his right arm, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's like, there needs to be like a guy that you can have a confidence on his call as well. There's not only one person, that's it.
And at least as you're mentioning, Artisan being able to focus on his aim, he could actually just focus on playing Duelist and opening up the sites here for MIBR, so maybe that could be one of the things,
But, and it works out until it doesn't work out. That's usually how it goes.
For Sassy's sake, hopefully it works for the long run.
That's right. Well, Sassy, obviously you are with MIBR now as their content creator, and luckily for you, your allegiances won't be tested in the regular season because Sentinels and MIBR are not in the same group. Are you cheering your old team on? How do you feel about their performance so far, and do you feel like they're going to be the team to beat for MIBR if they make it to the playoffs?
Oh, I mean, of course. It's even hard, like, when I see Sentinels playing against a Brazilian team, especially MIBR. Like, watching them against Furia, I was happy that they had a good performance, but at the same time, you got 13-0. It was like, you know, mixed emotions on there. Like, I was so sad that Brazilian team got 13-0. I was like, damn, Zakin's so good. That's my kid. You know what I mean? So, yeah. I'm not trying to be like, you know, I'm trying to avoid the Judas thing. So, yeah, I'll still keep cheering for Sentinels anyway.
And now that you're mentioning also the 13-0s, how do you feel about Loud right now? I feel like they have a renewed team. They look strong. They look great. Obviously, that match yesterday wasn't the greatest, but what are your thoughts on them?
I think Loud is playing a good Valorant, actually. I know that they lost yesterday, but I think NRG played really good, to be honest, because NRG first week was so weird. They have been playing like really good on off-season, and the first week was like just off. And then yesterday, you know, NRG likes to play against Brazilian teams as well. They are like pretty confident. Someone was like popping off. Rock had a good series, and everything worked for them. But I think Loud is in a good way, you know, like they have the fundamentals, the strategies are good.
They'll be fine.
They just need like a little bit more time. Yeah, they'll be fine. They'll be fine.
I want to say they have a lot more time, but really it's just a few more weeks. So like every match matters, obviously.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts in general, current meta-wise? Also the new map, Corrode. Any thoughts?
I think that the meta right now is like you can do anything you want. I feel like Team are gonna play the meta that most. How can I say that? Like they're gonna play the composition that the players are comfortable with it. You know, we saw like Paper X T1 this year, so I think like especially like. For example, in MIBR, they played a double duelist, you know, Artisan with ISO, and people are gonna do that. There's not like a meta right now. I think like it's pretty like not gonna say easy, but I think yeah, it's open. That's it. Yeah, it's not easy, but it's open.
It makes it more entertaining and also, of course, more work for the teams because they need to figure it out depending on the opponent. And now I'll give you the final words. Anything you want to say to the people watching your stream or supporting MIBR?
I mean. Guys, please. I know it's hard, especially for Brazilian. I know it's hard. It seems weird, but I really hope that Brazil is like don't need to be just one team. You know, I think like Brazilians just need to like show that they're growing up, they're getting better. So I think that's the hope. We don't expect them to win everything, but yeah, keep cheering for us, and I hope we have a good game against Leviatan as well.
Right on. Sassy, thank you so much. Have a great rest of your day. It's been great picking your brains and having a quick chat. Now, we got to hear his thoughts on Corrode, and we did get to see it played quite a lot already in those just first few weeks. I quite frankly did not expect that. We, of course, picked all the players' thoughts, or brains rather, on our new map. So let's hear what the pros think about Valorant's new battlefield.
I think it's always like refreshing whenever something new, especially a map or even like an agent comes out to a game.
It's definitely the biggest map that Valorant has.
The rotations are very long for both sides, and you kind of have to fight for mid, so it seems like it's just going to be a brawl for mid every round.
It's not one where you sit and hold mid, you kind of have to fight for mid, otherwise it becomes like kind of weird.
Las rotaciones son bastante largas y como también más un poco parecido al split por el medio.
Running down mid and just going for indoors, kind of like Breeze, is fun.
I think it's going to be a map that's very similar to Ascent, where because it's so big, you can definitely take your time on it. But much like Ascent, it will be a very execute-heavy map.
Honestly, I think it's a little bit attack-sided right now, just because of how long the rotates are.
So I feel like it's defense-sided, but I feel like it's not as defense-sided as people think.
Me gusta harto, siento que tiene mucha altura también, como el de edificio, etcétera, que eso igual hace que se complique un poco, no sé, por lineups, por ejemplo, cosas así.
I'm pretty sure on B site there's like 3 spots you can retake from.
There's a lot of different angles so there's a lot of options for you to play out there.
It's like claustrophobic in certain parts, but also open in others.
I feel like double controller are gonna be optimal on that map, and that's what we're probably gonna be seeing a lot.
Eu acho que vai ser um mapa muito legal de jogar no competitivo, acho que vai ser aberto a vários tipos de composições, então vai ter cada time jogando de uma forma no começo desse split, então vai ser um mapa muito divertido de jogar.
Honestly, it's all up in the air right now. The rotates are long, so I'm assuming Yor will always be played.
You could probably get some cringe stuff with like Viper and Cypher. Like I think you can find some cringe ways that people don't know about. I feel like you can always do that on new maps, on Cypher especially.
They seem very Odin spammy, heavy.
It's like paper. A lot of spammable walls. I've seen a lot of Odins out there in the wild. A lot of like, you know, crazy lineups, a lot of spam.
It's kind of like Ascent, it reminds you of Ascent, like everything's wallbangable.
Us, in the last few weeks, it's just all been about utility, especially with Teo coming out this year. And with Corrode, we're playing around with more guns. The Guardian, the Odin, the Ares. So it's interesting.
While our setting here might be cozy and comfy, I'm all about making people as uncomfortable as possible. Just kind of my thing.
That's my host.
That's why. That's right. That's your host, whether you want it or not. Now we're gonna play a little game of what's in the box. Is it something gross? Perhaps not. Maybe yes, maybe no. You're about to find out. The rules are very simple. You're going to put your hands into the box and tell me what you think you're feeling inside of it. All right, we're starting with you, Dan. Put your hands in and tell me what you're touching.
Ooh, okay, it's a plushie.
I'm going to be quick with this one, too.
It's Dan. It's Dan.
It's Dan. That's right.
Yeah.
It's Dan the Penguin.
Dan gets Dan. Nice.
Yeah.
He has a very distinct shape and feel to him. So, like, if you can't guess Dan, then what are you even doing? Okay. Vance, your turn. Hands in. Give us your thought.
What?
Wait, what is this? This has to be like what? Dude, this is a bowl?
Mm-hmm.
And there's Tide Pods in here.
Oh my God!
Sick!
Spoken as someone who does the dishes at home. I'm very proud of you, Vance. Very nice.
This is laundry pods.
Really? That's what you
because
got?
it's a different texture.
That looks dish pot. Is it
See?
actually? Oh, okay. I'm all
I
wrong.
do chores at home.
Clearly, I'm not doing chores.
If not, I
Which is
sleep on the
not
couch.
That's why I didn't get that one.
All right, all right. Yeah, I think we're exchanging things now. So let's do that. Right. I'm gonna hand this over. Ma'am, open your arms.
Oh.
That was aggressive. All right, hands in. What could it be?
Thank you.
What could it be?
Oh,
No copyright, Silly. No copyright.
Don't do it.
What is this? It has a
You're
hat.
taking it apart
Is
immediately.
this Cypher?
Yes.
Oh, I'm a
She's on it.
genius.
She's actually genius. Okay, Vance, your turn.
Okay.
Wait, is there something in it? Okay, I didn't see it.
What
Wait,
is
Rivers?
this?
What is it?
Oh, dude, these are dentures.
Well, why
Dude,
are
how come
they
you got
wet?
Valor-related
Why do
stuff
they
and I
need to
got
be
like
wet?
random stuff?
Also, why do they need to be wet? Did
Wait,
you
is it wet?
Did they wet them before?
Is there
well,
wet
the lower
dentures?
third said it's wet dentures. Okay, we're ready
Will it
for the
fit?
next round. We're ready for the next round. Let's bring it. Let's bring it. How do you feel, Vance? You getting all the weird stuff?
That's what I'm saying. But I'm getting
Okay,
them.
Dan, I'm handing you your last one.
Okay.
All right. Let's
My
see.
last one. Oh, small. It's a rubber duck.
She's like actually goated. Yes, yes.
That's it?
Well, it is, but what you wanna?
It has a brimstone hat.
Oh my God! Wait, that's actually unreal. Okay, I don't know. Do you have a new one already? No. You... Okay.
Oh my God.
Put your hands in the box.
I got nothing.
I've got nothing. Was that?
No, it's there. It's there.
Where?
Is it there?
It's there. Vans.
Is it?
No, you're missing it.
What's happening?
Oh,
Okay,
wait.
no, okay, there's absolutely
Wait.
not. That's all right. Because
Wait, somebody threw me something. Oh no, it's my dentures.
if you're looking like you're also looking for merch like Vance is right now, then you should come by because everything you saw in those boxes is available at the Riot Games Arena merch store during show days. So make sure to come on through. The Duck will be here for playoffs, so that's going to be exciting. Grab your tickets, come on down and score some swag. How did that feel for you? Good?
That was awesome. I wanted to see
That
what the
was
duck
awesome.
looked like.
I love it.
That's a
Like,
cute
That was
duck.
mine now.
Okay,
Thank you, guys.
we just
Take it back to
decided
Jack.
that. Well, let's get into today's first match, shall we? You will need some sight for that one, though,
okay,
Anthony.
sorry,
You want
let
to
me take a
see what
moment.
we're about to discuss. Let's talk about what we've seen from the teams thus far. C9, obviously, they had an easier start to their easing into stage 2, right? They went up against Furia. But they did look a little sloppy in that very first half. But they cleaned it up nicely in their second half on defense. But initially it was a little sloppy, and then they ran away with it.
Was it the easiest of starts against Furia when they forgot to plant as well on Haven? So
Yeah, well,
I don't think it was
yeah.
the best of starts. I think it was a little bit of jitterness coming through, but I think it's also a team that, you know, they're running on high expectations. They need to prove right now to the world that they can have deep playoff runs. So I think they're trying new things, sometimes going fast, sometimes going slowly, but at the same time going a little bit too slow. And hopefully now they've found the recipe here to have a strong showing going into the playoffs, hopefully.
Imi spoke to that as well, right, in the interview after that. He said, like, oh, we started off maybe a little bit too slow, but there's also something that they wanted to try out, just like really back a little bit, have a little bit slower gameplay.
I really like Cloud9. I feel like historically they've always been an organization that is willing to experiment with little things. They're willing to play double duelist composition, double sentinel. They were the first team that were playing that double sentinel composition on Ascend that looks so great as well in Americas. And they're always trying little things. Now, the interesting thing is that they're going back to the comfort right now. They're playing that Sky that they played on both of the maps of that week 1. So they're just trying to find what it takes to not only do great in group stage, but also playoffs and ideally champs.
And play their
why
own
not,
game.
though? Exactly. They're playing their own game and opting for comfort early on just to, you know, get it started and start heating up. Not necessarily a bad choice because we saw players that we wanted to see popping off again. Oxy struggled maybe a little bit in the first stage, but on their first match last week, he was on point. Let's hear what he had to say ahead of today's game.
Oxy, good to see you again, back for stage 2. You were frying in your first series, and I got to think back to a time when you were saying the team expects to kind of be 4v5. I go in, I do my thing. Is it still like that era of Oxy, or have things changed in the team mentality and going forward?
I mean, it's still the same. I go in, die, it doesn't matter. My team's got the rest. If I get one, I won the run. That's what I did.
What are you looking to capitalize on this year for yourself?
This year, honestly, composure. That's about it.
All right. Got it right here already. Good luck in the match. Thanks so much.
I mean, Oxy go in and kill. It's tried and tested. that is a valid strat.
Well, at least he's going in and actually getting good value out of it, too. I think the cool thing about Cloud9 right now is that Oxy is also putting big numbers at the same time here for the team at Cloud9. If you're looking at Split 1 or even Kickoff, he was trying his best, but not getting the best value in terms of kills, and the story is more around Vic and Zeppa. Now you actually have your Star Duelist adding numbers on top of his role. It's great to see now. It adds a lot into the arsenal, of Cloud9.
It was a little uncharacteristic, honestly, to see him. It's not that he was performing bad in stage 1,
No.
but he was performing okay. But for him, he's a guy that takes over rounds, takes over games. So I'm glad to see this version of him again. He was a #1 rated player in week 1, not only in Americas, but
Of course, you have to talk about Reyna.
for the whole region. What?
Of course you have to talk about Reyna. Oh yeah, Oxy best Reyna.
I didn't even say that.
She's still manifesting. She's still manifesting.
It's happening. No, but this is what I was talking about. He is the #1 rated player. You guys don't like when I talk about Reyna. I'm starting to understand.
I'm supportive. I'm supportive.
And he has been always one of my favorite players, honestly. So I'm really excited to see him. He won 12-3 in opening kills in that first series, and I expect that he can keep it going. Maybe with Reyna.
There we go. Just for good measure. It's bringing that one up again. Yeah, well, today Oxy is going to go up against, I guess we dub him the Hijo de El Diablo now, right? The son of El Diablo, because Derek from EG had the, let's call it audacity, of picking Chamber whilst Ye was on the server. And quite frankly, he performed really well, which you kind of have to when you're taking the Chamber away from someone like Ye.
Definitely worked out well. I think for EG, Derek was an X factor for this map against their opponents of 2G, because you kind of still wanted to have Ye play on that Clove because he's comfortable in that role. So you're putting a lot of big responsibilities onto Derek himself. He was putting big numbers, which also allowed for EG to play a lot of 4-1s on the defense, gave him a lot of trust.
I really like like the conditioning that EG had on the defensive side, because we've seen them play different variations. They keep the composition the same to what we saw in stage 1. The only change is instead of having that Tejo being played, they're going for this chamber. And like you were saying, you want to keep VA on that clove. That has been great. So you're doing this in a way that you're conditioning by opening the door towards the A side. You don't know if that chamber is going to be there or not, and then you're switching it up a little bit. I love seeing this from EG because we saw this when they were playing against Crew. It was the complete opposite. It was let's run it down and let's expect that mistake to happen from the side of Crew. So the fact that we see this already in week 1 for EG, I think is a great indication of what they're going to do next.
Yeah, and it was great to see those individuals popping off with those new strats that they're showing us there as well. Now, Riv caught up with Derek a little earlier today, so let's hear what he had to say.
Derek, thanks for your time before the match today versus Cloud9. Cooking to start off stage 2 with a plus 19 over 2G there on your first series. Is anything changing the mentality? We see you branching out to Chamber now. How's it feel to flex a little bit?
I don't think anything has changed. I think our small little playoffs run definitely inspired the team a little bit. We did start off a little slow against 2G, but yeah, it feels good to branch out and show my agent pool. I definitely have a little bit more stuff in store, but we gotta wait to see.
All right, that was my next question. So you got it, man. Good luck. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Riv. Yeah, he said it himself. They were off to a slow start against 2G. Of course, we can't take anything away from 2G's performance there because Spike was in the mix. They were popping off. They're making it really, really competitive, really making EG fight for that first victory. Yeah. Much to Potter's disappointment, who said, like, this is, even for us, that's like a really slow start. What do you attribute that slow start to? What
I think looking at that first map playing on Sunset, they're playing a little bit too old school. I think they're trying to find like this Ascent composition to play against 2G on Sunset, and having a Jet into that one for me isn't the best pick in terms of your duelist to be able to rotate as much as you could. So it really allowed 2G to really take full control of that first map. But once you get to the second and third, you saw those changes in the compositions and the playstyle of EG, putting Jet back on Ye, or Ye back on Jet for this third map. So it works out.
Sometimes it's the same thing, you know, Ye, Jet, Yay.
Synonymous.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying.
But honestly, and we saw this in stage 1, right? When they were switching it up a little bit, instead of having Icy playing that duelist role, he's playing that Sentinel when he looked great.
Yeah.
And I'm really happy to see this version of Eugenius where they are switching it up just enough, but adding a little bit more complexity to the things that they were doing before. Because it seems like for playoffs, what really made the difference was the individual players popping off, right? We talked about Superman, we talked about Ye, we talked about Icy as well on the Sentinel. Now we're seeing not only the individuals have their moments, but also the playbook get a lot bigger.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think I want to see a lot more from Ye today. I think just in terms of performance, he was a little more quiet, at least in map 1 and 2. I think he picked it back up on Ascent, but like initially we were all like, okay, where's the Ye? It was like the Derek show, and then Icy really popped off. Nature did a great job calling, but I would love to see more from Ye today.
I think it's definitely going to happen. It's obviously going to be dependent on the maps, but I feel like, you know, the map of Lotus, for example, with the Clove is a great opportunity that has in the past allowed him to shine. So if you can have this, and then on top of that, you can have that Derek Chamber that was doing some great conditioning before, and I know they're going to switch it up just a little bit. They can win that.
Yeah, I just think, again, looking at the meta of a lot of teams playing double duelists or playing fast pace a lot too, sometimes your star duelist is going to run into a lot of trouble and get knocked out. So for me, I'm actually looking more forward to what the supporting cast around EG could do, because Ye needs players like Derek's performance from last week to really help out EG to push them across the line. For example, Jogamo for G2, he had a slow game, but everybody else is shooting out. So EG needs that type of support similar to the rest of the cast of G2.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what they have in store for us today. It's always great to see them play and also pick their brains afterwards. And we get opportunities to listen to our pro players so often, but the real question I have is, are we listening? Do we really hear? Can we retain the information? If no is the answer to this, then you're struggling in our next game, and silly. Because this one is all about hearing. That's right, Danny, you're going to carry this segment, because we're going to take a look at the quote from a America's player, and we need to guess who could have said that. So let's just dive right into this one with our first quote.
Lock it in.
We have a thing on the team where we just work really, really hard, and we call, name redacted, Willy Wonka, and we're the Oompa Loompas. Okay, that is a quote of all time. Who could have said that? Who could have said that?
I'm thinking Sentinels, but I don't know who.
So it has to be Zelsis?
No, I feel like Narrate could say something like that.
Oh,
as well.
maybe.
I would say Narrate.
Is he old
I'm
enough
percent.
to know Willy Wonka and Oompa Loompas? Would
Yeah,
that
because
be
there was
in
a
his
remake in
repertoire?
like the last 5
He's
years.
silly
No,
like
so
that.
That was it? I don't know.
yeah, it probably works.
Or
It's a
maybe he's
cult
just
classic
okay.
too.
Are we locking that in?
I'm
Narrate?
trusting Dan. I told you.
Okay, we're trusting
There's
trusting
not-
Dan on this one. Lock it in. We think it's Narrate.
We have a thing on the team where we just
Oh,
work really, really hard.
Celsius.
You mentioned.
I should have trusted my
They
gut.
should've- He should have.
Well, I said it was Sentinels.
I said Celsius though.
Yeah, it's teamwork, teamwork.
I'm doubting you now.
Okay.
You know, Dan Aldra Gaib anymore to me.
Lost the status. Maybe she can recover when we look at our second quote. As soon as I met the guys, the first thing I said was, "Wow, reducted."
I know.
You really look like my
Sato.
older brother. Oh, yes.
Leviatan.
There's no
There
way.
you go.
I raised
Didn't
my
you-
hand.
Yeah, but then
I raised my hand.
there's no buzz or
But we're
anything. We're a team.
playing
What are you talking
together.
about?
We're a
There's not a tally. There's no column
No,
saying
I
Dan Silly,
raised
Dan
my
Dry,
hand.
1-0.
Well, we're a team, and as a team, we're locking in Sato
I didn't say
for this
anything.
one.
What did you say? Who is it?
Sato.
Oh, it's Sat. I believe Dan. Let's go. Who is it?
I feel like a funny story that happened.
Yeah, great job, Dan.
Good
As soon
job.
as I came to
I raised
LA
my
and
hand, I was ready
as soon
to
as
talk.
I met
That's crazy.
the
It's
guys,
not a classroom.
the first thing
It is a
I said,
classroom.
Because we're all learning, and we're all growing, except
is that
from those
Superstar
those
Valley?
guys. Yeah, is he? We're getting distracted. Guys, let's focus. Let's focus.
Brett, it's only maximum one bounce.
Okay, I think we had a really good result, but we ... in playoffs ... clear throat. Something happened in playoffs. We don't know what happened, but that's
Has
got
to be a C9
yeah, I
thing.
was about to say that's got to be a Cloud9 playoffs.
I feel like
quote.
that's like a Zeppa or an Imi. I would go with
I would go
Zeppa here.
Zeppa. I would go Zeppa.
Really?
Yeah.
I would say
Because
Imi.
Imi would have just said it.
Okay, well now
Imi
it's
would have
Zeppa.
just said what
Yeah,
happened.
he's like, I don't know. I was like, you're the coach. I hope you
I don't know. I feel like,
It's probably Oxy,
Imi
but
would have said it.
Imi, and then you say Imi, we say Zeppa.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Oh, okay. Are we playing against each other now?
Wait, the game is about the players now. Wait a second.
I think we had really
It
good
was
results.
Oxy.
I was
We're
gonna say
also
Oxy
wrong.
after.
Playoffs.
Well, we got the team right.
Yeah, we
Is
got
that
the
like
team
half
right.
a point?
That's definitely half a point.
In the past.
think-
I
yeah,
think
this
it's
is
so.
the
I
past
think
now,
this
I
one's
think
your
it's-
fault.
What have I done?
If you read it the way that Oxy
Oh.
said it,
Yeah.
we would have known.
Yeah, but
So,
I would have needed to know that it's Oxy in order to
can
read
we
it.
please?
Let's
lock
try it
it?
for the next one. Do we have
I'm
time
really
for another
sorry.
one?
No, that's it. We fumbled. We've done goofed. But let's take a look if we can redeem ourselves with predictions. Surely that can't go wrong.
That went so well for me
That-
yesterday.
I don't know. Something happened in
Okay,
the
let's
playoffs.
see.
I don't know.
Okay,
Just getting
Josh and I are the only EG believers.
Why is that?
I'm shocked.
Zoe, why is that?
Why I believe, it's not much me believing in EG, it's just me not believing in Leviatan.
Oh, okay, okay,
It's more that- no, I like what we've seen from EG. I think they just had a slow start, but like they're a great team. So like I have no reason to doubt them.
My thing about Cloud9 is I am #1 Cloud9 fan, and I've always been, and I think Oxy's gonna pop off. So
I'm for EG, but this is still regular season, so this means Cloud9's gonna win.
Is that how it works? That's right, because there are the regular season demons. Let's see what they have in store for us today. I know what we have in store for you today. TriCast coming up for Cloud9 versus Evil Geniuses. Brennan Sideshow will be joined by G2's Valen. Don't go anywhere because VCT America starts right now.
Heading into this match against EG, it's a very important one because they knocked us out of playoffs and we're just looking to get our revenge.
Cloud9 fighting for tournament life, down in numbers. Icy holding the line, Derek's there too! Geniuses advance.
Everyone says that they choke in playoffs, they're groups warriors and stuff like that, but I do feel like they just have really ups and downs in confidence. This Oxy kid can at any point have 40 kills. Oxy will make something out of nothing a lot of the time. Like he's in the most like 1v5 scenario, but I feel like that's when he's like at his peak as a player. So we want to show that we can withstand that, and it wasn't just a fluke in the one playoff game.
We're going to do whatever it takes to get this win. Because their core has been together for 2 or 3 years now with Nature, Derek, and Superman, they play situations very well. I think it will be a challenging game in general. We have to be on our A game to beat them.
Well, welcome back, everybody. Listen, it was a bit of a rush, honestly, running from the ping pong table to here.
Yeah,
and,
I was getting dominated.
We had
a tournament going on there.
We did.
2v1. We've been rudely interrupted by C9EG.
We had something going on. But listen, part of the course, we made the swap for the casters in, and there's a delay on stage.
A small delay, though.
So a small delay. It's a small delay. It's a small delay, though. We've got Valorant in as well. We fill it in for the cast as well. So where did they go? They cleared out right when we need to fill.
Well, they need to hop back in and do the
That's
ping
what I'm
pong
saying.
table, don't they?
They need to get back in there.
I'm interested to hear just
Can
what
we
you...
just hop back there and just start playing on camera? That'd be fun, right?
I mean, if the headsets would reach that far, dude, I'd be down. What do you think about the games today, Valorant? We've got C9EG, and then we've got MIBR playing against Leviatan.
Yeah.
It feels winnable for anybody. We just ran the Preds, but people were pretty towards C9's favor for the first.
Yeah, I think it can go either way, honestly. I've been scrimming against C9 a lot, so I'm pretty familiar with how they are, and they're looking good.
Okay.
EG, not so much, but I've seen them looking great in game as well, so I think it's 50-50. I'm going to go with EG, though, because that's my gut telling me. And it's a big game for both teams, right? So they're both 1-0. I feel like with how our group is shaken up, 2G and Furia are kind of looking bottom of the barrel, unfortunately. So this is a big game to try to indicate who's going to be around that locked for 3rd, 4th seed to make playoffs. So big game for both teams here.
If you're right and those two teams are the bottom of the barrel, then those were actually the teams that C9 and EG played against last week.
Yeah.
So that does mean that there's going to be a pretty significant step up in terms of difficulty for this match for both sides.
Yeah, I think both of them are still a bit untested because those first games looked a bit easy for them. But yeah, Lotus is a good map for both teams, so I think if we're going to have a banger right away, just see who's kind of making that momentum forward, who's looking better in practice because they haven't really been tested yet in Stage 2.
That's very true as well. We see if we get that agent select up momentarily. So we can see. I mean, listen, I don't want to cheat. We can see what they're picking already.
Well, go on,
but it's not up on the screen. But the first thing that came to mind was the Derek Chamber.
Exactly.
Because he pulled that one out on Lotus, and he dropped, what, 30 bombs?
Yeah.
It was kind of crazy from him, but yeah, we're seeing a bit of a switch up.
I don't see Chamber.
Yeah, no Chamber.
Yeah, that's a little bit sad, honestly, because that was a unique, interesting element of their Lotus composition. But here's the maps for the series anyway. It's Lotus, Haven, and then Bind. I was just having a look at this map pool because, again, we get to cheat. We get to see it a little bit before the people do. But EG haven't played Haven for 3.5 months, and EG haven't played Bind for a year. So this is a really, we have not seen EG on maps 2 and 3 for a long time. Certainly not in this meta at the very least. So a lot of questions, I think, for me on how good they're even going to look in maps 2 and 3.
Yeah, and Icy's on Raze right now on this map, so him going to Haven, I'm excited to see what he's going to play because he's been playing some Cypher, some Duelist, and I know Jacob very well. He can play it all, so he's going to have a good one.
Yeah, and here's the agents we were talking about.
Spoiler.
Raya, there you go. And yeah, Derek's moving off the chamber. I mean, it is a unique comp that EG were playing even before this, but now opting in for the Teo, I mean, I suppose gives you some, you're going to pop open the doors. It's a G2 style of things, right?
Yeah, we play Teo Fade as well. I like the Teo in the Yoru comp because it provides those insulation missiles that the Raze has, but they're doubling down. They want the Raze and the Teo, so they're just going to be flushing out a lot of areas, running it down. But they can also multi-step, right? You have a lot of drones, you have a lot of EBPs, with the Prowlers, with the drone from Teo, so they can go for a lot of map control as well.
Would you say that the death of Teo was exaggerated, or did they properly knock him down?
No, they did. They killed him. They killed him.
Right, and this is just his death struggle at the moment.
Yeah,
with Trent playing a tiny bit and Derek
it's
trying to make it work.
The maps that you can get map control easily without Teo, because previously people were playing Fade Solo Initiator, right, on this map. So everyone knows how to get map control with only Fade. If you can greed those missiles late round for those executes or for the post plant, it still has great value.
Yeah, you just have to be much more careful with them.
Right.
You don't get them back. Yeah.
And it's kind of same thing with Cloud9's comp too. They're very upfront heavy running Neon, so if you can get that stun out, I mean, then it's just the agent's kind of useless, but...
Yeah, time for that Samsung match start though. Load up fast with Samsung SSDs. We get into the pistol round here.
Hey, interesting Viper wall just straight off the rip from Net. He's throwing it over towards C. Just as a... Go and have a look at that, please, while we go and take a rubble by the look of things.
Just trying to lock 2 players at the C site while they walk up A.
A wall that I think I've seen King do last year, actually, with Leviatan.
So Superman is going to be catching contact. They spotted him and now getting a bit of a move on. They're going to try and run this guy down. Superman got to vacate, but he's really at the back against the wall here. He's trapped into the corner. Wow. Still takes him out, though. It's a snake fight. Zeppa's going to be following up anyway with the trade. We're seeing Icy getting involved now. He's tapping away, see if they can push them back and still not dislodging him from this spot. Icy! He's pulling it out of nowhere, man. He's a one-man army at this point. Offloads the nade and even gets some kills off the back of it. Not quite a 4-piece, but that is damage done.
Yeah, that was a play-to-win moment. He just got in the site, allowed his team to flood back in, so he's not looking scared. He's not shying down from the fight. Good job from Icy.
Yeah, good. I mean, it must be fun to see the guy when you've had experience playing with him as well.
Yeah.
And can you tell me a little bit about how your team tried to make Icy look his best, or whether that was actually the goal, like whether he had to fit into your system otherwise?
I would say, he was kind of fitting into our system. We put him on some roles that were difficult at times, like we played him on some Yoru, but his raise was really good last year for us, so he has his moments. I was close with him, like I tried to help him get confidence on stage, confidence in the match, and he's just taken off, so
yeah,
I'm proud of him.
It will be interesting to see what he plays on Haven and Bind, though, because they have been running him a little bit on stuff like Cypher. So
yeah, he has tier 2 experience on that agent, on Sentinel, so he can play it all.
This might be his map, though, to go crazy.
The seawall's interesting. I wonder if they're going to keep it the whole time.
Looking for a way in. Indecision, really, but the classic in Anoxy. Okay, he's taking out Superman. Full start a util from EG, trying to prevent them getting a little bit further forwards. A lot of bodies stacked up here.
And Icy would love these kills.
He's almost getting a second.
I mean, Icy would love these kills, though. He's halfway up to his showstopper. If he manages to snack on a few more people, he's going to have a massive snowball ultimate that's amazing on defense. And you don't have this wall over towards A to try to take this space in a rubble reclear kind of style. But C9, there's nobody home defending, so they just get in for free. But that is going to be something to keep an eye on in these later rifle rounds.
It's just, yeah, he's going to be hearing a lot of this. Sees the door. He's spun. Haunt as well. It's going to be a free plant for C9. Going to need a little bit more, though, where that came from. Working with a player disadvantage.
I'll tell you what,
disadvantage.
Zeppa's getting up to his ultimate as well. I was talking about Icy snowballing, but Zeppa's nearly got his online for
something up.
third.
Sees it for contact. I'm just going to send it flying forwards anyway, trying to take the timing off of it. It's Icy. Locks on. It's a cheeky idea.
It's bold.
Do appreciate it. Sees is going to be catching those. Zeppa's cannot hear a bloody thing, and he's being swarmed. Hold on with the right clicks. He's trying to do the work.
Oh, that's kind of nasty. Zeppa's got his ult online round 3.
Thanks.
That's pretty impressive considering you didn't win pistol or the force. Like, you know, there wasn't a force. You didn't get back on the board at all. And yet he's managed to get that ult online. That'll give EG some stuff to think about here.
Yeah, Icy's also one off, so I wonder if they're going to go for like a lobby fight or something and try to get that ult up for Icy right away. And we're keeping the seawall. That's interesting. I've never seen this before. Or at least not for a while. Like,
it's a strange game plan.
Yeah.
Back when people used to run this seawall, you could pick up the A orb. So you used to throw the Viper orb down, pick it back up and use it as a deeper smoke. You don't have access to that anymore, so it does feel like, actually it's a different seawall as well.
They put it a bit deeper now on the right.
So this one looks more like a C exec wall rather than a C lurk wall to me.
Well, steady for now, though. There's no push back on EG's side. Superman be hearing a lot of this noise coming his way. Put up his own orb. Pull Derek over to try and help him out here, but this is going to be a full hit coming through momentarily. Steel Gardens drop down, lay it down. It's going to be a lot of it. Missiles and the snake bite. Zeppo is barely alive.
That's from the vulnerable as well.
Yeah. Tagging him all the way down. Season a nade. We pulled out there by EG, hoping for a cheeky kill, an easy one perhaps, but Mitch is now going to be hard committing for the plan. Getting that one down. C9 getting themselves into the post. A lot of stray damage. These bullets are landing, hitting their targets. EG are getting whistled down before this retake can even really begin. Derek's getting a move on now, though. Trying to make moves in. That is snappy from Mitch. He's got backup. They can sense it now. C9 are going to be hunting for these stragglers.
And at this point, when the Viper wall goes up in the post plant, it's basically over, so it's a good game plan coming from C9.
Yeah, he's doing some damage, though. Decent go.
3 kills towards the end there. It's going to actually put quite a bit of damage onto the C9 economy. Considering that they don't have that ult to work with anymore, used it against EG's bonus, he might have just done a bit of damage that ends up mattering in the long term, but it's just going to put people on light armor for now. No immediate effect. I wonder if that Viper wall though, is an incredible tell, because when they do put it deeper on the site like that, and they go C off the back of it, if you see that again, you've got to be expecting that they're actually going for the C hit instead of the C lurk.
Yeah. Also, I think that... I also think that because it's a no sentinel comp coming from EG, that C wall, I mean, they put it back at A, but changing up the wall can just shift the defense in ways that you want, because you know they can't just put an alarm bot to hold something.
Look at this. I mean, conditioning it as well. Going for the A wall and insta-hitting on C again. EG kind of bit on that, decided to fight over rubble, and C9 have got themselves a free C site. Going in the opposite direction to the Viper wall.
Now though, it's going to be fast and loose. Showstopper in Icy's hands. Door's already opened up wide, trying to make moves again, but no one's giving him an easy target. No one's giving him a free fight. His bullets fired off. Rattle, they're seeing if they can force the fight into spawn. It's up to Superman to hold them back. Oxy, it's crispy. Snaps back with the rifle, and now he's doing some serious damage up onto the site. He's alone though. Flipped ever so slightly, doubled up and swinging through. It's all the rifles though. Singing out. Cloud9 bring it up 2-2.
And that's big because they win the post plant even though Icy popped his Raze ult. So right now they're going to be dominating not only in like an economy but also in the ult. So that's a big round.
Nice shot hit by Oxy there, but my eyes were on net as well. Super safe position.
Yeah. Let's go, baby.
Really deep over towards Mound, controlling that flank retake. And I don't think Jaeger was ready for it. He caught a bullet in the back of the head. And we're back to this C wall, but it's the C exec wall. I mean, this is on an anti-eco. At this point, EG are really going to be thinking about what it means. Like a puzzle to sink your teeth into. And C9 are starting as if they want to take some mount control, maybe go towards C, but not going towards it. These are the kind of rounds where I'm wondering what tools C9 use to retake rubble late. Now, this isn't too late, but if there was somebody deep, I guess I just put Noxy's body on the line.
Yeah.
The human recon or like owl drone, I guess.
Prowler's going to be clearing a lot of this one. There's bodies reinforcing up towards the A side. EG, they are getting a bit of a move on, but only working with just the pistols. Trying to isolate, split up most of the site to make it a little bit easier here. Nightfall's going to be committed. Cloud9 get a couple of tags and still getting into the plant themselves. Prowler's going to be broken down. EG needs some crispy shots while they're at it. That's a good start. Sharp off the ball. We're going to see a few more though. Oxy is eager to see if he can step straight up to it. A lot of damage done. Hold on. What a shot. Oxy seeking to reposition now, but he's feeling that pressure and the hurt coming towards him. EG have got them surrounded. Overdrive! Just clocked in the face. That's a heavy lick from Superman. And a thrifty win for EG.
Thrifty.
I think Oxy should have that one when he's got his ult popped. It's the perfect weapon against eco rounds. And he's in a 1v2. I know he's down numbers, but I'd be backing Oxy almost every day in that round, and Superman drills him in the head after having just picked up one on sight. That is a sharp shot from Superman. God, some of these are nasty.
Yeah.
One enemy remaining.
This one, though, so important at the end.
The unsung hero of IC2 killing the flank control at rubble on the flank, 1v1ing that and just taking him down, it allows them to just constrict the space so hard. So that was a beautiful retake and good positioning from EG as well. Now we're just going to walk out A, contact.
Yeah, a bit more of a standard approach to this round from C9. Last time they put the wall here, EG fought heavy for rubble, and C9 actually used it as a fake and just went for a full C exec. So EG not contesting the space. We haven't actually had a full like team fight brawl for map control at the start of any of these rounds. The teams have been missing each other somewhat.
They might get it now though. Nature walking up. A few signs of life, and now the door opens. He hears the Prowler. Feels like a lot of pressure coming towards A. Smoke in your face on top of it. We're going to be going straight into perhaps Icy. Needs some assistance though. He's going to be stunned up. Prowler into your face and the glide to the side. Oxy is traded out. Yeah, he's trying to be onto the scene of the crime, seeing if he can offset most of this one, lining up almost for it. Not dead yet is available, he wants to send it. EG are making movements forwards. EG Derry's trying to make a go of it. Still, that season a snake bite, that is a foul combo. Where the hell do you even run? You have to step forwards into him, but into the bloody maw. And time has been bought here, still the tap, looking for that extra response of EG. Barely giving it. These players now isolated. EG going to be falling there. That's a nice pause called for by Cloud9.
And two big entries on the way in. I think it was Net and Oxy who found their targets and created a 5v3 out of that one. I think Derek had a small moment there. I believe they only thought it was Ye in the pit, but not able to make anything happen out the back of it. And yeah, good patience from C9. But also, if you think back to last week, some of the things that I thought were errors for C9 were these really slow rounds, where they ran the clock down to the very bones. And here we haven't seen any of those. They've actually been much pacier with things, and the faster tempo is working really nicely for them.
Bring them down.
And again, a bit of congestion. EG's money going to be knocked down again. You are right, Josh. I mean, Cloud9 been struggling on these slower attack side rounds, but
I mean, only in a few of them. They lost 4 rounds, something like that, against Furia on their attack side of Haven, but they were pretty much clinical everywhere else in that series. It is against Furia, though.
Yeah.
And I'll leave you to make the judgment on what I mean by that.
Just walking up here. There's plenty of util left to spare. Going to be hearing that one with the drone crossed up, but that's a tag up onto it. Oxy stunned up. Derek manages to at least hold control of it, but Zeppa is instantly in there. In their faces. Brings it down to a 3v3 now, getting into the post. Players trickling in. EG looking to see if they can group up for it. We'll see if there's another miracle up their sleeves. Good C's, good connection. The bullets, the nade, net! Bloody hell, yeah, he's not surviving that. Now even a nightfall being committed. EG think it's winnable. He'll be sending it forwards, flying. The Prowler and a Haunt has to be dealt with instantly at that, but no sound cues. Vic has to rely on that raw aim side by side, him and Zeppa bringing it to them, but EG battling back. It's a 1v2 that Zeppa's found himself in. Smokes on smokes that he's hiding inside. Complicated task. Bit of a puzzle to work out, but he's isolated it and found the kills he needs. That is filthy stuff for the Red Bull clutch. Zeppa just working them.
Beautiful clutch. I like how he had one play to make and he made it right. He keeps going forward, knows that nothing's in front of him, and just turns around and gets easy 2-piece. I think C9 is just 4-1-ing with letting the Viper util let the Fog of War happen.
Baby! Jesus. All you! Hearing Oxy in the background, so fun.
Yeah.
Because EG's running no Senti, so they're just walking around, letting the Viper util go up and down to create those question marks on the map naturally. They don't even need to default that hard, because you know that EG has to play those positions regardless on a no Sentinel comp. So
yeah, maybe it'd be better for EG during the tag time out here to play a little more grouped on the defense themselves, leave those gaps, play for retake a bit more.
Yeah.
Gamble a little more heavy on the defense side, because at the moment, as you're saying, playing spread just isn't working. It's just creating weaker sites. But, I mean, at the end of the day, though, they did actually get that into a 3v3 for the retake. The players did well to be able to get those 2 kills anchoring the C site there with weaker weaponry. I was watching Icy fishing around on the floor for a weapon when he got caught.
Unfortunate.
Yeah, that was a bit rough. It did offer, I think it was Zeppa who got the kill, kind of an easy one into it, but still a remarkable cleanup from Zeppa towards the end. It's winnable here if Potter can give them the right kind of guidance to move forwards. Superman's also been sat on this Viper's pit for a couple rounds, and they haven't really run a defensive setup around that, but that would be another thing that would clog up one lane of the map and allow them to be a bit more grouped up elsewhere. In fact, that actually looks like what they're going for here with him pitting on C and running a 1-2-2 defense elsewhere.
See how this one plays out. Yeah, the pits instantly drop down. Bit of pushback over towards A Rubble. It's Cloud9 feigning like they're taking control of it.
And they want to challenge.
Are they just going to challenge it?
I mean, Zeppa's ultimate would be quite nice.
Yeah.
But I still think Superman could take a couple of them down with the shorty. I feel like you always see the Viper in this corner. Yeah. It is the most popular corner for the Viper to be playing in with this pit.
Wait, we're not even
walking up inside it! He's getting collateral kills on top of it. The snake bite just completely denies any chance of moving forwards.
No util.
No util.
No ults. Just hoping that they could catch Superman snoozing.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, that's like a like a match call. Sometimes you want to go for those risky plays, but it ended up working out this time. I don't know about that. You have the Steel Garden, you might as well use it, right?
Yeah, that's an unusual one. Now, having said that, they have actually still found a gap here. And if they can force the push into Nature and get a kill, round could still be winnable. Nature, though, with a Prowler, figures out where they are.
Nature, hey, up with the C's. Enough damage done at least. He can bring them down with the shorty, but it is traded out still. It's 2 on Cloud9. Looking to get it done, and full containment is called for by EG. Derek's going to be hearing that, though. Still playing his life. Just a jiggle, gets the acknowledgement.
If he got one, he could use his Viper ult here, make it winnable.
Seeing that, yeah, it's risk taken. He's already stepping up towards it. He's found one, found two! That's disgusting. Pit's going to be offloaded anyway. Not sure if that's stretching far enough, but we'll see. It's putting a bit of a cover and blight onto it. Armageddon, though, that's a red carpet. Rolled out, has to be sidestepped by Net. Forwards is Mitch, and he's already laying claim and paving away to victory. That is monumentous that Cloud9 managed to turn that.
4K from Zeppa into a 4K from Net to clutch the round 2v4 in this one. Why'd you ever drop this guy? That's crazy. Crazy from you, Val.
All I know is once he has a big round like that, he's activated, he's going to be dominating the rest of the series, honestly.
The way that it starts and the way that it ends has got to be heartbreaking for EG too. Yeah, that is Icy and Ye both dying in heaven there. Nice, Michael! Can't really happen.
Cloud9 are just flying by. Miracles, hero plays from some of them, but getting it done. Knocking the money down again. Hasn't really stopped EG in the past, but this time around, there's no fake presence over towards A. Cloud9 are eager to take it. All that rumble control is theirs. Icy's one away from the ult. Could be big if he manages to get a pick. Prowler, a wave of smokes. Yeah, head's just poking over towards the top there. Bodies are toppled. Any sort of danger in a round is immediately dissipated.
EG choosing to take a bit of a fight. They've won in previous rounds with the lighter weaponry, just kind of absorbing that aggression. This time choosing to try to take control of the tempo themselves rather than just anchor. And C9 mop it up without having to use any ultimates too. And Mitch falls before the Fade ult could be used. And Zeppa, I mean, what would even be the point in using his ultimate in this round?
Yep.
Spike planted.
Derek 1v4?
Yeah, Derek 1v4. Your turn now.
If he wins this, you got to go bald.
Bro, listen, the passage of time is doing that to me anyway. We don't need to put a bet on the line. It's going to happen.
Yeah, well, I knew you weren't talking to me.
I actually was, but...
We'll see though, stuns forwards. He's found himself a gun. He's done to Oxy. That is, what is that? Okay, snapping towards him. Listen, he was making me believe it. Making me scared as well. Trying to hold on to the hair follicles as long as I can.
But C9 in control of this game at the moment. Looks like Icy's going to try to pull out the operator for the next one. Which might again give them an opportunity to lock down one of these lanes if they can get it away from the Viper walls. Viper wall has just started defaulting towards A now. It seems like that was a bit of kind of interesting tactical stuff that they were going to do in the first quarter.
But them off a little bit.
Yeah, now it's just kind of back to normal. EG starting with nearly four players on B.
They're kind of going for that packed approach, like 1-3-1, just flood either site. Icy's going for the passive line on the op from Break Room, which is really underrated. Sometimes it's hard to clear that guy. I won't be surprised if like Net just accidentally takes a bad fight when the wall goes down, but
Icy's just clearing up here. A bit worried about the Viper wall and whether someone could have taken a timing against him. But the Viper wall is cycling pretty quickly, so it's offering him opportunities to keep re-clearing this with the op.
Play a bit more aggro. He has the ult if needed.
Derek just re-cleared C with his drone, so they're going to be stacking towards A. I want to see them get on site a little bit, but maybe they're just going for the retake with the Raze ult.
Oh, he's got smoked off.
No one's home, so the Nightfall's not going to be connecting onto any players. Open access to the site. Thorns has another level of insurance. It's going to be all committed in through the back to Thorns up through Heaven. Good luck trying to retake through that spot.
I like the one-way smoke here more than this one that Oxy's hidden inside of, but we'll see what happens when it disappears.
Yeah, all grouped up. What will always be used at their disposal. There's going to be a lot of util. Bit of a blind up. Icy, hold on, he's got a rocket into his hands. The gun's going to be taken away. Snaps to the side. He's only got a shorty. He's trying to cower and hide. But he's going to be hunted and rooted out. Ult used on either side in a 3v3 now. It's really getting thick and fast here. Shots popped off. Snakebite. He's just standing down into that net. You're ticking down. He's got to help though. Vic just responds in kind. That is filthy work.
They're feeling it. They're confident. We're just holding angles in the snakebite. Vic is getting 3Ks. C9 looks crispy right now.
C9 had a complete read on the timing of that retake as well. As soon as the Raze ult was popped, Steel Garden goes out, so nobody can really follow up on Icy. And that swing into the snakebite that we were talking about from Net is him expecting the second phase of that retake and hoping that he can catch timing on somebody. And EG couldn't even pop through on that. This is now a lot of rounds in a row where it feels like EG haven't had a chance to respond, whether through big performances on an individual or just good team play. C9 are owning.
Here we go, TP into the spawn as well. This is going to be sowing disinformation as well. Vic's going to be going for it. Eventually gets a kill. He's even looking for a little bit more. Tappy. He's taking his time with these shots as well. He's got to. Yeah, he does answer, but Oxy's immediately in your face. This is looking like almost a wrap at this point. Looking towards round 12. Cloud9 have just been steamrolling them. Like you said, Josh, I mean, it's just been hero plays, but they're racking up the rounds.
Yeah, not all of them.
Not all hero
there
plays,
have been,
but the early ones.
Yeah, there've been like 2 rounds that really got them going that were big hero plays, and then just some nice coordinated attacks, especially into A. You know, C9 started the half by really focusing on C and doing weird stuff with the Viper Wall. And then, since then, it's kind of pulled EG's defense away from Rubble. And then C9 have had an easy time of going mid-round, late round into A.
Yeah,
it seems like a good game plan from Mimi.
When you make some of those mistakes early, like from Cloud9 walking in the Viper Wall, getting in these bad situations, but you still win because of big heroics, it allows you to run up the rounds and still talk about your mistakes without, you know, you can be more forgiving. You won the round at the end of the day, so that's why they're cleaning it up towards the end of the half. And they just have a good read on the pace. They keep going. Like last round they went fast B, this time they're opening A quick, and they're sensing no pressure, so they're just gonna go straight in.
Yeah, contact re-clear EG, just trying to take control of the map.
I mean, this is quite a big one because Zeppa going down means access to the flank is open. Maybe Nettle tried to pick that up, but you've got a 5v4 retake here with tons of different angles that EG can be coming from. A chance to make this an 8-4 half.
Doubled up, yeah, he's not ready for it. He's going to be popping off the ult though, at least not dead. Yeah, coverage is there. Icy finding it. Here we go, double satchel into the play as well. That is disgusting from Oxy, but it's only a go of things, and EG do at least claim that 4th round.
Kind of got baited there, just chasing the low vault.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of lacking the discipline. I mean, maybe a bit of overconfidence, frankly, from winning something like 6 rounds in a row. They just felt like they could do whatever they wanted and over-chase towards stairs. But I think they'll be very happy about an 8-4 half.
Right.
Game plan worked, individuals were stepping up, and now they're going onto a defense half that, to be honest, C9 looked better on the defense last week anyway.
Well, we'll see, though. Just 4 rounds between these 2 teams, and the second half could be anyone's game still yet.
I know what you're thinking. Total glow up. What's her secret? Fine, I'll spill. I totally upgraded with Verizon. Everyone gets a free phone with any plan, even if you're already a customer, like me. Now I have Google Gemini. It's like a little glam squad in my pocket. Gemini, what eye makeup goes with this lipstick? I'd suggest a classic cat eye. Wow, setting the bar high for daycare pickup. Get in on this.
Just 4 rounds, as I said prior, standing between the 2 teams, looking at the second half here. But a pistol round EG would be hoping for. Would be potentially setting them on the right track once more. Cloud9 could take over still, though. You never know. 8-4 could go in either direction.
Yeah, I'm favoring C9, though, at this point. I mean, is that a hot take? No, they're up 8-4. But also, last week, their defense was their better half. They just looked immaculate there. They had pretty much perfect... I mean, again... They're playing against Furia, so it's nice to see them with a bit more of a challenge and see how EG's attack is going to work against them, but they did look really immaculate there.
Yeah, in theory, EG should be better on the attack side here. So, I mean, they're running the double initiator duelist comp, so they can be really aggressive. They can slow down the rounds. They can play at any pace they want when you have this much utility. Kind of just going for the C mount control with the drone. They want to save all their big pieces to go for the sight hit, it seems like. Save the eye, save the missiles, and just try to overwhelm.
It's all picked up, waiting for the right time to strike. Orb's going to be replacing the smoke, though. Puts a bit of a pause into the step of EG. Another Prowler to re-clear from Cloud9 side of things over towards a Rubble. They're still heavy stacked of at least 3 players.
Yeah, they're maybe just looking for that Superman lurk. He loves going for those mid to late round A Rubble lurks.
Double tray shots though, and we're going to see it. Teo Salvos drop down, trying to clear away here, but Net is sharp. Just shooting up into the sky there, and even Superman's lurk going to be caught and watched for. Damage done across the board here. EG need to take risks, but as they do so, they're just getting chipped and whittled down. Only 2 left to try and put a stand against this one. At least the plan is a consolation prize. But they're just going to be hoping for a little bit more than that, but still blinded as anything. Haunt at your back. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Cloud9 at this point might just be sailing away.
Yeah, the decision-making from EG, I feel, is a bit hesitant. I mean, even at the start of the execute, you show a Prowler into sight to kind of give a cue, hey, we might hit here, instead of just going for the raw pop. And at the end there, you see Ye take that risk, go into spawn, jump out with the classic, but his teammate doesn't follow. So I feel like they kind of just need to get in like a more team fight mindset and be more explosive. I mean, that's a crazy
shot. Wild shot. Yeah, we were kind of watching from Icy's POV, and I wasn't sure.
Yeah, dude.
Where
what do you
even
do
from.
against that?
Dude, this guy satcheled in. Flick, one tap.
Well, EG are going to go for a force in this situation.
Have to.
But a force with 2 sheriffs. Full armor because you're worried about what Oxy's going to end up buying. He loves taking an outlaw or a guardian, something like that, that's going to 2-tap with the light armor. But lacking the stingers might be rough.
Yeah, they're going to be meeting their match potentially here. It's a wall that's just being propped up, put up. Cloud9 have the guns in hand to see if they can really do some damage. The Seize is good though with that connection, but it's only 1 kill. As I say that, Yay. Okay. Jaster rolling up the sleeves, trying to get it done. Supermundo caught onto the flank again, trying to get those lurks off to give his team potential pivot options. Not ideal, but guns are in the hands of these EG players.
Yeah, he's running it.
Yeah.
Very confident about this. Caught a timing past the Prowler, but now he's been seized.
Seize have been good. Connection again. Derek just needs to hold some ground.
Look at Net's position coming up behind.
They might not be anticipating this one here. The Prowler even getting that connection, but a knife out, guns out. And the time he's caught. Derek, he's found it. Hold on, it's now a 2v2. EG trying to hold this one down. It's a difficult one to try and move past Cloud9. They've got a lot to try and do, but it's getting spat down in the smokes. Not much you can really do in that spot. Mitch, last one left in a 1v2. Hoping to ISO these fights, but EG got discipline now. They're not giving anything away for free. Making him work for it, and Mitch realizes it. Can't win the spot.
That's a big round from EG. That's exactly what they needed to get back into this game. If there was going to be any hope, it had to come from forcing here and getting some kills. I'm not exactly sure how it happened either. Yeah, he lands 2. I guess we'll see it here. He's just swinging either side of his clove smoke and manages to pluck 2 heads and change the tide of that mound fight massively.
Yeah, tiny mistake there coming from Cloud9 at the end. The 2 C-Link players need to make more pressure for Net to get that flank off properly, or else where else Derek is going to look.
Yeah.
They're kind of sensing, like, why are they going so slow? What, you know, and you got to have that internal timing as a player of check your back, and kind of ended up biting him there, but it's all good. You still got rounds to play with if you're C9. You can brush it off.
Money's going to be flipped around, though. CG working with it. Slow beginnings for them. Nice and spread out.
EG are generally quite a slow tempo team on Lotus. They like allowing time for Superman to work his magic on the A site. It does seem like C9 are pretty ready for it though, on the pistol and on this round. They've had massive like re-clear, refight ideas.
Oh, here we go. Superman is hard committed up towards Rubble. Needs some power for Derek. Is he going to be the one to supply it? Doesn't look likely. Overwhelmed and swarmed. Cloud9 to get a gun for their troubles.
That's the aim punch off the classic, I think, there. Just knocked his Guardian aim in the air.
Derek still trying to hold this one down. What a shot by Vic. Return of the fire again. EG getting a move on, though. It's a fast reaction from them, realizing that the bulk of Cloud9 was making that play towards A.
Can't be winning on the force and then losing on the anti-eco. That would be devastating for EG.
EG opting to take more space towards that waterfall area, and that saved them this round. Now they have a perfect read of where they're going to retake from, and no way Vic is ready for that.
Yeah, this is a deep push. Catching Vic unaware. Weapon might be able to get picked up here, but Net is first one taking point, taking contact. He's only got the pistol to really do the job in that spot. As I say that, only a pistol. He's still making it work. Still down. Half HP, enough that Icy can mop him up, but Mitch has been left towards it, and to do it all in a 1v2. Tricky spot. He's hunting for these last remaining players. Caught the back of Nature's. Bit whiffy there with a Bulldog, but spam through the wall should do the job. Should is the key word. Off of it from Mitch. He realizes it. Wasn't surviving that one. Bombardment from beyond, and there's another round. Add it to the tally for EG.
But a deep breath from Icy there that looks like one of relief, frankly, because C9 pushed them to the limit. That round at the very end never really in danger because the time and the nade had kind of checkmated their position, but they were sweating to pull this one out, especially with Net hitting another nice one.
Good call. Kind of interesting as well to EG. This whole time they've been prioritizing Ye's ult with the orbs rather than Icy's. So they built up the ult, but for what purpose? Don't know.
Let's see it.
To run it down.
Run it down. Do some damage here. It's a stun that ricochets back and forth. The Odin spam is just really being disrespected. Oxy, oh my. Tries to make good work of it. Again, Vic with a TP up, but there's that not dead yet. Yay. Getting value from it. He's back into the fight, and he's brought it down. An advantage for EG by one player in the blink of an eye.
He scoops up another ult orb immediately.
Instantly.
Just trying to keep this one going. Step forwards, but Net dismissed. Of a wave of hand. Yay. It's getting active. Leaving it down to Zephyr, just a head poking up. This guy's feeling himself.
Ooh, we've gone back in time. It's 2022.
Yeah.
Hold on. I mean, that was a nice round, especially considering that it didn't start particularly well for EG. Icy got dropped instantly, and Ye had to pick up, I mean, he died as well, but then pick up a kill immediately after on that player that had committed rubble. It's not often, actually, that you see the Not Dead Yet find value. In the mid-round, it can be so tough because people can just disengage from your position, but in a big brawl like that, it is perfect for the Clove.
This is a heavy group up, though. Cloud9, weaker weapon rate, looking for an easy fight if they can. Well, at least hoping, I think, that EG would step forwards and opt into it.
Are they going to get a read at some point that C9 have been just insanely stacked A at the start of every round here?
Oxy is... He's dancing with death there.
But he has got himself in a pushed-up position with a bucket.
It's getting dicey.
But he's giving value to his team here because they're allowed to go and stack B and C off the back of him sat here as a bullet sponge. Don't worry, guys. I got it locked down. 22 health in a dream.
Drone's going to be clearing him, though. Oxy realizes he needs to break that one and get the hell out of there.
He's doing good.
Yeah,
Staying alive as well. Just making it hard for EG to understand what's going on in the round.
And they're really funneling them into this stack on C.
There's an ult as well that Zephyr's got.
That's going to equal, well, it wouldn't just equalize things, it would give C9 a pretty big gun advantage.
It really would. I think they're waiting for the hard missile. Zephyr's in a perfect place for it, just to let it loose. Collapse on them, but 30 seconds left. You're going straight into this one. The Shear's still up, not being baited out from prior. This is going to be splitting up the fight for Oxy. Potentially take something. Salvo is forward to the satchel from Icy. What a shot! It's Bucky, and almost a collateral in nature.
20 seconds.
Brings him down. 20 seconds. Getting a scramble, getting a move on, Mitch. He's got the sidearms out, man. Trying to take some pot shots at them. Net is containing. Stay back at your feet. Vulnerable's up, and the spike's going to be reclaimed. You got 10 seconds to do this. Superman going to get a move on now. There's Thorns, no paranoia. It's all sweeping forwards, and suddenly your chances down to naught. Too much time ticked off, and Cloud9 get a thrifty of their own.
There's the man who's done it for them, honestly. I mean, it's crazy because he only gets one kill in the round, but the Oxy being pushed up and refusing to give up space on a rubble gave C9 the perfect read, and also because he broke the drone coming out from the Tejo, and because it felt like there was presence rubble, he just essentially directed them like cattle into C for the slaughter.
And the fact that he even got one.
The Bucky!
Yeah, the Bucky, yep.
The Bucky.
The fact he even got one is so big after everything he did, too. Like, that's a S-tier round from him.
And now...
And C9 always want to go for this stun at A main because EG's not running an Omen comp, so they can't TP to rubble, break that first line of sight from the defense, so they should be... This round is just like a show, like a fake. They want to show the stun and go stack C.
Yeah. Leave the Vice setup over towards A.
Usually they've been stacked so heavy on it. And EG, again, I think getting the wrong read here, right? It looks quite similar to the Eco round where EG are scared of rubble, and so are going into the stack. But even if you go into A this time, it's a nightmare. Zeppa's got all of his Vice util there, a Vice ultimate to work with as well, and that'll just buy enough time for a rotate and a retake.
Down to the minute mark too. The longer you take with this A rubble clear, if you try and hard commit into that with all that Vice util, you are not getting the plan down.
Well, at least here the drone comes, the Viper wall is up, or the orb at least. So they know that there's nobody contesting this space. They might get a read that they're playing a retake. The ults would indicate that they're playing some part of the map for retake.
Hard committed.
I gave the confirmation here.
Yeah, no one on side, but the Thorn's already popped off, deaded. Even an ult of his own. Icy's going to be moving forwards now, trying to lay claim to most of this space with the rocket in his hands. Hort clears through into the back of the site. No one's home though. Cloud9 playing all the way back now, looking to retake with ults of their own.
You need some aggression here, don't you?
Yeah, using that raise ult early.
Here it is. It's a Nightfall and a Salvos as well. It's going to be choking them all the way out with that steel guarded on top of it. Shorty in hand, glide to the side. Oxy, he found his mark, found his target. Midge is also doing some decent damage, but the pit, lay it down as another thing entirely. Trying to navigate this one. Could still be winnable as these players are getting picked to pieces now. Time to edge into the favor of Cloud9.
One enemy
Still
remaining.
with full control of it. The overdrive, you just send Oxy in to go kill. And the rest of you can clean it all up. Cloud9 now finding that 11th round.
Good retake coming from C9. They got a lot of those early kills. Oxy getting that kill in Heaven was big. Icy's role in Heaven is to try to just bait out util, maybe get a kill. But the fact that he got taken out so clean just opened up the floodgates to just get pit control, get Heaven control, and just punch the site.
What do you feel about them playing that situation in the post-plant? What do you think about them playing that situation in the post-plant kind of passively? I mean, apart from Icy, who's in a pushed-up position, they kind of played for the pit and just hoping that they could delay enough time so that they could get their guns back and be able to refight.
Yeah.
If you're calling in that kind of situation, are you trying to make like a push in stairs happen, or like trying to fight them as they come through Heaven? Like what is the game plan there to
when you
undo
see
the ult
like
advantage?
Fade ult there coming in, I would try to at least plant for yard and just play out if you want to play out.
Right.
You know, stacking up a lot of people in Heaven I don't think is necessary. Yeah, either go for the stairs push or just play out backyard, but just funneling yourself in sight like that versus the fade ult, your chances are not that high. And C9 capitalized on that. But I also didn't like how we used fade ult. It cleared sight, and then we used the raise ult. Like, we're trying to be careful, and we want to entry without dying, but you know, what about later in the round? You guys aren't setting up like those later parts of your win conditions, so
yeah, we were talking
that's why
about,
we got attack here.
We were talking about them potentially getting the read that they were playing A for retake, and you said as the fade ult came through, oh well, that confirms it, and then they popped the raise ultimate on top of that. Anyway, it would have been a nice tool for Icy to be able to have. Would have completely stuffed that retake attempt. You don't need a weapon if you have the showstopper,
a rocket launcher,
yeah, bazooka,
a bazooka, yeah. And we're just spreading out all of our Vi's util here. We have a Thorn on A, Flash B. Like, this is kind of sick, and they're just going to go for this 3-round fight. Cool setup.
9. We do like to alternate the setups a lot, especially with the conditioning nice and early. Prowlers exchange out towards B main. Heavy group up from EG. You got the Stingers in your hands, close quarter weaponry. I call for the B pop, but trying to work that map. The door's opened up wide here. They can try and take these fights and split these players up entirely. Stun, it's already down and out. Icy was just basically a lamb to the slaughter. Moving forwards, trying to vacate. Yay, can't survive. It's cleanup duty entirely here for Cloud9, and the spike is in your laps.
They're so good at baiting Oxy in those kind of spots.
That was beautiful, Micro. Wall up, run into B, make him chase, and there's a guy behind.
Yeah.
Unlucky.
And then Vic's on top of the box watching in case anybody on Mound goes for the push. He's watching again here.
One enemy
Sees the push, claims the kill.
One of those rounds where C9 are in control of everything and just funneling EG around the map.
Yeah, that was a sick call. I think maybe like from Imi because there was attack, that 3C Mount fight, and then they don't wait too long. They'll go for that aggression, tap the B door, crunch that. Like, they're making the pace in their hands, so that was really sick.
And a very nice read that on the eco, EG would be going over towards B. I'm wondering about the read on this round coming up here, though, because I mean, the EG would have loved to win the previous, but Potter presumably also gave them a plan for this round, too.
It's got to work, because otherwise it's your map Finny. And up to 12, looking to find that next one up. Heavy presence over towards Man.
Yeah, but also the Vice utility behind, so this early pressure probably going to dissolve after a certain timing. And they're doing the same play again.
And just the door opened up, and there's no pressure coming in through that one other section, and Oxy knows it. Tucked into the corner to seize. And if Oxy didn't finish him up, the nade probably would have. Still trying to claim those fights, and Vic is just about evacuating, but the door's opened up, and Zephyr still committed. But that Armageddon's going to force you out into the open. And Vic does supply and help out all the way here. Derek's still alive, but not for much longer. Vic helping him out. Another fully claimed up fight, and Superman, they are aware of this guy's games. The lurk plays going to be shut down net. Too smart for it. 13-7 Cloud9. Very clean opening map from them.
Yeah, we talked about it earlier about this is like their big test, right? Their week 1 matches were kind of easy. These two opponents are on similar levels, but C9 just looked dominant that whole game. I mean, the only reason EG have 7 is because some, fortunate thrifties that got them some early rounds, keep their econ decent. That could have been like a 13-4 for C9, so dominant showing. And that's EG's map pick. Unlucky.
Yeah, it's a rough one.
We haven't seen EG playing Haven in a long time. Haven't seen them play Bind in a long time either. Unless they've been in the lab, this is going to be a very tough one to recover from. And C9 continue to impress me with their game plans on defense especially, but I was kind of enjoying what Imi was cooking with the walls on the attack side too.
Yeah. We're going to see them continue to be tested, I think, as well as we head into Haven. But it's going to be interesting to see what EG pull out on that map after, we haven't basically seen them for quite some time. We're going to be stepping away, but when we come back, the analyst desk is going to be taking over to break it all down for map number 1, so do not go anywhere.
Who's gonna stop me? Get it in road. Living the life I will keep on control. Giving it up to my people stand tall. You know the deal, I will give it my all.
Underrepresented on the move. Really wanna start me, let me through.
Take a risk, take a ride with me. Wanna flip society. Underdog overlooked. Underestimated, I don't lose. Take a risk, take a ride with me. On the edge, looking down from a cliff.
Trying to step forward to Kevin, he's being overwhelmed. Mitch, up from the side.
Superman's left alone. He was the catalyst for them in stage 1. Can he deliver for the Geniuses again? In a 1v2, tries to settle, and does.
I am standing by here with Imi before map 2. Map 1 win with a little loss of footing towards the end though, but what are you seeing that you're liking from the team, and what would you like to see heading into map 2?
We're sticking to the game plan, which is nice, and we're just playing our game, which is good. And I'd like to see us be a little bit more calm in situations, especially versus ecos when teams are flooding on us. That's what I want to see next.
You guys were attacking a lot harder, no 10-second clocks on that. Was that a big thing you came in working on today?
Yeah, it's just comp dependent really. Like they can't really stop us when we've got players that we have.
All right, good luck in map 2.
Welcome back, everyone. Time to break this one down. Cloud9 stealing away EG's map pick. We see them again on this map, but with a different composition this time around. They swapped the chamber out, much to all of our dismay. How do you feel about the comp? How did it work out for you? What do you make of this first map?
Yeah, I think it's what Amy was just talking about with Riv. It was basically a comp difference where even when Sideshow was mentioned during the cast, you're not playing against a Sentinel this time around. So with the players that you have, how active you could be, you're kind of just running into fighting as a group, and they were able to do that in pristine performances on the side of Cloud9. So don't be afraid of the opposition on the other side of the smokes, and just open it up with your aggression, and it worked out quite well.
I think it's interesting too that Cloud9 always felt like had control of how they wanted to play this with the tempo. Thinking about the Tejo as well on the other side, right? We talked about this being a surprise, seeing that chamber from week 1 into this Tejo. That was actually the defining thing about the meta before, about who's controlling the time, the delay that is going on. But it seems like Cloud9 knew exactly how they wanted to play. We're seeing some faster plays towards that Rebel fight towards in the last couple of rounds, and then we see them slowing it down and playing with a Viper wall.
Exactly, and when you looked at how EG were also playing a defense, they were still kind of playing stuck into angles where, yes, even though the caster mentioned they were getting 1 or 2 picks before falling down, you still have like some sort of a game plan bringing Tejo back into your composition here for EG that you might want to play into like some flood retakes. But if you're losing players in the process, it makes it even more difficult for you to have players to flood through with when C9 are just one gearing 4 or 5 players into the site. So you get better positions on the post plant for C9, and you're just able to win those fights a little bit more easily.
And of course, a key point of winning those fights is having players like Oxy. You're just shooting on a range right there. We talked about him heading into this map and into this game. We talked about how he managed to pick himself back up heading into stage 2, and he seems to be continuing on this trajectory.
And I love the way that Oxy has been playing. Again, we were a little bit concerned in stage 1 because we wanted to see not only him playing good, but playing great. The way that he's always been, even back then when he was playing for challenges. And this is exactly what happened here. I like that not only he's really good at finding those frags and being insane mechanically, but something that the casters were mentioning is that he's willing to be that man that goes in, that's taking the risk of maybe he's just gonna get traded, and that's it. That's sometimes his job as a Neon.
But if you're looking at 4 first kills, so getting great openers for the team, 22 and 15, which means he is playing great. He's getting the openers, he's getting the space, but also the supporting cast around that. How many times did we see multi-kills coming out from Zeppa, Net playing hero plays on the top of the B side as well, and then you still have everybody else getting a lot of multi-kills for the team, which worked out really well for C9.
It did indeed. Now let's hear what the opposition has to say. Gearing up for map number 2, here's Coach Potter with Riv.
I am here with Potter ahead of map 2, grabbing just about enough rounds to get yourself back in towards the end of that first map of your pick. What do you feel like the team was failing on executing there to get those last few rounds as a result?
Our confidence was shaky. From the start, you know, we were starting to warm up into it, but that 4v2 Thrifty that happened pretty early on in the first half really deflated us. And it happened again in the second half. It started as soon as we started getting some life in us. So going into map 2, we've got to start strong. We've got to start strong and be able to reset.
Awesome, Potter. Thanks so much for the insight. Good luck.
Well, let's talk about what's coming up, though. Haven. We haven't seen EG in a hot minute on Haven. What are the expectations on Cloud9's map pick?
Yeah, I think the thing that's cool about EG is that it became their perma-ban going into week 3. They were the team on stage 1 coming out with the Waylay, which worked out well against 2G. But after failing against 100 Thieves and failing against Sentinels, they decided to just put that bit in the back burner and start cooking different things. My expectation going into that map is maybe seeing Icy back on a Sentinel role so that Ye could play the Jet or play a different duelist that could help out for the team, since you saw Icy starting to play a little bit more Sentinels this time.
Yeah, there's a good possibility to see that. And I mean, Oxy also has options here. We've seen the Neon. We literally just saw the Neon, but before he was playing, he has been playing the Jet on top of Haven. So I feel like the possibilities are good for both of the sides. I'm more curious because we always know that Potter's cooking something, right? So when you see what Cloud9 has been doing, what they did in that week 1, it kind of leaves you wondering, Potter, what did you see? What are you cooking for this one?
But how much can Potter take away from that one? Because that was such a dominant showing in week 1 from Cloud9 against Furia, which quite frankly didn't do much pushback in that match. So as a coach, if you're looking at that match, are you having any takeaways here?
Nope, just play your own game going to that one, because you're coming in with a different prep for EG. Again, you haven't shown that map for about a month and a half or 3 months, as Slideshow was saying, so you have an opportunity to come out with a surprise.
That's a long time, and also, of course, a different meta we're playing in now. Brendan, Josh, and Valen will be back with Haven after a short break, so don't go anywhere. You don't want to miss it.
Oh, welcome back, everybody. We're going to be getting into things momentarily for map 2, which is Haven, and it's Cloud9 versus EG. Cloud9 currently leading.
Yeah, and I said before that we haven't seen EG play this map in 3.5 months, right? Back then they were playing Waylay. Now they've got Ye coming out playing Jet. Icy's going over to the Cypher, which we saw him play on, I think it was Ascent and Sunset previously, with Cloud9 running the Sky composition. I want to pick your brains, Valen, because you were the... I felt like you were the kings of the Breach meta, but Breach at the moment feels rough.
Yeah, it is hard to play. The timings are very whack, and a map like Haven where the timings are really tight to hit those Breach Sun windows, it being delayed even 0.2 seconds makes it feel like unplayable. That's why a lot of teams are going to the comps like C9 are playing with the Viper, and that's one that I favor here. The Viper wall is just going to make it hard for EG to get information on their defense and attack, honestly. Even though they're running the Sova, it's easy to manipulate the information when you just have a Viper wall going up and down on the A-line. So they're going to be starting off on defense, though, and right away I can already see some, like, I think Gen G, honestly, with the Viper Killjoy, have pioneered a lot of what I'm going to see just because they're like the first to do it in this meta. But yeah, man, I'm excited to see how the matchup goes. Usually the Viper comps always win, but it's Ye on Jet, so...
Ye on Jet, we'll see.
Ye on Jet might just carry.
We'll see.
Ye on Jet, I think, kind of went crazy when they were playing on Ascent, if I remember correctly, on the defense side when EG played against 2G. But he wasn't able to get much done on Sunset, so... Yeah, Ye versus Oxy, the old guard versus the new, I suppose.
We'll see it all kick off. I mean, slow going for now.
Potential fight over A lobby, actually. Icy might have a lot on his plate here.
Deep cam, though. There's a flash in your face.
And we're not going loud as C9. We're going kind of quiet. They don't really know what to expect here if you're EG. We're just going to go straight in.
Yeah, here it is. Yeah, updraft and a dash. Dart into the back as well. Full clearance into B. Plan 2, nothing to push this one back in. It's a 3-2-1 push through the smoke, and they do get a trade-off online, so EG have that advantage. Icy's feeling that pressure, the paranoia, there's no avoiding it. And he's going to be meeting his match. Plenty of bodies ready to clean up that kill.
He delayed them for a good while, though. These positions from Nature, Ye, and Derek are really unknown.
Yeah, he's going to be hearing all the footsteps.
Yeah, he's going to go for this late wrap, yeah.
Yeah, the timing could be his already. A lot of util has to be expended.
That smoke's dangerous, though.
That smoke, it is dangerous. Aftershock to buy a bit more time, and it's being watched for. Net, he's got his eye onto it, spotting out at least one of the players, and he wins out a critical fight. Mitch already sticking, right clicks. Nature, where the hell are you pulling this from? What is that? It's back from the brink.
3 right clicks in a row.
Yeah, my gun does not do that.
Yeah, that gun's free, by the way. Just letting you guys know.
Well, I mean, it doesn't have to be free. You could buy the bundle. And that way you paid for the classic, haven't you? Yeah. Does the G2 one do that?
Yeah, no, 100%. It's actually the best one.
Wait, that isn't even...
It has the best one.
Yeah.
The Prime?
The best right click is the G2 one. You should check.
He's not even using the EG bundle. I was doing that as a bundle sell, and he wasn't even using it.
I'll make them killjoy.
Riot, take away this guy's paycheck.
Yeah. I think EG will be pretty happy about that one. Saved from the brink, and C9 again, kind of right place, right time.
Derek spotted obviously there, right? I'm pretty sure he did.
He did.
He must have.
Well,
they haven't used the aftershock to clear close though. Swings out wide, still going to be toppling and falling. Oxy's trying to take a timing, I think, in the midst of all of that one. Stunned and slowed down to a crawl, but pure disrespect. EG realized that, okay, well, we should be able to make our way over towards A.
I like Oxy just greeding for that ult orb, getting good information that they're headed over towards Mitch. What do you think about this Viper wall versus the other one they were running on the pistol that's more of a flood C wall?
Yeah, I was going to note that as well because C9 is showing the front B wall to A. This is more of just like a... Oh, wow. This is more of just like a passive wall, make them side exec, and it's strong to hold the chokes, while the other one allows for more like random timings down mid. Like you can wall up, walk down mid. It kind of cuts off that grass and window clearance into mid.
Very good at blocking a Killjoy turret, but
yeah.
I mean, Icy can still get cams that go kind of past.
Right. Ideally, you want to start a guy in garage to try to break that camera every round. You can't let that get value as a defender. But yeah, I'm curious to see what C9 opts for because the play styles are different depending on what wall you use.
Okay, I'll see.
Clothesline.
Yeah.
From
Pace
the
of
top
the road
rope.
medicine.
Go on, get another.
Got a gun. Players are trying to square up to him.
Faking like he's running
however many
away.
credits that is, yeah. Faking like he's running away, cleaning up a few kills. Yay, though. Just sidesteps, takes the head off, but that's 2 players down.
Nature's getting close to that breach out. They're probably going to do another like C open again where they do that dart flash towards C, grab that orb, start playing with the breach ult.
1 away from having that online for a huge round. We've already seen some ridiculous classic right clicks.
W indeed.
But EG have got 4 Guardians, and then Nature, whose job it is just to collect an ult orb and maybe use his ult in this round, has only a Sheriff.
I read him like a book, dude. Get me in the game.
The absolute correct
That's a cool smoke, though, to put it on plat. I haven't seen that.
Ooh, Icy. Taking liberties over towards A. Does he expect the second player, though? Mitch is trying to take up a bit of that space towards A lobby. Vic even going for a peek of his own, but he's going to be dropped.
5v3, and you have the breach ult to be able to work with. Even with the lighter weaponry, EG should be able to win a bonus here. They've started out great.
Yeah, some confident peaks coming from C9, but EG's feeling it, just putting it right down.
Yeah, Mitch trying to play a bit of an off angle, trying to get ahead of the util. Nature's holding it. Thinks twice against using it.
Derek should be droning this, surely. Oh, they get away with it anyway.
Yeah, it's a nice shot from Nature. There could have been danger there, but now it just leaves it just to Zephyr and Net. They're already getting a bit of a move on towards A, but I mean, you've got no money to buy into the next at this point. In a 2v4, I don't think you can even really go for this.
Yeah, going for the save already.
But also, yeah, I mean, they haven't even forced out the breach ultimate. At least if the drone had taken contact with somebody, maybe you would have forced out Nature's ultimate. I mean, maybe not in a 4v2, but at least there would have been a chance of pulling out util like that. And now, C9 are just setting themselves up for getting ecoed again, even if they force, or, you know, the snowball can really happen here for EG on their attack side. And I didn't catch how the player died over towards A long.
Straight up fight, I think.
Icy just straight up fought him. I think he camped short, got insulated from short, and just took the long duel.
Yeah, because Mitch threw a flash into A lobby, I believe, but it's not like this C9 composition is actually going to apply too much pressure in A lobby.
Yeah, right. Your only tools are like maybe the snake bite if you want to throw it from long and an omen flash from short.
enemy remaining.
Other than that, like Sky Flash is doing nothing.
Oh,
Damn,
not even
Superman's
feeling
feeling
the guns.
That's worst case scenario for Cloud9.
And EG are going to feel confident coming into this. Potter was talking about the confidence getting knocked a little bit on Lotus on their map pick, especially after they lost that 4v2 where they had
Enemy remaining.
all of the opportunities to win.
And no save! And no save!
And they say he's right.
Oh.
Well,
I don't need it.
This is going to be a tough one. I think C9's job here would be to make it difficult enough that you do drag out the breach ultimate.
It's a deep push down mid contact from C9. Risky business with the Sheriffs. But gonna take risks, I think, if you want to win on a round like this.
Alarm bot broken immediately. Nanoswarm goes down as well, over towards C. Zeppa just trying to puff his chest up, make it feel like there's a bit of a defense going on, but this drone is going to call this bluff, I think. They're not going into it just yet, though.
Yeah, smokes up in your face. Slower play could be, I mean, listen, a bit painful maybe if EG slip up here, especially with Oxy so forward.
Yeah, this is a really deep position.
He's only held back by the trip for now. They're going to explore.
for the
Walking into it. Ooh. I want to say a bit unlucky for Oxy there, but honestly, Superman does clean him up. And now moving over towards the A site. Yeah, with Mitch getting picked off, it's just clinical at this point. EG, they're still not looking to commit
I want
to
to
a,
note
to
something.
a
So
side.
like EG on this map, which isn't their pick, are actually playing really good macro, inserting their outlaw at C, going back, re-clearing window, re-clearing A line. But on Lotus of their own map pick, I saw a lot of 4-1ing and not this slow style, not trying to manipulate the rotates and, you know, dot their I's, cross their T's. But right now they look really good, man.
Even getting past
They've
net
been in
there.
the lab for sure on this map.
It
What,
is
what did you
unusual.
say, Josh? 3.5 months or something?
3.5 months since the last time that they played on Haven, and that time they were running, I think it was Icy on the Waylay.
On the Waylay, yeah.
So they've really shifted stuff up as well. It seems like, you know, a few teams have swapped around roles and stuff recently, but it does feel like Ye is more the primary duelist on the team now. I mean, Icy we just saw play Raze on Lotus, so I'm not saying every single map, but it does feel like quite a lot of them. Especially where they're playing this archetype of the double initiator with a Cypher kind of comp.
Big lead, Oxy. Operator in his hand. He's not going to be getting any action, though. It's all towards A.
They're taking A so easily here, EG, I feel. Even if they're coming back here in the mid-round. I'd like to see C9, I think, fight over A lobby with 3 or 4 players in some of these rounds, but Oxy's taking his operator towards C, maybe expecting them to be defaulting in that direction. This is the round, though, for Nature to just use the ult.
Straight shots. Icy.
I like that Zeppa picked up his turret. So
Yeah.
Good job.
Yeah, puts it on a slightly shorter cooldown, 20 seconds instead of 40, so he'll have that back up in just a jiffy. And that'll give him a bit of peace of mind, sorry. But this is probably going to be the A exec, right?
Derek's looking to the sky. Cross map dart, sending it over towards A. The spikes in their laps though as well, but Cloud9 have stacked this with bodies. They've got a presence already. The paranoia is just going out preemptively. 3 shots.
Doesn't catch Mitch.
Forwards and Mitch. Oh, he's just running straight in. That's so smart from him into the cloudburst. And oh my goodness! What a transfer. Snakebite doing good work there as well, but a vulnerability making it just that much easier.
Yeah, great positioning and read from C9, knowing the breach ult's most likely going to hit that backside, left side area, that graffiti wall. Get that ace, bro.
Yeah, Derek's not getting away with that one.
When's the last time Mitch had an ace? I don't remember.
He actually kind of
5 years
popped
ago?
off. He popped off when he was playing Haven before. He feels confident on the sky, I think. But
Yeah.
I think you're right. I don't think he got an ace there. Yeah, it might have been 2020.
On this guy.
Nice to be spotted. Yeah, no ace for now.
Good round from C9.
It is. He gets him back on the board. 1 round. It's flawless as well, so all the guns intact. That is best the round as they could hope for.
I'm a little bit confused, though, why Derek was sending the dart from Zimbabwe to land
and not getting
back
involved
Haven.
in the actual hit.
Yeah,
I hate those darts, bro. It's like, we're coming A, we're coming A, we're coming A, we're coming A. Lands. Like, you just hear it or you see it.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. They sent the paranoia out before any other U-2 was used because they could see the dart coming over.
It feels like the kind of one that you want to be using as a fake, if anything. And even then, maybe it's a bit obvious. But, hey, Not too bad so far from EG. They're up 4-1. They just slightly wasted a breach ultimate round. And Oxy versus Ye in mid.
Take a peek there. Knives aren't going to be doing much against that one. Oxy. Operator in his hands. He's got the more. He's got for seconds. He claims it. He takes it. Revealed up. We'll have to respect that dart in his face. Deep smoke as well makes it a little bit more awkward. But EG already down 2 players. It's difficult for them. I think the Nanos one was broken there, so not going to be shifted off, or maybe not.
Yeah, I think it was broken, actually. And Icy just secured all of this space. He's taken down the turret. Zephyr feeling the pressure from C-Long as well, though. Now he has a smoke, he'll be able to reposition.
Potential help as well coming from C9. They are nearby.
Seeker's cleared out all the way down A-Long. I mean, Mitch is really confident not to call for help on this side of the map.
EG calling for a pause, hoping there's some re-exploration, but yeah, Mitch's util is not getting any acknowledgement. They know that these players are going to be sitting. What a timing there from Icy. Reveal up net. Managed to dart in time, but Oxy's got his eyes on that target, on that line of sight. My God, man. It's ripping them apart. One player left to stand, 1 bullet in the op, and an ace is potentially his, but Derek's going to be making moves elsewhere. First contact's going to be taken by different players here, and they've got this one locked up. Lovely work by Cloud9.
Very clean.
I like the attempt from EG. I like the attempt, though. They went down 3v5, and you kind of just slow the round down. A lot of other teams would panic, just try to speed up the C-split and just get blundered, but they took their time, tried to find kills. Didn't end up going their way, but you know, I like to see that. They're taking the pace in their own hands, slowing it down, and from there, like, trying to work little kills, but it didn't work out. Good round from both teams.
Oh, Oxy's operator goes back over towards C. It's an area that he hasn't really found too much contact on, but at the same time, he just then controls that whole seed line and allows the rest of his team to worry about the rest of what's going on.
C9 and Muda setup up as well.
C9 are actually anticipating a B end here, early round. They've got 2 players, including Vic tucked. And that smoke, making them worried about Superman for just a moment. But no longer. Look how much confidence they have in Oxy.
Look at the way he's playing. Pushed all the way up. It's vital that net holds on to garage control.
Yeah, this is where the Viper Wall gets so much value in contesting that garage default, where you're trying to get the Sova drone in with the smoke, put some pressure, but wall goes up, Molly can come out, and you full deny it. And combo with the Skydog, you're going to get good information, but they only saw Cypher, so they don't know too much about the round yet.
EG also doesn't quite know, though, that the Killjoy setup is over here. They'll probably hear the turret over here, but...
Moved. Nanoswarm plays for the Cloudburst dash as well. It's a little bit deeper. Lambot can get triggered up. See Orb up in his place. Now Stun does not get the connection off. There's a gap that Mitch can play in. Stalled out entirely. Yeah, updraft. He's flashed up. Blind as anything. He was trying to get involved at least. But Superman, he's taking matters up into his own hands forwards. EG dissecting the site. At a moment's notice there.
Real slow take.
C9's game, yeah, it was very slow, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, they baited out the defensive pieces of utility quite nicely, actually. And Ye's Cloudburst offering an opportunity for Superman to get in, almost as the Omen doing the Jet's job. But I think Vic and Oxy should be locked out of this round. Oxy's going to want to hold on to the operator, and EG have just secured themselves a round. That really feels like EG figuring out how C9 want to be throwing their defensive util and maneuvering around it.
I think them knowing that the turret was A and the alarm bot going off just gave him that like instant sense of, hey, we have to bait out mollies, and actually the Viper rotated in too, so like, yeah, their play pattern fell perfectly into that site hold. But by now they have to know that the op has been C. You haven't seen the op like any rounds besides when Oxy got that 4K from B. So maybe we take more risk at A. Maybe we walk up A a little bit more as the Cypher, because it's so far the op has never been A. And it seems like he's running C again, so yeah. Maybe if they key in on that.
Time was paused.
Well, this could be a tag timeout. I mean, potentially, right? Because I could see Imi wanting to get involved. He was talking a lot about them sticking to the game plan and that being a big thing. Here it is. Yeah. So Imi was saying during the coach interview that one of the big things he liked was that they were sticking to the game plan. If the game plan revolves around getting Oxy posted towards C and allowing the rest of the team to hold elsewhere, then that's all well and good. But if the game plan needs adjusting, that's what the tag timeouts are for, where you shift things around a little bit. I mean, where would you like to see him play? Is this one of those situations where when you're playing against a comp that isn't a Viper, you get a lot of value on the A lines?
Yeah, definitely. But honestly, he's getting a lot of value because he's controlling so much map space. I mean, if you're C9, that's not a terrible round. You lost the site hold, but you had 3 there. You had people in the right positions to hold it.
The macro worked.
Yeah, the macro was still good. Maybe you want to activate Oxy a little bit, put the pressure on EG by having like literally run at you. So if they want to go that route, you might see him take like more short, aggressive lines or put pressure on Icy as the Cypher working that A. But honestly, I don't hate the macro from C9. They just gotta maybe play like different positioning or go for more like pop flash plays. Maybe have the Sky go for more like pop flashes through the smoke or through the orb.
Yeah, I mean, a reclear setup over towards A with the Sky Flash would be quite nice to see as well. But that would always, in my head, be Oxy leading that. Like, he's the guy activating off the back of the Flash, and when he's just been... You're right, he's getting a lot of like macro value, but he's honestly not getting involved in as many fights. And when you've got a player as talented as Oxy, you do sometimes just want to get him involved a bit more in what's going on. But they've kept him over towards C, and to be honest, it's a very similar looking defensive setup, at least at the beginning.
Yeah, it is. Maybe Mitch playing a bit more aggro. Seeing if he can punish the early cam that Icy's been placing, but Icy's looking towards mid instead.
He also didn't throw an early flash into A lobby, so he might be saving that for a reclear.
Yeah.
I mean, he's saving it.
Over.
Yeah, just sends one over there for a little bit of information.
Yeah, EG's doing the classic open A, insert 3, and have Cypher Sova go pressure mid a little bit. But the problem they ran into twice now is that they never, first time they didn't break the alarm bot in garage. Now this time Net has placed himself in garage, so he feels very comfortable at that C side of the map. So they're going to have the read to be able to get on A. It just comes down to Mitch being able to flood in time with a good flash to help. And
Nano Swarms, I think, for delay too. Well, first one's deaded. EG were good to wait it out last time. Smoke down, breach stern onto the one side, dart into the back needs to be dealt with. I mean, like a few of these players with that paranoia, it's all delayed, but perfect in timing for Ye to really capitalize!
Come on!
And come online!
Dude, Ye's scaling is so good as well because he's doing this slow scale. He's not dashing into the site, into a cloudburst. He's just using his smokes kind of to allow himself a safe passage, tuck himself into a corner. It means he dodges the mollies. It means that he's not getting caught by, you know, like, if he does get caught by a paranoia, he's not too far away from the rest of his team. He's got backup. I don't think this would work against everyone, but I think it's a really nice idea against the way that C9 are trying to play.
Yeah, definitely. It's a good read on C9's comp too. If you're just dashing in and the rest of your team gets stuck behind mollies or Viper Wall or whatever
then
it
you're
is,
stuck.
You're cooked. But he's taking his time and finding those kills too. He's looking good.
And I think that also just is a nice way for Ye to play in general. Like, when I think about Ye, I do think about that slightly slower tempo style that he made
notoriously
insane on Chamber, right? Where he was just kind of going from angle to angle. But compared to a player like Oxy, who's probably just going to go, you know, as deep as he possibly can on some of these engages, it is a very different style of entering that's working nicely.
That first kill, like everything there.
Yeah.
He got flashed as well by Mitch, I believe. Yeah, I mean, that's what we're talking about.
Okay.
Yeah, he's like, all right, listen, I know Imi wants me to just get good value for the info, but let me fight. Oh, look at the read, though.
Oh, they're immediately moving away from it. Over towards C.
Dude, they're in his head.
That's
they're in
tragic
the
when that happens.
Are we going to Viper alt C, though? Maybe we...
Yeah, okay. Drone.
Are we going to pull a 5-man contact into this, or...?
Drone is going to be expiring
they've
soon
pushed
enough.
him out.
No way you go for this.
Okay.
Yeah, Ye getting anticipated, getting chunked down from a little bit of the decay and then falling. And now this definitely will throw a wrench into EG's plans because they haven't taken that A space early. If they want to go and reclear this area, Oxy's going to be the bait and play Mitch in. I guess you could try to NB. That's what EG are going for. Might be the best idea to play that just with the Sova off post.
Aftershock into the corner. Turret's gone. Not a perch to play on top of. Vic is going to be feeling pressured now. Tested! Zepper delivers, though, alongside him, shoulder to shoulder. That's everybody cleaned up.
That's great, but what do you now do when you don't have the Viper ult online? Because that was one of the key reasons why that round worked. Because you had Oxy on A and you had the Viper pit on C. If the pit isn't down, are we just going to see EG group up for that self-same idea and go for a C-pop again?
Yeah, I want to see Net do that wall. He's doing it that allows you to kind of hold that back sight ground at C. So they still have their layers to work with. Oxy's going back towards the C
He's back
side.
to C. He had one round on A, didn't see anybody, and he's back over here.
Back to the game plan.
Might get a chance, but yeah, he's just holding for the push.
Fake A pressure with a brick smoke from EG. And Oxy walks up, maybe into Ye's sightline.
Yeah. Creeping ever closer. Oh, there's going to be a shot to clear you first, though. That needs to be managed with. What a corner to find yourself in. Aftershock, full util, being sent your way. No one to take care of the dart! And the Hunter's Fury are throwing the bloody kitchen sink at him to reveal it and to remove him.
Dude, that recon is sick, though, to catch Oxy on the side there. After he'd already used 2 of his cloudbursts and you catch him in retreat, he had a chance to hit a shot, but it was a crazy shot. Like, he would have had to really crank his arm to get that one. And EG are in a 5v3.
Yeah, locking it down. Side controllers there's plan online. 3 players grouped up from Cloud9. They're looking to see if they can make a go of this one. Potentially if they get kills, they have ults to expect.
Having all this
I see! Wow. What a timing. Here's a dog strikes back. Wasn't defended kindly, and Vic is the last one left now. Gotta try and live in this spot, but listen, take a few down with you while you can. EG in full control.
Derek Sova util that round was literally perfect. Drone off the op, follow-up dart like Josh said, and that Sovault that connected onto net just gives him more info of where to look onto the site, so that looks pretty easy for him.
It does feel like EG are almost in the C9 comps because, you know, they go for a C hit as Oxy rotates to A. Okay, it doesn't work because the Viper's pit. But now they do the A fake into reading exactly Oxy's push-up on C. So this op has been, like, pretty heavily countered.
Very negated here. Throwing on a flash forwards.
He's so confident.
Yeah, he really wants to fight. He's been tagged twice. He's been getting nothing done from this spot. Feeling like he really has to make the play.
That's insane from Oxy. Literally tagged twice with a drone, and he's still on the same angle.
He's moving away from it now. Oh, no.
Yeah, but how does Derek come this to the rest of the team? No, I didn't shift Oxy off the angle. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, that's so annoying when you're the solo player and use your drone for no value like that, and you know he's holding it. And they're just going to opt to go for the A hit, but maybe the wrong call because he knows he has C still.
Yeah,
we'll see the setup.
Vic in the corner. Flash. Vic in the corner. His barrel poking forwards. An attempt at a trade. It's not an attempt. It is coming to fruition. Icy gets it given up. And again, contact slow down, moving forwards inside that. Oh, a bit of a spam and connection. Icy is down to barely anything whatsoever. And he's trying to swap around that weaponry, but Ace Short going to be dominated. Zeppa! Oh my goodness. He's lucky almost that he died in that moment. He was almost there as a net is going to be creeping up from behind. The blades are out. And Oxy, he's seeking to strike straight back where it hurts. Slicing and dicing through them. Superman isolated into that 1v2. He's got to find these kills, but how the hell do you do it? Updraft up towards the top, snaps towards it. Oxy doing backflips and he leaves it to the 1v1. Superman versus Net. Ring around the rosies, Net wins it out.
He was trying to reposition himself into long there. It would make it so hard for Net to know what side he's taking, but he, you know, good job from Net to check his back real quick. Damn, that was a good 1v1.
It's a nasty shot as well to at least make it winnable.
Very opportunistic from Oxy coming out through heaven with the knives. I mean, a bit of a scramble round here. Zeppa running back into his own short, hoping that he'd got past all of the players, thinking that it was only Icy. Thinking that he might be able to get a really weird ultimate going on there that could be used for the retake, or at least to allow Flood players to come through. And now Nature's got his second Breach ultimate online. So, final round of the half, you get another opportunity to go for this one. Zeppa still has that retake ult and a very different Viper wall as well. This one is bonkers from Net.
Classic 4-man A.
Yeah, big push up from Cloud9 here, looking to take the space that is a lobby.
It's the delayed one though, like they did on the pistol.
Missed the corner. The dog not spotting it. Icy. You can absolutely clean up here, but the smoke's going to be fading away. Dissipating, shorty in your face. Net was that bait. Plays himself in the team in. Hello, Zeppa. He's up onto the high ground.
Dude, I would stay up there. I would stay up there.
We should have stayed there, I think. Unexpected here. EG, though, have flipped it up.
Spike planted.
Got that C side. It's open, and it's theirs.
Cypher ultimate just gave them so much value. Hard retake, but they have Paranoia.
Looking to square up here as well. Paranoia swoops forwards, going to be cutting away the vision. Cloudburst to try and at least play Zeppa in, but he's dropped down and out, chopping these players to pieces now. Blades in Ye's hands, but bullets left to try and do good work with it. It's in a 1v2. Up against the Smokers. Gonna be able to at least try and make this play happen. 8 bullets left. It's dropped down and trying to take the fight to Ye, who put you in your place.
Oh, damn. I mean, he doesn't even swap over to the knives at the end there. He's got barely any bullets in his gun, but he is so calm and patient with the aim. That is a nice half from Ye. 1 kill per round. He's back.
He's back. That's a big clutch, too, to get the 8. Every time you get 8-4, it makes the second pistol, like, not as significant, you know?
Yeah.
If you go 5-7, other team wins pistol, it's a tied-up game, but now it gives EG some leeway. Because this is going to be an attack-dominant side for C9. I mean, they're...
Good around, good around.
You got to imagine.
But yeah, this Viper comp,
we're going to see what happens on the other side of things here as well. Beautiful ending towards the half for EG, trying to stay alive in this series.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Let's get this one started then. Cloud9 are going to be looking to see if they can scrap back. They're 4 rounds down right now. But, you know, just before we went to the second half as well, here and now, Valen, you were talking about the Viper War and this composition in general on Haven. A lot of people think of it in a defensive manner, but it's really not, is what you were kind of describing.
Yeah, I mean, especially when you're going against a double initiator jet comp, that comp's win condition is to try to flood as hard as they can. And what does the Viper Killjoy do perfectly? Anti-flood. Molly's on spawn, orb on spawn.
Yeah.
You have excess of those, so you can really lock out people and isolate the anchors to just take your time and kind of dissect them. Not only that, I mean, the Viper Wall going up and down in the mid round is going to make Derek's life miserable. His information grab at A is going to be really hard, and they're going to have to naturally strong side A throughout the start to the end of the round because they just don't know if they're going to be A lobby, A short. And you even see on the pistol here, they're opting for like 3A off the rip, so.
Deep dash forwards. Yeah, no slowing down here for Cloud9. They're eager to try and draw out some of that flood paranoia. Misses. No! Oh my, the bodies are falling. Toppled and collated. Doubled up from EG. They've got a defensive position as they got this lockdown. That's a spike in A short too.
They were so insanely ready for that.
Yeah. And how do you even expect Omen to buy a TP on pistol round like that and be up top on the box? I would never. But props to EG, that was a fire setup.
Yeah, they completely destroyed them there with that. I really felt like they were anticipating Oxy going fast down short. 5v3 on the pistol. Rough times for C9. In slower moments as well, Mitch's calling did run into some issues with the clock against Furia on this half of Haven. Something that Imi said he wasn't too worried about because they were focused on playing calmly when the clock was low. This trip's a nightmare as well.
Well, they will be able to skirt past, but I think the back of the head potentially spotted maybe.
Timing's everything
right, yeah, I think he's missed the timing. Oh, just spotted the backs.
It's good info.
Here. Hold on, there's knives out. Yeah, I mean, Net is going to be finding, or trying to find at least a bit of a kill. There's one found on the other side of things. Plant down on top of it. Zephyr, though, is miles away. He's got to get a bit of a move on here. EG could speed up.
Zephyr expecting them to go and re-clear them.
There's a chance at least. Bullets flying forwards, at least into garage. Long-range artillery coming colliding down. And now the dissect begins. EG are just absolutely swarming them. Zephyr, they got to know he's miles away. Got the kill earlier. They know that he's going to be late to the scene. And now you have peace of mind. Sticking that plant down. Yeah, he's going to be doing spins and twirls, but it's all clinical. EG, great start for the pistol.
And that's the benefits of playing slow. Even when you're down 3v5, I mean, I felt when EG got a bit tense. I mean, when Zeppa gets that kill, they plant the bomb on C. You have 2 isolated 1v1s in garage and in spawn, so it kind of got dicey. I mean, they closed it out, but that's why people play slow, man. You can win any 5v3 in this game if you just try to play it slow and calm.
Another force coming out here.
Yeah.
This time for C9. Worked well for EG on map 1, though, of course, the end score didn't go their way. Zeppa going for no armor stinger.
Oxy might be feeling the heat here. Players moving towards him. He's got the outlaw. Oh, no.
Everybody on EG buying as well, giving respect to the fact that C9 could be going for this. They are a team that's known for occasionally doing it. Not as much as you guys, Valen, but occasionally.
Yeah, in split 1, we were doing that like every time we lost pistol. Now it's like 50-50. I won't say when we do it.
Okay.
There's conditions. There's
don't give anything away.
Okay.
When you think the other team are scrubs, that's the
Honestly, you're onto something, bro. You're onto me. You're onto me.
Oxy's going to be posted. Just slowly seeing if you can take it piece by piece, but EG have got a pretty good idea of things. Guns out. Trying to take this one, but Yuto's flying forwards. Great flash, great paranoia on top of it. It's C9 trying to at least make some claim towards the rest of the site. They're cleaning up the rest of these players. Now Oxy picking up that upgrade. Close quarters is where it's going to thrive. Icy, blink of an eye, scrambling towards the site. He's running, guys, what went wrong?
Yeah, I mean, look at this Viper up as well. This is what you were talking about earlier on, Valen, in terms of trying to get back in through this kind of utility is difficult.
Yeah. And also from EG, I want to see them play more anti-flash spots. I mean, you're going against the Sky comp, and there's a smoke at long. And I saw 2 people facing that smoke, so I don't think they understand their win cons yet on these site holds. And they probably will now after they lost that round.
I mean, but I think they might have both been hit by the Paranoia and the Sky Flash as well. Like, a huge amount of flash utility getting towards them on that site exec.
Yeah, props to C9 for knowing how to position that. And look at Oxy just entering with the Outlaw, bro. That's crazy.
Then he upgrades to a Spectre, I suppose.
Upgrade, downgrade.
Yeah, breaks his ankles, dude.
Yeah. Let's go, baby. Let's go.
Yeah, that's a big one. And also the same kind of tentative look. This won't be tentative, though. EG probably going to be fighting over this at A lobby.
Squaring up. It's going to be a skirmish for sure. Here we go. It's delayed with the stun. But that Nanoswarm is good. Pushes back EG. Unable to really step up and take the fight towards A short like they wanted to.
Yeah, he's the only one with the Sheriff. He was the danger player. He got stopped.
Gonna try and stop this. 2 bullets to the dog. Straight down and out. Cloudburst to the corner.
Don't know what that's doing.
Yeah, maybe just feigning like he wanted to cut it up entirely, but they're just holding for the refeed. Yay. No more dash to work with. It's gone, evaporated. The pause called for by Cloud9. It comes to fruition again. They're just waiting for EG to play into their hands.
From here, C9 are just going to take their time. You're up 5v3. Eco, take little risk. But, you know, going for those reclear plays from EG are... I want to see if they do it more. I mean, they still have both their trips up and a deep cam at C, so you don't really need those plays yet. It's eco round, so they're trying to find something, but I hope they don't play like that in the future rounds. It's going to be really tough for them. You got to let your sense of util just play for you sometimes.
C9 so far on their attack as well, focused pretty heavy around doing these kind of slow A focused rounds. I suppose on the pistol they went fast A, straight down short, but just in general everything's been A focused for them early on. Are you expecting to see a pivot in this next one? I mean, I would imagine that Mitch is going to change things up, considering that he's got lighter weaponry, opportunity for one of those like delayed bonus rounds here, and just throw EG off if they do make an adjustment based on the A pressure so far.
Yeah, and on top of what you're saying, they have the best tool for that, like, respect towards A. They have Viper Wall now, so EG are naturally going to be scared about A bomb site losing it like 2-3 rounds in a row, and now the Viper, like, it just puts the Viper in full effect, so we're definitely going to see, like, maybe a flash on A long with a smoke and then go back into garage control, just try to push-pull EG's rotates.
Yeah, it could put a lot of pressure on Icy because he's the player with utility and with his positioning that's been holding down the other side of the map, like over towards garage, over towards C. Actually a timeout being taken here by EG.
Good job. Hey, good job calming it down. We just need to be calm, that's all.
Yeah, I respect that from Mitch. I think that's what Imi was talking about last week as well when they played on the attack side of Haven. They wanted to be very calm and slow, controlled in these moments. They ran into clock problems last week, but today, it's just been across the 2 rounds that we've seen, 14 and 15, just slow, calm, controlled, disciplined, not really worried about the clock too much whatsoever. A better look.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair though, EG was giving them kind of early first bloods in those rounds that they played calm.
Right.
We need to see how they approach the clock when it's 5v5 with 50 seconds left, you know, when you have to make more steps happen. And I like that EG took a timeout early. I mean, Potter still has another one to work with. I'm assuming that she's like pre-firing the comms of, yo, expect them to just like show A and go garage, stay disciplined, like try not to over-rotate, which is hard against a Viper comp. But yeah, early timeouts like that we don't see often, but I think they're good. We'll see what they pull out here.
See if it turns it around. Momentum on the side of Cloud9, but EG's still up.
I mean, already a bit of an adjustment in terms of Ye going and anchoring with Icy on C. So maybe expecting a bit of that A pressure back into the Jet. I do think Jet ends up being a really good site anchor on C a lot of the time to pair with the Cypher.
Yeah.
Huge gap in mid.
It is, yeah.
Toxins going up.
Rush B's the call.
Me when I'm walling. That's going to be lurking his way in.
Yeah,
They'll
that's
make
getting
it
really
very,
aggressive down short.
Very difficult for EG. Like you said, they really have to heavy stack of bodies over towards the A side.
It just gives them an option in the late round as well, if they need to go back into net.
There's one trip dealt with, Oxy. Hunting for signs of life. Icy's not going to be giving him anything.
Well, now you're incentivized to go and re-clear over towards Garage. That's what EG will be thinking about. So maybe net can activate, or maybe they can just pop into B.
Flash and the pop, yep. Updraft into the dash. Site's all theirs, all cleaned up now. EG going to be playing it for the retake.
And net's going to go on the longest wraparound. No? He's starting to back up, actually. I thought he was going to try to find his timing through A.
Potentially thinking about it, but hoping he hasn't been timing himself. Ye is for the right time to strike. Thinks twice about stepping past Garage. The site needs to be a bit more pressure coming through from them. Cloudburst try and cut it up. That is just stray shots and fire. Vic is online right now. He's hitting them right where it hurts. The attempt at the retake completely dampened, and Cloud9, they're going to be claiming another.
Almost too easy there, I think, for C9. The ability to get into B fairly uncontested. I mean, my mind was elsewhere. I'm not sure whether Nature used his Aftershock to try to create that timing pressure and make them go for the second tap of the spike, but it did feel like they just got in pretty much for free.
Yeah. The right adjustment from EG here would be to put Derek more towards like B and A-Link, because like I talked about earlier, his information grab at A is really unreliable due to the Viper util. So he needs to be checking those mid timings, drone mid, like get your teammates in position to be able to flood B or contest B a little bit. It can't be that free for them. It's going to be like C9's playground if that's how we're playing.
Yeah, I like that idea. I also think EG looked a little slow in terms of regaining information over towards Garage or even A. Kind of offered them up that timing, but it's lovely calling from C9. Can't argue with that.
Little one way. All picked up. Vic could use this. So a bit of concern. Good ult into spawn on Haven. Anything that they can cook up with it.
Small adjustment as well in terms of Ye's positioning, right? He's managed to tuck himself into a deep position around A lobby. So if they go back over here, remember that C9's composition doesn't have a drone. It does have a dog, though, and nobody's playing alongside him to break that.
Here it comes. What a shot. Okay.
He doesn't need anyone.
He's caught, though.
Is he going to go up? Oh, he saw it for a second.
That's nasty. Superman going down in the meantime.
Wait. Derek, I mean, he's just out there jiggling what for info?
Yeah.
Just thinking that he hasn't heard it any sound over towards A long, so C9 we're probably backing.
Push. You've got to adjust those shots, but Ned is going to be sharp on top of it. Bit of a team flash, no worries though, no one's home.
And C9 again, credit to them, calm in these kind of moments. They've lost Oxy, who's the tip of the spear and often the most proactive, active player for them on the team. But they're still just really diligent with what they're doing. Grouping up together, making their way forwards, net covers the flank. Everything looks calm and in control for the C9 team, despite the fact that they're down. And down fairly heavy, actually, at the half.
You got to think, lost pistol, force up. Off the back of it, though, Cloud9 clawing it back.
Yeah, this was a 9-4 game at some point. And C9 have now got the gap back to only 1. And to be honest, they look like they're the ones that are in control of this.
Yeah, I want to see EG pick up an op here so they can try to cover more ground. Op towards like B or C is going to help them a lot to keep numbers towards A and still have strong like B control or C control.
They finally
do it.
They finally have the money, but here's Potter with the second timeout as well. So you're a fan of the early timeout call when it's needed.
Yeah.
But here, you're burning both timeouts.
Hey, we're keeping that Bulldog for the rest of the game, all right?
Yeah, I mean, I think a strat for her right now is maybe just to think like, you know, if she burns her last time out here, wins a couple, like wins 1 or 2 rounds because of her adjustment, and then C9 call a timeout later.
Yeah.
Like in the late game, that's where she can talk again. But yeah, it always is nice to have it at like the last step of the match. But you know, sometimes you don't like what you hear as the coach. You're waiting for some good signs, maybe some good adjustments from the boys, and you're not hearing it, so you just have to attack.
Does it ever throw you off when you as the IGL have a read on what's going on and the coach hits a timeout and is like, no, hold on.
Yeah. We've had those moments, and sometimes I'll even be on mic like, don't pause.
Right.
But yeah.
Just because at that point you feel like you have a flow, you have a read of what's happening?
Yeah, and like Josh is also really smart. Like he'll wait for us if he hears green flags about what we're calming in the round, even if we're losing, sometimes he won't tack.
Right.
But if he doesn't like what he's hearing, he's clicking that button.
Yeah.
Well, this is unusual, isn't it?
Yeah, this is a very different setup. I mean,
stacked with 4 bodies.
Are they going to show Ye and bait them into C? Or I really don't know what this defensive setup is going to look like here.
A bit bizarre. Over the top though with a Shocky. A lot of players with stray shots and fire. Got to be careful though. Could get your head clean off.
Maybe it was just supposed to be an ult orb punish. Looking for the tag, looking for a potential ultimate, because there were a few players, 1 away, 2 away.
Flashing the drone to push him back into the spot, but yeah, they've missed the time on it. No one sticking around over towards C. Instead, it's Cloud9 clearing up over towards A. Good clearance of the dog too.
But now that they have Ye posted on C, these initiators can start rotating over towards the other side of the map. It's a really passive setup from Icy, just pure A retake, with a cam for retake as well.
Towards Heaven now.
Well, that's wild.
Vic has just stuck that one entirely as well. Needs the rest of his team to help him out. Paranoia gets a connection. Smoke. Heaven dropping down to rejoin the rest of his team. Completely open access towards this side. Derek a little bit later with a Hunter's Fury. Good connection. No one to walk C and trying to just pre-aim. Find his mark. It's not going to be finding it at whatsoever. This pit is going to be a nightmare to work in. And against here, retaking with the operator. As I say that, Derek, these are just stray shots that he's popping off and already trying to get into the fight. There's a cloudburst down onto the floor, but it's all managed here by Cloud9. He got eyes on it. Derek blindly firing, and he's a lottery ticket after this one. EG, that's a pit drop down into a 2v2. Not for those shots, but time's starting to tick away from them here, and the post-plan positioning is good. Time definitely ticking. It's a TP4s to try and cut this one up, and as well, sticking it. Derek! It's no longer for the world, and yeah, there is just no time to work with. It's another 1 round out here for Cloud9. Everything committed by EG.
What's going on there, though? I mean, you've got 1 player trying to save the op and 1 player trying to stick the defuse. You're going for completely opposite goals. And I've got to be honest, I don't understand the setup as well. You're playing, maybe, as far as I can tell, to deny the C ult orb so that Net can't get pit online, maybe? But then you're offering the plant for free on A, so he can just get the pit on A for free. Very unusual call, I think, from Potter in the timeout there. I don't really know what she was cooking.
They also won off the Seekers too, so they're trying to deny both. But yeah, they definitely didn't account for the A hit with Viper ult. Just impossible to retake that.
Oh, yeah, he's got a knives out. It's a smoke in your face though. Could wait for a play. Dart and an updraft potentially. Yeah, okay, gets broken. He's found a target. That's Vic decapitated.
He has been hitting.
You will not be taking that gun. Out of bounds. It's 1 kill. Might need a few more though.
The ecos were working well for EG on Lotus.
Exploring. Dog up, broken early. Stun into the corner on top of it, but EG don't want to really scrap.
Poison's off. I've got your trail.
Seekers popped. At 58 seconds when the team isn't really grouped up, just info to see if A is stacked.
He's hard committed and stuck this over towards A. They have so many bodies over towards this.
They thought it was an A exec. It wasn't. It was just for info.
It's broken open most of the side as well. Trip's going to be dealt with. B plan is theirs. That's a shot for the wall, and it does find his target. Net Dropped down to barely anything. The K, but healed up there by Mitch. Zeppa's ready. Knock down, drop down. Gonna be clearing out now, pushing out most of these players, and it forces the issue. EG have to try and take this one a bit faster and looser than they were perhaps ready for. No one really ready to break this one. They're all gonna be getting detained in a moment. Not gonna break it whatsoever. Derek can't even scurry away in time. Icy's the one who has to really fill in the gaps now. Getting a bit of a move on. Now that's one broken in time. Playing against this one into the post. The Cage at least obfuscates and hides, but spamming away, tapping away with the rifles in hand. Icy sticking, he's found himself half, but with barely any health to work with. It's Cloud9 who've taken the lead.
A nice round from C9 there in terms of managing to find their opening onto B. EG with light weaponry, I think, again, I can't be too harsh in terms of how they're defending the B side, but with rifles online, I want to see this shifted up a little bit, because I feel like Mitch at this point is going to get a read that B just seems like the freest site to be able to go towards. They're not just getting in
Let's go, Eric!
and being able to get a plant down. They're being able to get in, get a plant down, win a post plant, push an A link, push a B link, whatever.
Yeah. They're push-pulling the extremities really well, which just opens up mid. That's why EG just needs to try to be a little bit more disciplined on the rotates.
It's only
Superman just insta TP heaven, like not the greatest there, but
going for a gamble on the eco.
But they're doing what you want. They have 2 people in B, put the Cypher back towards C.
Yeah.
That camera's going to get a lot of value throughout the round to just keep them in the strong setup here. So it's kind of like an anti-contact trap setup.
I was thinking, though, about playing more of a plant denial on B, but this is aggro.
Yeah, straight up, it's going to be all in your face. These players are going to be right there. And the flash is good. Dash forwards. How the hell is Oxy still finding that? And Mitch supplements. Just from behind there with a rifle still, and he is ISOing these fights. That is quick and clean work from Cloud9. Mitch lighting them all up here. EG are left to just stand on their own, Derek and Ye.
And we were asking questions earlier, or Valen was at least. You know, can C9 have the same discipline when they're down numbers early? We haven't seen a round where they've been down numbers early. Nope. They're in 4v2s, winning all the opening engagements. The little skirmishes for map control consistently go the way of C9. And EG can't find that advantaged footing to be able to work from. Yeah, the pauses in the tempo that Mitch is calling here are perfect, but they're also just coming off the back of sometimes miraculous in this round, but normally just clinical, really solid openings. There's no world in which Oxy should be getting that, though.
This dash forwards. This will be Cloud9 up to 11, though. They have been in control, essentially, from a while ago. Fair to say.
They've only won a single round in this half, EG. It was 8-4. It was 9-4.
Honestly, on the player's face,
they won the pistol.
You can tell the pressure's getting to them a little bit, and no more timeouts to interject. They're on their own here.
And this is where that, you know, timeout strat might backfire a little bit, because Potter's timeout didn't get them value.
Yeah.
And now C9 have no reason to hit the button themselves. At least they're going to keep the operator here. I think that's the silver lining to all of this.
Yeah, and if you're EG, I mean, positionally you're in decent spots. I mean, you had a 2-man B trap there, but Oxy just finding that like miracle kill opens up the round. So it's kind of hard to know what you have to adjust. Is it our aim, boys? Like, do we just got to wake up a little bit, or like what's going on? But when you see a streak like that, man, on that attack side, it's
the dog.
The dog did,
yeah. The dog catches on to nature.
Didn't know
but
that.
Then Superman not being able to win the fight because he's having to, you know, readjust his aim. This is part of the reason, though, why I wasn't a big fan of them taking such an aggressive defensive B. Because I think anytime C9 are going in there, they're just looking to plant and play a post. They're not looking to go super deep on a B hit. But EG put the bodies on the line to defend, and it doesn't go their way.
Very much all in, though.
Win a couple rounds at mid, now we're just going for this straight A-rush. What a beautiful call from Mitch.
There's going to be players' bodies reinforcing it. Yeah, EG are trying to at least scurry their way back into it. It's a paranoia for a paranoia. Ye just plucks Oxy straight out of the sky. Denies that updraft, but another call for a pause by Mitch.
Well, Mitch has also spotted a smoke with a gap in it.
Already seen it. He's trying to hunt for it. He's gone fishing. Counter spam is EG.
And so this is the first time where we're really seeing Mitch having to call down players and seeing if he can make something happen. And you know what? I mean, they have found another entrance into the C site that EG are looking to play for retake. I don't think Ixie's going to contest this one.
just tucked himself in through window. It's going to be an open side for them.
But when you're
EG,
down
you've got no
players,
reason to rush in.
when you're down players, you do actually need to make something happen here. You can't just sit back in a normal post man. You've got to try to make a play.
There's space for Net. Perhaps Net is revealed. This is that dart.
The hell was that?
The fear of God into him, I think, with that op shot, trying to make a go for it. Cloud9, they are dissecting, clearing up a level of this one here, but Net is in trouble. Are committed into the corners. A Hunter's Fury already going to be offloaded. Gets the one tag as well, off into the corner, and it is good for it. Derek lays claim, finds a life. That is Zephyr. Vic is left alone to do it all. 1v4. Players are skipping around. On a hop at ISO, these fights. Vic can't be doing this to them. It's EG's best chance and a long bloody while, but the shots are missing. And the players are whiffing. Vic is running rings around the man. It's time. It's gone entirely. It's Cloud9 up to 12.
Vic pulled out one of those rounds on Pearl last stage, and it was insane. Can't remember exactly who it was against in the moment right now, but that has capped off 8 rounds in a row for C9. How has he managed that kill on Ye in particular? I mean, I guess the kill on Superman as well.
Oh my god.
And they're pumped after that one.
I can't believe it.
Yeah, he's no reaction, just relief. There's that 12th round now up for Cloud9, and they are just one more step. That's all they have to take. They're going to be good for it potentially here. It's attempted to refight at least off the stun, but it's so slow, it's so orchestrated. Cloud9 are happy to sidestep it and move around and flowing around the map, I should say.
And for EG, what do you adjust if you can't even win a 4v1? Okay, they get the opener on Net.
Yeah, caution to the wind.
Another 3v5 though.
Individual fights being taken, another 3v fight indeed, but this time, okay, you should be ISOing these fights. Everyone's blind as anything. No one's taking a fair fight here. Up into the cage, though, absorbing most of this here. Derek from the side on top of it, and Oxy's the last one to do it all from this spot. Trying to ISO it, trying to find these fights, isolated, updraft and away, and this time, EG, they do take it all together, so they're not done yet.
Yeah, I've always said Vic better player than Oxy. You know? Vic's able to get it done. Oxy in another 1v4, and finally, EG get 1 round out of the last 9.
The timeline is looking messy.
That approach from C9 at the beginning round, we saw a guy take like first timing up B and a guy putting garage pressure while putting the C pressure. It's like a 3-1-1 default, but the gaps were covered. In a previous round where they just left B wide open, they would have won the round, but I guess EG had a good adjustment for that type of pace from C9.
EG's adjustment recently seems to be to only leave Derek on A. I think they've read the fact that C9 are not going A. So beginning of this half, C9 were hammering A, and now they've adjusted. EG are ahead of it, and this time even Derek being able to pick up Net, who's the lurker on that side of the map, applying pressure. It's a 1-for-1 trade with Icy, though, overall.
Going down makes you want to get proactive. No senti killer.
Yeah, it's too much to handle, isn't it?
Yeah.
Doubled up in that spot, and this is it. Could be just a round going to Curtains, going to Popman. 2v4 now for EG to stay alive in this. Slow siege by Cloud9. These attempts at them cutting noise into the mid-round, waiting for the game to come to them, have been working out now, and it's just watching EG bleed out at this point. They need a miracle.
And there was a minute on the clock when they called this noise cut. So there's so much time for Mitch to work with. You can bleed this clock out forever. And Derek and Nature would have to have a round like Vic did to be able to recover this one and stop what should have been a good map for them to get back into the series.
All on Nature.
Slipping completely
if Nature
away.
Hits a god stun in this little choke here, he could go viral, but
he wants to take it with a gun anyway. Instead first, but he's still got that stun.
Hold your nerve. Oh,
lets it loose anyway. Players are out wide into the open. The aftershock is why he needs to buy time here. But time is something that really is a bit of a luxury. Cloud9 don't have much of it now, but that paranoia and Nana Swarm sweeping past. Yeah, you're not long for the world there.
Indeed, buddy.
10 seconds left.
A 1v4. Nice drive for Derek to do it and to stay alive, keep his team in this series. Dog's making round, but he needs to find these ISO fights. Good flick and adjustment, but again, he's not going to be getting an easy fight like that again. Cloud9 are making sure of it. Doubled up, crouched up, trying to take this one. Tripled up. And Cloud9 claim it anyway, 13-10. What a run back in rounds on that second map.
Everything worked for Cloud9. Even when EG had decent reads of what was going on. Not just the calling, but the individuals, the early skirmishes. They constantly found themselves in winning positions and converted off the back of it. This discipline style, well, we've decided to call it a draw, 0-0 actually. But this more disciplined style from C9, I like the look of it because they are a team that can send it at the start of rounds. So if you're increasing tempo super heavy early on, you are going to have those opportunities to calm things down afterwards. And I like that from Mitch's calling today.
Yeah, and a team that kind of reminds me of that who went very successful is like Paper X. They were known to be super explosive, and in their most recent win in Toronto, they actually implemented that slow style as well.
Right.
And it kind of is like showing in C9 having similarities with that development of the team. So it's definitely good to have both in your arsenal, man. Now they look much more deadly when they can play calm in those 5v5, 4v4s, whatever the situation is. So
the player quality
really
today, though, was also remarkable from C9. There were so many rounds where they were able to... You think even just back to Lotus, and you had, like, I think it was Zeppo went absolutely nuclear in one of the rounds, didn't he? And then here... Yeah, you've just got moments where they take over. Vix 1v4 in particular sticking in my mind.
Yeah.
Definitely hard to agree on that one here. Cloud9, though, the evolution of this team, it's been absolutely lovely to watch over the course of it. Just got to keep it going now into playoffs. But for now, thank you very much, Valen, for joining us. It was an absolute pleasure. And we're going to send it down to the floor as well for that Verizon post-match interview.
I'm here with Cloud9's Vic after a pretty clean 2-0 that you guys kind of grabbed back on each map, which we'll go over as you beat Evil Geniuses. The first one I want to start off with, though, Vic, is the Lotus. EG is 6-1 this year on that map. They bring out the Clove. They beat teams like G2's in that squad that they've beat with it. What was the key to kind of getting past that and figuring out how it works to get the win on Lotus?
To be honest, we were expecting more about the Chamber than the Clove, and I think we were game planning for the Chamber, and I wasn't expecting him to play Teo, to be honest. I thought he was either going to pick Chamber or Reyna. The Clove wasn't really an issue. We knew Ye's good, but we knew that they were just going to swing, I guess. Like that comp is very like ranked style. So I think coming into this match, we're just prepared for their style and the matchup. Not really too much about.
What was the adaptation for that then? How did you figure that out?
I think from the last week's.
Last week's.
Yeah, from last week. And I think coming into this week, we were just prepping to hold smokes, play slow, be calm. We knew that they were going to take the initiative, so we didn't have to do too much.
And then on Haven, you guys kind of, you found yourself behind for a bit, but then so many straight rounds. Where did the momentum come from and why basically we were able to do it again for a second map?
I think our comp is just very attack-sided.
Okay.
I think that our defense, that map can get very like snowbally, and which kind of happened. 8-4, it wasn't too bad, and we were all super confident on our attack that we could bring it back. I think everyone believed that.
Awesome. And now after the maps, I want to focus on you. Since coming onto the team, you've had a consistency, getting 2Ks in the rounds, being in clutch positions, and still being able to deliver that. Now, having been with the team for quite some time, are you taking on more responsibilities? Are you finding yourself like offering more or adding more in the games besides just the frags?
I think since the start of the team and now, I think I'm just more confident in myself.
Okay.
More confident in what I'm calling, what I'm doing, and everyone else is kind of giving me that praise and letting me do my own thing. So I think because of that, I'm able to perform how I am. So shout out to everyone on C9, the players, the coaches. So yeah.
Awesome, Vic. Congratulations on the win. Best of luck in the matches to come. And there is more to go today as well. I know on the other side we got Oxy and Zeppa waiting for you to help us introduce MIBR and Leviatan. So let's get to it.
For us against MIBR and them playing like the rookies, to be honest, I think it'll be fresh energy. We all know MIBR qualified for Toronto and did pretty well last split.
Opa, ele arriscou no varado, mas ainda tem um jogador escondido. É o Artzinho, que sai levando 2 jogadores de Phantom.
Cara, acho que a adição do Sato foi muito boa na Leviatan. Ele é um jogador prodígio muito bom.
Sato que ya intentaba también clasificar ahora desde la clase.
¡Qué bien,
El fresca para él. corresponde.
I believe in Sato a lot. I think he has the potential to be in this game and be one of the GOATs of this game, to be honest. Same thing with Oki. The more and more he gets experience, the more and more these young guys get experience, just the more they're going to take over.
A expectativa é alta, vai vir de ganhar. A gente tá treinando bastante. E sim, a gente vai dar nosso máximo contra a Leviatan. A gente vai voltar mais forte, com certeza, pro resto do campeonato.
Welcome back to all of you, and also to Zeppa, who just like casually strolled away and no one had
He's
any
been here the
idea.
whole time.
It's all good, all good. We're here now with 2 special guests. We have Oxy and Zeppa joining us. First of all, congratulations. It was an incredible comeback. We just heard it being accredited to the composition that you were running, more attack favored. But what was the talk about during halftime? Like, how did you rally the troops, or were you just confident that you're going to run it back?
I guess I'll answer first. Honestly, for the first game, I knew everyone was primed up. I won't lie. I was not nervous at all. I was like, first half, we didn't even get to play the game, to be honest. Like, they just kept hitting A, and we just lost our A fight, and that was about it. Like, there was not much to it. But then on the attack side, Mitch was calling confident, cool, like, everything was perfect, and we just fucking, I mean, it wasn't even close, to be honest, so.
Was there anything that threw you guys off too as well when you're looking at that second map that you had that role swap on EG side? You see like the Jet coming back here on Ye, Icy playing a little bit of Sentinel role. He had a great start on his debut on the Icebox too when he pulled out the KJ. So did that throw you guys for a loop a bit in terms of your preparation for EG?
Definitely not. At least speaking for me and like for the team, maybe the coaches. I think it doesn't really matter who's playing what. It's just like what the agents like. You know, they're playing Jet and Cypher, and they're just playing the basic meta comp. It's like nothing is gonna really change. Like we know how the comp plays anyway, so there's really like no pressure from them switching roles.
Yeah.
Something that I was mentioning as well in the pre-show is that you guys as an org, you guys have always experimented with different things, different compositions, double Sentinel, double Duelist, whatever's needed, even the Clove. Going into this new meta, why do you decide to go with kind of a little bit more standard things like, you know, the Jet on Haven, or for example that Sky that we're seeing more of from Mitch?
Like that you immediately look at everyone like, I have nothing.
I just work no clue. I just let me do everything for me.
I'll be honest, I'm on the same boat too, but
I don't know. I just play the game.
I think role-wise and agent-wise, I think it fits each of us perfectly. I think obviously me playing Sentinel now, and then we have Net on the Viper. I think it just fits us naturally, and I think we just wanted to do what's comfortable and don't want to experiment too much. And I think that's basically why.
Yeah, we definitely see different teams taking different approaches, right? Some are leaning more towards experimental, new meta, new chances, new maps in a rotation. So let's just full send it and see what sticks. However, if we're looking at our upcoming match here, MIBR and Leviatan, let's chat about those two teams and also your read on it, because MIBR, they had a really strong start in stage 1, but ever since Toronto, or in Toronto already, like, they were in struggle town. It seemed to continue heading into stage 2. What's your read? Why do you think, what's going wrong for them?
While you're smiling, please spill the tea.
He definitely has a read, but I don't know if he wants to say. I don't know if he wants to say.
Nothing I can say out in public, but MIBR, honestly, I don't really know exactly why it isn't going well for them. These guys were looking insane last split, and I mean, to me, I don't really know.
I mean, you can say it was like Taeho meta, but I feel like obviously not, because Verno like is a natural Sova.
Yeah.
So like technically it should fit them even more. I mean, I don't know. I guess they're just slumping and they just have to figure out how to get out.
Yeah. I think even for me, when you're looking at this MIBR versus Crew on that second map of Ascent, they played like a standard comp. You're expecting to play a little bit standard as well, but Crew came out with this double duelist on this Yoru and a Jet, and the mobility that Kesne was kind of bringing around the map, I think maybe kind of threw them for a loop, but I wouldn't expect a 13-1 loss at that point.
Yeah. It's hard to say because I feel like a lot of teams, especially in franchising, play double duelists. Everybody from Europe to APAC play double duelists, so it's like they can't be caught off guard that hard. So I mean, at the end of the day, I just think they're maybe in a little slump, but I'm sure they can get out for sure.
It does happen. It can't always be on top. Dan, what do you make of the tweet we just saw from Artisan?
Yeah, Artisan, he posted that the team is, going through a rough patch, and it happens to all the teams. They're hoping to come back. For you guys, not necessarily a prediction, but how likely do you think it is for MIBR to bounce back after how they've been looking recently? Is it going to be, an Aspas having to pop off, having to have an insane game, or do you think, slowly with time they'll be back in form?
Honestly, I think they just need a little bit of momentum, like a good starting, like a maybe win a bonus and a 4-0 start for them, and they get like a little momentum and confidence into their gameplay, and I think they'll be back. But honestly, I think they're fine. They'll be back.
I mean, Aspas plus 30 is always,
I
think the team and the people watching, like kind of want it. So, but obviously everybody on the team is talented, and when they were winning everything, they qualified to Toronto. Everybody on the team was contributing. Everybody's playing their role, and I think Cortzia is just like a big part of that team too, and I think he is what like brings up the team.
Yeah, let's actually hear what Cortzia has to say about today's match ahead of it.
With MIBR's Cortzia here before the match, first of all, mustache check-in. It is back. Are we going to do anything crazy with it this year, or is it just staying normal?
I think it would just stay.
Okay.
I like the mustache. The check-in for you.
Yeah. All right, perfect. We needed that. Now moving on, we saw some role changes last week for the team, kind of diversifying a little bit. Is this something the team is investing in more as we go into the season, or is it a pivot for this week too?
Yeah, like whatever my team thinks is better for us, like improve like as a team, I'll do it. But I think at this stage I'll stay on Sendo.
All right, sounds great. All right, sounds great. Good luck in the match.
Yeah, that did change things up a little bit. We saw Aspas on Euro for the first time. Did you like that? Any opinions?
I want to ask a question in addition to this.
Please do, yeah.
Before I answer. I remember, Oxy, you were playing Euro towards the beginning of last year, and it was kind of a new thing that you were getting used to.
Yeah.
Do you think Aspas is still going through that process? We saw him ranked. He's always playing the Euro, but what do you make of his performance here?
To be honest, it's really, I think, comfortability. To me, I'm comfortable. I mean, I love just playing new agents in general and playing whatever my coach brings to me. Play it. All right, done. I'll play in a rank, spam it, whatever. Like, it's just comfortability. I don't know how he is comfortable-wise on Europe, but I know he is. I mean, one of, if not the best jet in the game. So, I mean, like, he's literally one of the greatest.
Yeah, sorry, and just to piggyback on that, and you could answer Zeppa too, because you just mentioned before you had to go back into like a Sentinel role. You tested out earlier on, but now it seems to be like the role for you for Stage 2. So how do you go through the process of getting used to these new agents and the role that you have to play now, just like Aspas here?
For me, I think it's just obviously Initiator and like Sentinel played two different roles. Obviously, like playing Sentinel, you lurk more. I think it's easier for me because I played CS, especially like at a high level, and it's just like you just walk around the map. It's not hard. And then you're playing Initiator, you walk around behind your team. Like there's nothing much. But to me, like it is all the same. I think the only thing that's really different is I'm playing like Jet, like a main duelist, where I have to run in like a whole different role. But for Aspas, he's good enough to play anything, to be honest. And I feel like I'm sure his team trusts him, and everybody in the coaching staff trusts him. I think he's can play anything.
Yeah, I mean, in the first week, he broke the kill record across all regions. So, like, we're not talking about someone who's, like, slumping, not performing. Like, exactly.
Yeah,
we know that the individuals can pop off. Verno being one of them as well. Absolute explosive player. Now, his debut back into stage 2 was a little less explosive. It was a more quiet time from him. Is that just like a general, like, the team wasn't performing? It was just like a little bit of everything?
I mean, it's definitely like if your entire team does bad, it's not like one player is going to be like, I mean, it's just hard to play well if your entire team's playing bad, you know? I'm not playing bad, but just like, you're not even getting a chance to play the game. Sometimes that happens, and like, maybe it could be happening here. I don't really know, like.
So what he mentioned too, I think he tweeted it out or mentioned it in an interview that at one of the maps, he couldn't even play the map at all. So I'm assuming it was probably on that Ascent map too. But overall, there's also rumors that potentially he's starting off as like an IGL now for MIBR. So I don't know if you guys heard that through the grapevines, but what are your thoughts on Verno stepping up here as the main caller for the team?
I know he, obviously having Mitch as our coach as our IGL, and he played under him. I heard Verno was like a very like second voice of the team.
I hate it so much.
Mata drew that, by the way.
Who's that supposed to be?
Cursed.
That is Verno.
That's crazy.
Yeah, Mata drew it. He did him dirty with the cross side.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
But to go back to it, yeah. I mean, it's obviously a new like it's harder than it seems. I'm sure, like, because when you're second calling with an IGL ahead of you, it's a lot easier to focus on like the mid rounds and things like that. But like, with coming with IGL comes a leader, and not everybody is like born a leader, and I think that's the hardest part, becoming an IGL.
Yeah, let's look at the other side then. Leviatan, let's chat a little bit about their performance in week 1. They did lose their first match. It was against Loud. It was a close one though, so those sometimes hurt a lot more than the one-sided affairs, don't they?
Honestly, I don't know. What do you have to say, Eric?
How are we feeling about this team? Are we confident? I mean, it was really close.
Honestly, Sato's he looks good. He's looking like me out there. I won't lie.
Hey, in more than one way. I have a question for you, Oxy.
Huh?
Have you had the chance to stand next to Sato? I need to know who's the tallest player in VCT.
Tallest?
Tallest between you and Sato.
Is that tallest of the smallest?
Tallest ever out of all the players.
Tallest of the smallest.
I am so curious.
I think
Guys, no need to disrespect
That's what
Oxy.
I'm saying out here. Like,
He is taller. You guys don't have to ask. You guys should know this.
Okay.
How will we know that? You're all just sitting all the time.
That is true.
No way of measuring that. Well, we get in a banana for scale and we'll figure it out eventually. But yeah, let's talk a little bit about what we've seen there as well. IGL King has been stepping up. We see the consistency in leadership finally. That's something that we have been questioning for Leviatan in the past.
Yeah, definitely. When you look at that side, when they were going back and forth between who would be IGLing between Rossi or between King, and then sometimes it's a week that wasn't either of the two. Now they finally have a chance, at least with 2 new players coming in, though, to have, you know, King call into basically a new system with these 2 coming in from Okeanos and also from Sato.
I mean, I've played with. I haven't seen Sato like much. I've only seen him in tier 2 like in Ascension.
Yes.
That was the last time I saw him. But then Okeanos, I played with him in rank for years now at this point. So I think they're 2 very good players, and I think it's up to the culture and the system that they built like through King and like the organization, to be honest, to make this team succeed. To be honest.
Yeah, let's hear what their leader has to say about how to make them succeed. IGL King was catching up with Riff a little earlier today.
I am here with Leviatan's King moments before they face off against MIBR. Last week we heard you talking about vibes on the comms a little bit. Why do you think vibes are so important to keep those up during the game, especially on stage?
Vibes for me are one of the most important things, because at the end of the day, you're gonna feel pressure, you're gonna be nervous, and vibing with the team, having fun is how you like break that ice, you know? So I always try to give it to my team.
Why do you think that's kind of your job? Why do you take that upon yourself?
I mean, because like the whole week I'm like kind of like the leader, being like harsh, but at the same time I'm being like the goofy guy, so they can be like loose with me. So I try to like do it the most in the match day.
All right, can't wait to see you today on stage. Good luck.
Thank you.
I think the real positive takeaway that we all had in their loss in week 1 was just that Sato is really good in that game. Okay, honest as well, but like Sato really stepped it up.
Yeah.
For a rookie to have a performance like that, that's just gotta feel good. Even if you lose the match, you're like, well, I performed. I've done my duty.
I mean, honestly, it's kind of like me last year. I mean, actually, not in kickoff though. Kickoff, we won't talk about that last year, but coming into the stage 1, it kind of feels like the same like vibe, I guess you would say, and he's looking good out there. But it all depends if it happens the second match, third match, fourth match. You know, we got to keep it consistent too.
He definitely seems very confident, which is a good thing. And I'm sure, like, as a duelist too, it's like, and like a new player as a duelist coming in and he's dropping these type of numbers, like it feels so good to like be maybe text or call him like, yeah, just throw a dart for him, he'll run in and kill everybody.
Yeah, dropping almost like what 30 kills on the first map too on his debut, and then you're going into the later series. Or unfortunately, where they lost the series on the side of Leviatan, you're starting to see maybe it's more like a team play kind of thing with both players, like both rookies, trying to get accustomed to that climate and also the environment that King and everybody has over at Leviatan. So
for those rookies as well in Okeanos and Sato, what are some of the things that you guys have found helps you as players stay consistent? Because you were talking about Sato, and if he can keep that consistency, that performance that he did in that first series, what do you think are some of the key pieces for a rookie coming in to make sure that he's able to make that happen?
I mean, he's been playing for a while, but for me, I think it's definitely for like I think his teammates, I guess. Well, like last year I had Vanity, this guy was just like, go swing him, bro. Hey, do whatever you want. Go swing him. Be free. And then now I have Eric, but I feel like more confident now that I have like more experience. I played here for like a year now, I guess. And then, yeah, and then I just have Vic. I have the little kids, Vic and Net. It's not first time franchising, but he hasn't been in here in a while, so yeah.
Well, that's the thing, because you guys basically become the veterans and like the big brothers for those two newcomers, for Vic and for Net. So in a Cloud9 perspective, how did you guys bring them into your culture?
I think I can't even like put it on one thing. Obviously, Net, I think he's been in the scene. He was technically tier 1, you know, playing under the guard, and I think he knows me very well. So for him, it was very easy. And for Vic, it helps that me and him are Viet, and then he's Viet coming into the team too.
It's all about finding common ground wherever you can find that. Do love
100%.
that. Do love that. Well, if we're looking at predictions for this one, do you feel like there's a clear favorite before we're looking at talent predictions? Or actually, you can bring them up as well. There we go. Okay, these are our predictions. So yeah.
Did I put it in my BR?
Apparently so. What were you thinking? Thought process?
Probably it was late. I was tired when I put in predictions. I probably would feel that they could maybe bounce back, but Leviatan, despite having two new rookies, have looked like the more complete team that has better communication on how they want it to swing versus how MIBR is playing. Maybe an honest mistake, but maybe it could be right. I don't know.
How wrong are we going to be?
Honestly, I was honestly crazy to see Lev mostly on there. I thought MIBR would be, because, I mean, just from where they've been, like, they've gone to international now. They've played, like, top 3 in, what is it, last split.
Last stage, yeah.
These guys are a pretty good team, so, and honestly, Lev do look like the better team for now, but we'll see coming to this game.
I mean, Talent is just notorious for overreacting to literally everything we see. So that's just kind of the thing we're doing. Guys, thank you so much for taking the time. Best of luck in your next match. For now, we're taking a short break, and then afterwards, Uber and Wyatt will be on this couch for map 1 of MIBR and Leviatan. It's coming up right after a short break.
Bye-bye.
Vamos ver, é o artezinho pra buscar esse clutch. Clica na spike, não faz metade, o Deus vai ter que dar cana.
Estaba también a llegar ahora desde la clase.
Bien,
Fresca para él.
What's up, gang? Welcome back to VCT Americas. It's Uber and Wyatt here for your drive home on a Sunday afternoon. Quite the match to be looking at here. It's sunny outside, but for MIBR fans, it's been a little bit of a cloudy one. I'm going to be honest with you, man. Not the start.
How far are we stretching this weather analogy?
I mean, if they bring the board in, I'll take it all the way. Bro,
Okay.
you know me. I don't think we do things by halves. But this MIBR squad, obviously slumping in Toronto, not the result we were looking for, and a very weird start for them. I've even peeked at the map veto. We'll talk about that in a second. That's definitely raising question marks for me. And for Leviatan, it feels like there's a team here that is brimming with potential, and it's still coming together.
I agree. I really think this LEV team has something brewing. I feel like they're maybe one or two little comp switches away or getting to the right maps where a player like Sato and that Yoru can thrive, that they're going to be a force. It feels like right now, those two slots for champs outside of Sen and G2 are pretty open. 100 Thieves are looking really nice right now, but outside of them, I mean, I think it's anyone's game. And LEV picking up mid-season two of the very talented Challengers players who deserve a spot on the VCT could propel them there.
Absolutely. You know, Sato come off the best individual map of any player in VCT Americas last week, that Yoru showing on Bind. So a lot of potential there, even though obviously the series is one that LEV ultimately give away to a newly resurgent Loud team we've been discussing already. Let's talk map veto. The biggest standout to me, White, is MIBR choosing to ban the map they picked last week and promptly got rolled on.
Yeah, they lose to Crew only getting one round. Now first ban their pick. Listen, it's easy to play a map pick ban against MIBR. I'm gonna be honest, you just first ban Icebox because that's MIBR's auto-win map. And with Split out of the pool, I'm not really sure where they're taking things because they're picking into Lotus, which in 2025 they're 2-7 on. So you're hoping that since Toronto times they've made some major progress on that map. Then we're going to sunset the pick of LEV, where we've only seen MIBR lose on in Toronto. The map pool is so awkward for them right now. We don't really know where they're going to thrive outside of Icebox. So today would be a great time to prove to us that they have really made steps forward.
And this is what I was starting to wonder, right? Like we saw Aspas test the waters on Yoru a little bit, and something we were talking about earlier is maybe there's room for Arzine to pick that roll up, play the Yoru, let Aspas move back to something a little bit more natural, a little bit more of a cleaner fit for him. On the Leviatan side, excuse me, they've still got the Killjoy folded in here. of course, on the fade. And your boy Sato going to run out on the raise.
That is very traditional from Leviatan to the extent that they aren't even playing a Vice. They have the KJ. And then I like this from MIBR. I want to see this double duelist, and if they are going to run it, I'd rather see Artzin lock in on this Yoru, really trying to hone his skill set on this agent, because ultimately Aspas is a duelist who wants a lot of supportive utility, is used to having two initiators that are really going to make him the focal point, the star of the team. But two initiators, that is not the world we live in right now. You can't really be running that too effectively. So having that Yoru as basically a pseudo initiator to be the guy that can take point and Aspas can follow up off of him, I think that could work. I think that could be a recipe for success.
Both these teams at 0-1, but their fate's very much still in their hands. We're off to Lotus here, where MIBR start on defense and already popped to try and take some early control of Mound.
And it's LEV on the opposing side of the map, just silently taking some space using the Viper's wall. Artzin out in the open. Of course, does have the teleport to get away and will do so.
Tex here is the early warning system. Cortezia's head goes rolling. Sato here able to pick up the pieces, though, and that is some sharp shooting from the young Brazilian gun. What an addition, already on the board in a big way.
Credit to Tex too. Did a ton of damage, connected more sheriff shots after that initial headshot. Now Sato, we have, for good reason, been raving about his Yoru. By the numbers, clearly his best agent, but number 2 has been raised, so could definitely see him thrive here.
Artazine here, obviously not faring well early in the round, chunked down to 61 already, and OP is going to be able to finish the job. A great start for Leviatan. They are waiting for MIBR to push them on the C side.
I appreciate Sato just really playing into the narratives that we laid very early and with good reason, because this kid is the future of Americas, certainly Brazil. I mean, it's cool to see this early on in his VCT career, one of the potential greats of Brazil going up against the GOAT of Brazil, Aspas, in a duelist head-to-head. It just doesn't get better than that. I mean, sick matchup.
And Aspas has taken on many a newcomer from Brazil, right? I want to look back to sort of last year. I mean, we had a lot of different youngsters, Brazilians sort of come into the scene. I think Parlo's one example, right? QCK was out there trying to get stuff done. Aspas managed to fend off most of those challenges, but he seems in a position where he's definitely looking for where he fits into this MIBR look. We know he's practiced a lot of the Yoru.
He was grinding it in rank. That was something that a lot of people were taking note of. But last week left a bit to be desired with that Haven performance, where ultimately MIBR got a duelist diffed to the max by Kesnet.
And I asked Frod about this in Toronto. I said, like, what do you think about Aspas being able to show that flexibility and move towards Yoru? And he said, I mean, when you have someone like Aspas fall into your lap, you really don't want to try and bend him into like some sort of, new look duelist. You want to really lean on the strengths that he brings in, and he's pretty set, in how he likes to play. That double initiator setup, he really likes a framework of having big entry util to sort of support him. And that's kind of where the baiting rumors came from. That, Aspas really like to be sure that he can hit the ground running when he gets into those sites. Here's Sato pushing in towards Baby Door. Werner's able to deal with him with a right click though, but we are well and truly in the post plant, and MIBR are just looking for some exits, folks, as they perish to the blast.
Not the largest of investments from LEV, everybody going to go down. But yeah, I mean, I'm just interested to see how good MIBR can be with Artsin playing on this Yoru, running the double duelist. I mean, to everything you're speaking to, this just doesn't feel like it's the meta for the team naturally, so they are going to have to force some players to adapt and get on some new roles that were previously their best, but get them to a much higher level now into this first buy bonus attempt from LEV. It's going to be a big fight towards A, looking like.
Yeah, MIB are more than happy to throw down for this. They got both their duelists in the vicinity. Early sees off the rip here. Oki gets forward, TPs. He is very deep now. Haunt is dealt with. Werner's already fallen back in towards Baby Door. Now that's smoked off. Looks like Aspas rotating back over towards that tree side, but Sato has been plucked out. Artazine able to get off scot-free.
Yep, Sato's taking a really peek towards tree, and now simple, but so effective. Both of those duelists stacked up double. Face, dismantle LEV as they swing around the corner.
We're looking at like that early rubble fight, but we're not dealing with Breach Neon, right? It's not nearly that level of explosive. MIBR try and fall back bit by bit and sort of maybe try and take picks as they do. Play behind that sort of controller util if they can.
Yeah, and of course you're going to see Artsin being proactive in the way he was, just trying to take early fights, be able to teleport away late. At the very least, Calm would love to be able to take a weapon or two away, with MIBR being fully invested.
I'm unlikely to serve up anything too easy here. Left. So yeah, a lot of the discussion I think on like where MIBR is trending stylistically, I kind of get it as well. Aspas, like we know where his bread is buttered, and Yoru, like you kind of mentioned, has so many of the hallmarks of like an initiator, right? In terms of his ability to gain that information early and sort of signal things that maybe might not be happening, like faking on a different side of the map and gate crashing back. And there's a world where like this ends up being a relatively good fit for Artazine, who's kind of been the Swiss Army knife on this team. He's kind of had to do it all.
I mean, I think to the times that he was playing Raze even on Split, when MIBR were playing double duelist early this year, and he was putting up some sick performances, and he was a maniac on that agent. He was going in so aggro, had crazy satchel movement, and then that would just allow Aspas to be that second player coming in on the jet. And as a Yoru, you have so much amazing utility, but then you can also be a point of entry, and Aspas can be that second person in. But So it looks like LEV want to get out towards A again. They're on their full buy now after failing to do much of anything in that bonus round.
Similar look here, same C's thrown out. Actually, a little bit further forward from Verno. Just trying to look to catch Leviatan out. Oki is caught inside of it.
Yeah, he wasn't looking to get quite as deep as he did on the prior round where he pushed all the way up to the orbits. Fast pivot from LEV to get into Mound. Art's in.
Somewhat committed,
as always.
Get out.
Yeah, just ready to fight, ready to escape as well.
So he's drawn out the C's here from Leviatan, but they are still headed over towards the C side. Actually, Prowler got to get in. There is a vice wall to be concerned about. That's popped up. Now, Sato essentially isolated on that site, but Tex, he's been able to find some inroads here towards B.
Just that standard lurking position from your Sentinel, picking off someone on the B cross when you're going towards C. Plant now going to be thrown down, and I think that should be the headshot angle from Mound as well.
Yeah, it's likely planted for that. MIBR, of course, here really just trying to build their way back into the game. Aspas lingers and is able to find Tex towards B. That opens up some retake avenues. Looks like it's going to be Waterfall and Halls. Late wrap here from Shen. I don't know if he's going to be involved when he needs to be. And Artin and Aspas both get snapped as they try and come out from Waterfall. Still a two-pronged approach here from MIBR, but they're low on numbers here. And Shenham has already lost the element of surprise. Waiting around that corner is going to become tucked here. A little bit of an off angle, but Shenham is able to adjust and find him. Okeano's taken down through the boxes. Now it's on King, but he's healthy. Finds his third. Keeps Leviatan ahead by a nose.
I love the way the LEV were able to fight there together as a unit. They were really proactive with multiple players to take engagements against MIBR when they were trying to get back into that site towards Waterfall. You could just see multiple players facing in this instance exactly. Calm on the high ground, 2 players low swinging out. Just good fundamentals to deal with the MIBR players who were really trying to get back into that site. Ultimately denied. LEV extend the lead, but MIBR on account of winning that prior round, they still have a full buy here.
Gonna let their approach towards A around this lurk wall has been to try and draw out as much of that early util as possible. And then start probing elsewhere. They pick for Tex on B, also delayed the rotate to C in that post plant. So again, they want to work 2 sides simultaneously.
Aspas getting very close to that showstopper, which is a high-value ultimate on Lotus. Has been an ult that can really dictate the game. It's kind of always been the case. Sato in some potential danger, but sidesteps, gets out of the way. Look at the map control right now for MIBR. That gate crash was just sent out by Art Zin, who's playing at Rebel, so he can stay here for a long time, and they have mound control off of the one-way.
Leviatan wall does come back up here, clone thrown out. Okay, well, the paranoia was more than enough to actually take Artazine out of that Rebel spot.
And even still, yeah, look at the amount of util invested to get rid of him. Aspas fighting now with Artazine, swinging back in. These are great duels.
But we want to see Aspas tucked here, trying to confuse. Blast pack thrown down, maybe to knock him off trajectory, but he does get brought down. And there's King again, working 2 sides simultaneously. That late lurk towards the B side has been awkward for MIBR to deal with, and it's definitely drawing some attention.
Look at that awareness. Lovely from King.
Here's Verno moving up, but up in his face is Sato, waiting for that exact opportunity. And his pretty methodical way of working the map has definitely been in favor of Leviatan. Artazine did return to A, quick enough to get a kill, but now he's going to salvage the round. Good flash, though. Works through Tex. Another one to get him in, but he isn't aware of the double up over towards Link.
This B side is really getting exposed by lurkers on the buy round. Unfortunate because I think MIBR had some quality play towards A. Artzin and Aspas on a couple rounds now. We're seeing them in tandem, working well together, swinging off of each other, getting player advantages for the team. But ultimately, it's just not enough. King, solo lurk, and then the awareness that someone would be pushed out of C, given they just never had any control of mound. It's very possible someone's pushed up, ready on the angle for an easy additional kill. That's well played by the IGL of LEV, the certified IGL at this point. There's no more back and forth madness as there was in stage 1.
What a fever dream.
They are just locked in on King at the moment.
There was so much misinformation on the internet
And
during
from
that
the
stage
team.
1.
I mean, it was just misinformation.
It felt like the left hand did not know what
what
the right hand was doing.
King, though, of course, you know, has worked under a number of different coaches on this Leviatan team for quite some time, and as a caller, we definitely found them find their degree of success. He's often said he's been happy to give up that role, allow someone else to pick it up, but ultimately, he's called on now in a team that skews much younger this stage to step up, take that veteran role.
I'm trying to think if we've ever had a time period like this in VCT in the past for Americas where the mid-season just brought in so many new talented players, but I think it's kind of just happenstance that so many of the upcoming stars were all born midway between the two stages and all turned 18 at like the same time, so they were eligible to play. I think it's just that kind of randomness, but
that's a good point.
It's resulted in a pretty crazy stage too.
Oh, nicely done by Shen on their Guardians, allowing him to kick off beautifully. TP away from the action as the paint shells came in. That's what you want to see, is what was a part of MIBR's success in those first couple of rounds. Take early presence, get a kill, fall back with that Yoru or Omen mobility.
Now in the meantime, Texas taking a fair bit of space towards A that the team can use to press forward, meet up with him. They are on that rotate right now. Gotta feel a little dangerous for him, exposed to a couple angles, but
no gate crash up here.
Now Prowler is going to get the information through Tree. Lev acting like they could be ready to push on to A right now, but they are so spread across the map. This is a mental lurk to be taken with the Outlaw.
He's so far forward.
It's crazy.
And he's hurt. Like maybe a couple of pairs of feet here up towards upper A, but he won't be aware of the timing for the flank. He needs to find another. Tex is not getting out of that alive. Shenom turns up at just the right moment, but this leaves C extremely exposed. There's a delay here though, because all of LEV have to group up to trigger this, this Vice Wall together, and the Spike's out of the site currently.
This is a bad buy for MIBR, but they've got a real shot at winning this out.
They are here early enough though, as the rotates are still only coming through from halls, and they're all grouped up. King looks to turn the flash, Prowler followed up. It's going to be Sato with some more sharp shooting there from Waterfall. Now it's all for one direction, and it's a face-up play for MIBR as the Nightfall pings two at least of them out here in halls.
They got all three. That was perfectly placed. And now there's a late wrap from one player. Verno trying to get back to Waterfall. LEV have gotten themselves into a great position.
King's waiting for this. Fort comes through. Paranoia followed it up. Sato timing with the blast pack here. It's King up close and personal, and Verno doesn't have enough time to react. Com will plant his feet here on the spike. Just Com, and that's all it takes. Leviatan extend their lead to 4.
Excellent adjustment from Com in the clutch. I mean, credit to MIBR for making it so close. It was a dangerous round. But I think, again, some situations there that highlight LEV's ability so far in this map to be able to find kills when they need the most, with either an individual taking a good timing to isolate a fight like Sato there in Waterfall, or I'm thinking of, you know, King on that lurk on a, on a prior round. Like, they are finding good opportunities to get kills and even things up, you know, taking small but necessary risks.
I was wondering if it would be more proactive flood here out into rubble for Leviatan, but again, they respect the C's threat and, of course, the Raze nades. I think King might have been shown popping up there. Here comes a showstopper. Raspas looking to clear. Sato knocked off his perch, but Com's able to find the trade.
Yeah, in the meantime, though, Artson was forced to teleport away. LEV do have to commit a lot to get him to do so. Again, it was a Paranoia with a Molly to get him out of there, but it does isolate Ospas, so 1 for 1, showstopper removed. They'll feel content about that, LEV.
Enough.
Yeah, absolutely, and now it's a full pivot back towards the C side.
We've seen this a number of times, right? The rotates are getting pulled off C pretty easily, and with a Viper's Pit post-plant setup here for Leviatan, they do want a clean site to walk up on.
Now Flash is going to get popped for some information, and you can see that dragging Verno over towards Waterfall.
Well, look at the quick rotate coming in here. So Verno's trying to get there, up on that C site. Lockdown, but Vice Wall, of course, will delay for a moment.
Verno is fully committing to this right now.
He's
going to get stuck. They don't expect it.
Not too bad. 2 kills. That's something to work with. Artazine does not want to commit in the same fashion. Happy enough that Leviatan have been cut down to 2 players. Tokianos and Tex. And it might be our 3 to work with. I don't hate the idea of Tex trying to get ahead of the curve, like that harebrained push upstairs last round. It doesn't work out. It's onto the newcomer here to salvage.
It shouldn't really be possible. This should be easy for MIBR to close out, and that is the case. Artzin sprays him down, and MIBR able to deal with that lockdown play. And by MIBR, I mean that's just Verno taking a big risk. But we see that from players. They like to take timing sometimes with the lockdown where you just don't expect them to be pressed up in some kind of odd off angle. Inferno had a bit of a struggle week 1, but so far has had some crucial plays this one.
Nice, yeah, the spacing there hurts. Leviatan, of course, their swing width is the same, so Inferno can line them up. Like that variation.
Yeah, and because of all that damage, the round before that one, where MIBR were pretty much just on a half-buy save themselves, LEV economy just cracked outside of this one hero rifle on Oki.
He tucked here, sees the C's come past him. Swing, but Aspas is ready for it. Makes the adjustment. And now, of course, with very little bit of these shares to work with, you'd think this would be dire straits for Leviatan, but Com is able to fell Artazine. Verno again, just salivating for a chance to throw down.
MIBR, they would love to get a clean round here. There's just been no point for them in the game where their economy has gotten off the ground.
All right, once again, Shenom can get away from this utility and that late lurk that Leviatan always looking for in these rounds. Doesn't quite hit the same with these weaker buy. Shenom chomped on there by the Prowler, looking to try and get towards the back of the site, but he'll have the support of Cortezia, someone who we haven't really had a chance to talk about too much in this game. A real high flyer in his debut in Stage 1.
Yeah, he was on a serious run coming into the year.
I think he was topping VCT in headshot percentage at one point.
And that would make sense.
Yep.
Coming into the year, I remember we did some who would your rookie of the year be? Like prediction kind of thing. Yeah, and I know Mimi said Cortezia, and it makes sense. Like a lot of people expect him to be a standout rookie of the year. And has been. I mean, this MIBR little fall-off period has really been pretty small compared to the rest of the year, which has been nothing but success. New team come out in kickoff, they get 3rd place, Stage 1, 3rd place, qualify for Masters with a team of full with rookies that Aspas put together. It was all smooth sailing, and man, we've just swung the pendulum to the doomer zone after
the honeymoon period has never been more over.
Oh,
I think
absolutely.
That is safe to say.
Oh, we've seen this with plenty of teams in the past. Yep. They have that initial run where everything is going so right, and then for the first time, they experience a downturn. And then it's just about, does this roster have what it takes as, you know, teammates and even mentally to just bring things back together, even outside of the game. This is the first major test as a team that MIBR have faced, overcoming that tragic showing at Toronto, coming back. Decent game week 1, but, you know, not enough to actually get them over the finish line.
I think something that Leviatan are struggling with is that tandem play between Artazine and Aspas early in these rounds. They're trying to be pretty tentative, Lev, about how they test that A side of the map, but look, I mean, we talked about MIBR being more of a double initiator team. It was like their go-to look, but as they take up a double duelist look on this map with Artazine on the Yoru, this is flowing a lot better for them here. 2 rounds back-to-back with Verno, of course, interrupting that streak from Leviatan, and now looking like they're in this game properly.
I mean, hell, they were even getting advantages from MIBR on some of the early rounds that they lost just because Lev had some really great individual mid-late round play. All right, let's see out of the timeout. Might be something of an early engagement towards Mound. That dark cover thrown pretty deep indicates that MIBR may have wanted to push forward, take some space, but it's not going to be the case.
Mount control assumed for Leviatan. Tough to tease out the vice wall here when there's actually players watching it. So Shenom probably jiggling that corner, sets up a smoke. Sato might look to chance it. He's thinking about it, trying to get his jump length calibrated. Pretty uncanny timing there, as Shenom will be just overlooking that dark cover as it clears. Elsewhere, that late lurk towards B we've seen from Leviatan could be interrupted here because Artazine for free can post up here and maybe gate crash out. He's got the op as well to play against contact, and I think Sato tried to tease that wall out, but out in the open, it's risky business.
Unable to deal with it, and you called it out. Artazine had just been patiently waiting towards B the entire round with the op out of the timeout, just throwing something new into the mix.
But that's all it has been, right? It's been a quiet contact from, you know, either Tex or, you know, Com, for example, or King, excuse me, testing that B side. So it feels like the op on that angle is just a very reasonable antidote to that.
Yeah, 100%. That is a really good call for the adjustment. This round is good as done. I mean, at least for LEV into the next, they do still have some ults to work with. if they can fight for one of those orbs early, get it onto Sato towards Mound perhaps, get that showstopper to open up one of the sites. Dealing with this Vice has just been a nightmare. I mean, Vice to me has really defined this map in 2025. She's been so strong here, which is why it's surprising to see a comp so traditional that you're bringing the KJ into the mix.
And also, there's a lot of incentive to play Yoru as someone who can tease the wall out for free, right, with a clone. Just throw a clone into C main and obviously sort of, draw that out. Obviously not in the wheelhouse here, and I like this a lot from Artazine. Nice little tight angle. And again, playing what I felt as a duelist when he first came onto this squad, pretty restrained style. We were constantly comparing him to Aspas, straight off the rip. What to expect from them. When they play Leviatan, we're like, okay, here it is. Your old versus new, the same bloody narrative we're peddling out in this game. But Artazine was quieter, a bit more methodical, and not as flashy a player. But I think here on Yoru, it suits him.
Bruno throwing that deep haunt, not going to ping anyone out. LEV are very stacked up to fight towards B main. They have Tex with the AWP, so they're trying to get him some kind of opening engagement. Not going to come. Dangerous for Cortezia on that jump. Ignite fall going to connect onto one, but Sato just failed early again, 2 rounds in a row.
Bruno just seems to be ahead of it there. A bit of a weird off angle out in the opening. He's going to be blinded up. And the Steel Garden should be enough to quell any aggression, but Com is caught on the wrong side of the Vice wall. Fortunately, he's able to yeet the spike back over it just in time.
Oh, but Artazine picks up the angle that Tex wants to re-peek on. All right, Oki does get 1 trade, so reasonable enough that LEV could try to claw their way back into this round. Double high-low setup is really nice, though, from MIBR if LEV try to walk in.
Shadow plank from upper now. Just a bit of an attempt at a double swing. Omen TP. Oki trying to see what's good at A. And he's going to draw some attention over here. MIBR not quite convinced yet, but Okeanos is serious about this, folks. Get that plant down. At least King is still alive, so can work this Viper wall. And look at these, drawn 2 players over, but I like the read from MIBR. Deal with the late flank Viper first, if you can. But King, tough to topple. And that has really flipped the script on this round. It's on Artazine.
It's got to be so frustrating for MIBR, but with King getting exposed there, Artazine could clutch things up. This is a round. It feels like they should have won. Maybe he can make that a reality.
Artazine sticks it. Big fight here for Okeanos, and Artazine too clean with it up to 12-6 now. And bails MIBR out of what would have been a compromising situation. But now, after 10 rounds, it's an even Lotus.
Certainly did not seem like that should have come down to a clutch, given that they had the read on King's reposition coming through.
Yeah, I'd be
1v2
furious.
for absolutely no good reason. There have been some major heroics from LEV players in mid-late rounds that have gotten them out to a lead. I was about to make that point and for further favor of LEV because I expected them to win it from there. Credit to Artazine, he is having a really sick performance right now on the Yoru.
Crazy, yeah. I mean, this is not a permutation from MIBR that we've seen yet. We also thought the map pool was heavily favoring Leviatan based on what MIBR have shown on Lotus so far this year, but this is good looks. 5-5.
Yeah, this is, bear in mind, a map that MIBR are 2-7 on overall in 2025. It's their pick here. And hey, we're seeing why. They made a lot of progress. Sato now with the showstopper wants to go first.
Leviatan bustling about, and Artazine transfixed in place there as the showstopper came in. There'll be some stall here from the Razor Vine, so allow Shenum to try and set up here for stairs. The spike though is committed towards his A side of the map. It is where LEV want to end. Cortezia gets his pound of flesh and eventually has to bow out of the round, and that's an interrupted spike plant, but King's able to find a trade, pushing up in that stairs direction. And now MIBR starting to get shut off the site, and there's that post-plant Viper's Pit we were looking for.
Yeah, Verno tries to time and get in early, but King is too ready. Aspas with that first kill, taking a lot of decay at the moment, though low on HP. Spike planted for the remaining 2 LEV players. It should be easy for them to win this out, but it is the GOAT in the 1v2.
Aspas dipping in and out. Eventually, though, just has to tap it. Right now, LEV just trying to diligently make sure he's not skirting around the edges of this pit. And that's about that. Aspas really not in a position to do much about this. That snake bite forces him off. He'll step up again, but now he has to be pretty committed about this. The Viper's Pit does fall, as does Aspas.
Well done on that hit. It looked like Artazine just didn't have the reaction to teleport away in time, so that rocket from Sato does connect onto him initially. I didn't want to see this in the replay again.
He looks like he lost a round of freeze tag.
Oh man, Fraud is somewhat dissatisfied with what happened in that round. I don't blame him, but trades from LEV are good.
You are
I mean, I don't know if anyone. I don't know if anyone individually went crazy enough for that reaction. Like, did I miss something in that round? But hey, I respect it.
King is his Chilean.
Keep him hyped up. Keep him hyped up. Respect.
Yeah, bring that energy. All right, Aspas. Nothing from the showstopper. Well, not enough at least. Okeanos still standing, able to dodge the C's. Very, very low in this round, but of course still wants to dispense as much of this controller utility as possible. LEV not probing. Usually they probe this A and then back out, but they are sticking around.
MIBR are not wanting to fight things too heavily. The Yoru is positioned with the AWP towards B, so there's no one that can really, take point, get an easy escape. So they will acquiesce the space and re-clear late with a Prowler.
Look at the conditioning from the late lurk, though, on MIBR. Maintaining always like 2 players towards that B side of the map, now even more. That's also that's the locus of their defensive movements here. This time LEV, though, just have Tex watching that line passively for someone to push out. We'll see if that really pays off, because we are getting low in time. But because King is positioned up here by Rubble, no one from MIBR has been able to get that far forward. So LEV can have some more peace of mind about going A again.
MIBR have the perfect read on the situation. They have rotated and beat LEV to this site. Time has dwindled significantly. Good opener from Sato, though. Mental shot.
Genom might have to go big here.
There's still only 15 seconds, and MIBR are over there.
All right, wall comes up, and here's the pivot over towards B. Makes sense, but Cortezia is tucked in the corner and has to reveal himself in order to get rid of Tex. Oki now activates over towards the A side of the map. Cortezia finding a second, though, down to 33. Spike does get stuck, and King's going to stand tall now as Aspas has to peer around the corner, but the spacing, the timing's not there, and King does it yet again. Massive clutch to derail things for MIBR. And at the end of the half, LEV get ahead by 2.
The heroics from King on that half were pretty mental from start to finish. Lurking kills, multi-kills. They ran the clock down really low. Cortezia's positioning was perfect to take, full advantage of the low time as well. It looked like what he did should have been enough to win it out.
I mean, come on.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
This guy seems like a great time, honestly. King's like, yo, don't even mention it. And that's a fantastic performance from IGL. 15-5 is King. Leviatan ahead by 2. Head to a break and come back with your second half of Lotus.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Let's see who wins. Wins. All I know. You looking at the goal for real. Wins. All I know. We go head to head, go toe to toe. Let's see who wins. Wins. All I know. You looking at the goal for real. Wins. Whole lot of kinetic, I've been in motion. Whole lot of wins, I've been in focus. Whole lot of hate, they all wanna doubt the boys, but nah, they gotta be joking. Oh, you seen them on a rise. No, you seen them on the signs. It's a movie in real life. It's real life televised. Check the wrist. Big time. Big play. Gotta hit the rewind. Who you got? Pick a side. Rockstar lifestyle certified. Wins. All I know. We go head to head, go toe to toe. Let's see who wins. Wins. All I know. You looking at the goal for real.
A ton of intertwining storylines, some that intersect in this matchup between Leviatan and MIBR in the first half of Lotus has been a pretty solid affair from both sides. Artazine standing up on the Oru roll here for MIBR, but it's been king for Leviatan with multiple multi-kills in extremely tight positions that have kept Lev ahead of the curve. But MIBR, 5 defense side rounds, got to feel okay about that. Still looking maybe to see Aspas really activate on this raise, but so far, not too bad.
No, not at all. And I'm pretty sure You're shopping at the Trader Joe's down the block. You can hear Sato screaming from the Riot Games arena. He's going crazy. I mean, he's making me think that there's some player hitting a multi-kill snap headshot every round. He's going nuts, but I like the energy.
Yes, I'm about it.
I like the energy.
MIBR here, pretty restrained start to the pistol, in contrast of LEV's opener at the beginning of this game. Unseen just trying to pull some attention and a frag. It's King as well, the Spectre that's been hanging over MIBR in so many of those late rounds in the first half. They're now adjusting over towards this B side of the map, but there is definitely an opening that's been made.
Taking their time, working back towards Mound as Artzin presses forward towards Rubble, and Calm gets the info off of the jiggle spot. But Leviatan have a good read on the situation. 3 players are ready to go on C, steadfast in the sight for when the hit comes through.
And they go, remember, no Vice for Leviatan's defense side. It is going to be the KJ for Tex. Bit of a pivot towards the B side. This is pretty lightly held here. It's going to be calling Com over to intervene, but he has to double check that this isn't a bait for an A play. And he's hit with a paranoia. That is going to slow him right up, and all of Leviatan have to play from Link here. Tex Emergence finds his first, but Verno doubles down on the side. It's Okeanos, though, getting his 2 and looking for more. Very, very low, and the sole player left, Artzin, puts him to bed. And MIBR bouncing across the map, find solace at B.
Yeah, both teams had some pretty solid pivots. Lev getting to C, ready to stop that hit if it came through, and then MIBR working their way back into B quickly. They had good util to deny a potential flood. You saw the nades thrown forward from Aspas. I believe there was a paranoia as well. It was well played to get into the site. And then from Lev, using what util they had to swing back in, there was that haunt that came up from Calm, so when crosshairs were turned towards Baby Door side, the 3 players do swing in.
Nice.
Some good little micro plays, but ultimately Artzin winning out those duels, finding the man advantage, was the catalyst to the win for MIBR. He has been on fire today.
Leviatan looking to simply contain the A-side aggression. He sees out from the door here. Shedom ready for him though, and the ghost sings out. Sato, loud as he's been, is able to find Artzin. It is left down to 2 players, with nothing but the classics to work with. Tex shows himself, some sharp shooting, of course, from the man. Okeanos doesn't really have much way of intervening. Looking for an odd timing out the smoke here, but Aspas is playing, of course, that loose end over towards Rubble. And that ghost does not have enough bullets in it, sir.
Will be shut down by Aspas. Let's go for a pretty cool combo play there. Opening the door. In the meantime, they then throw that paranoia out with the nade back Rubble. They all swing past. Fight when the wall drops. Cool idea. Respect it, but ultimately, I mean, look, they just have the classics, but they try to make the most of it with a nice little set piece. Nets a couple kills. Now MIBR on the bonus by Outlaw for Cortezia. Only 1 potential target to 1 shot. Calm, who's already picked up the Odin, of course. He is a specialist with that weapon. When it comes to being a scan initiator and shooting people through walls with a high bullet pen gun, Calm is your man. He is the one to cheese you out with kills.
Just imagine if we got Corrode in this series, it would be diabolical. Verno steps back here. This time, Leviatan, of course, don't go for a particular set play. They've got the weapons to really, hold their own. So again, they contain. They stave MIBR off and force this squad now to find another way in.
That really is like nightmare map rotation if you're going up against Calm. Ascent, Corrode, Lotus. It's so good.
Whoa, the second shot is what does him in there. Tex down through the wall. Cortezia with the Outlaw in hand. Softens C up.
Yeah, accelerating into the site. Can't even spot by that haunt. Some good utility coming forward. Wants to anchor this hard though.
Now, you've really got to have a white knuckle grip on the mouse in situations like this. And King gets his kill and gets off the site safely. Sato now sets up. But Leviatan still want to play more of that retake approach here. Allowing MIBR in.
30 seconds left.
30 seconds left. This plant still hasn't gone down. No nade for Sato to deny it, however.
Oki jiggling.
They want to bait out util. They want to bait out some swings, but they're not going to come. Spike drop has to be recovered. Time is getting so low.
Aspas has the plant. That's not where they want to be at all. And he's trying to dance a headshot angle. And he's handled. Leviatan back in the game here. Finally, once they get those guns in hand, you better believe Sato is popping off as we speak.
The whole squad just really held their nerve when it came to MIBR trying to tap, bait out some util coming through, swings coming through. They never came. That was just LEV allowing the clock to reduce to nothing, and eventually Cortezia got a little anxious, takes a peek forward, caught by King, who's up to 17.
After 16 rounds, that's a classic King performance. We see these sprinkled in over the last couple of VCT seasons.
Look at Artsen's just aware of the economy. He's bought into the Outlaw purposefully here. Few players that he could one-shot.
That has been heard, though.
Forced to get out of there, yeah. And I like this as well from look at Oki. Immediately off, knowing that Artsen had to teleport away, takes the space rubble.
Yep, beautifully done. King as well just bangs Cortezia out over on B. And again, not quite Vice level, but a good stall util available to Tex on the Killjoy. That Nano Swarm will force MIBR to reconsider that C push. Space being taken all across the map. Oki now asking for more on A. It's going to be a little bit uncomfortable for MIBR if they try and get out here.
Will have Calm to assist him at some point if necessary.
Got TP away here.
Yeah, has to run. Wall comes up. He is out of there.
Okay, no harm, no foul for Okeanos. Not able to find a kill, but a ton of information, and our time is running a little on the short side for MIBR to decide.
It draws out a lot of util. There's nothing left for Verna to play with in that regard. Artsen still inserted here. Shenum has been chilling over towards the seaside where they're going to pivot back. Artsen teleports away. They've drawn the LEV players away from C temporarily, but they're now working their way back. Again, time is so low. There's 18 seconds. Molly at the choke. Aspas isolated.
What?
Oh, no.
Oh, you hate it. Normally you like your own brand, but that's not what Aspas was looking for there. And it's King to step up once more. Heavy's the head that wears the crown, but his has the chin up. Arzine, what do you do? Sit and wait and hold on to that Outlaw buddy. Some brutal stuff over the llast couple of rounds, and a very inauspicious entrance for Aspas, to say the least.
I'm going to need to see that again, but I think got vulnerable up by...
Someone hit him mid-air. Could have been the Nano Swarm as well. There was one in his way. Yeah, just a tickle of it.
Yep. Sorry, was that his own?
Yep.
Viper's Molly, it showed on the kill feed. Is that a weird thing because he eventually naded himself? I don't, regardless, unlucky, got vulnerable, jumped into his own nade. They lose the round, their economy's broken. That's tough, man. That's real tough.
But again, like, starts with Oki, like, getting really good positioning on the A side. Wasn't a kill involved in that exchange, but Arzine was forced off of A entirely. And he got to creep up, get tons of info.
Yeah, the clock has been pretty much reduced to 0 when MIBR have been in situations that they're being forced to plant. That was Okeanos actually with the Odin. Force Artsen away with the Paranoia.
Okay, right over to the other side of the map. Maybe not where Arzine was hoping to be, but at least he can start to work that C side a little bit. It kind of signals to MIBR that obviously their most potent weapon is away from the rest of their team. And they just go trying to pull at threads here, hoping they can untangle the sweater. Bot, Nano Swarm. Off you go.
The rest of MIBR pivoting towards B main, where there is a Molly waiting for them. Sato as well, just fighting that through baby door rotations coming in from LEV across the map.
Oh, Tex!
Random spam, the
They were
door
decayed
opens,
down.
they're just stuck.
That was beautiful util coming out there from Com. Sets that on up so easily. Tex can spray those very low health targets down. Shannon here shows a bit of leg.
10 seconds left.
Oki from off screen. It's like the shepherd's crook just yoinks him out of the round. Cortezia, what to do?
Nothing. Not a whole lot. Tex gets 4 on the round, has the lockdown. King is 1 away from the pit. The economy is crazy. They're winning flawless rounds.
Look at this.
Yeah, it's the perfect C's, hits, and random spam. Love to see that. Hey, Rid.
All right, Tex.
The script says Riv has joined us for a sideline report, Mitch. Riv, what do you have to say?
Yeah, how about that? How about that? So I think we're all coming into this game very interested, knowing Artazine and Verno are now doing co-IGLing. Throughout kind of the halftime there, we heard Fraud talking quite a bit, and right after Fraud stopped, Verno was the only voice to call a strat. The middle of the round is becoming more communal from the team, which you can see Artazine and Verno still being the spearhead of the calls. But the following rounds as well, Verno was then asking for things. Can I get this here? You do this, and can you do that? The answers were yes. Like, Verno is calling at the beginning of the round, and it's flowing into the rest of the team. So let's see how they can continue against Leviatan here.
Thanks, Riv, getting some of those insights from the comms. Yeah, I mean, is it though? Because this honestly is consistent with the descriptions of Verno's impact on this MIBR team in Stage 1. Now maybe just unleashed a little bit more.
Yeah, I think it's unexpected, just more from the narrative sense, less than the gameplay. I mean, it's just... Verno's arc this year is crazy, is what I'm getting at. He has now worked his way into becoming the leader of the Brazilian squad. It's got a crazy character arc. How have we ended up here?
Honestly, just really impressive to see a young player, you know, shoulder that level of responsibility, right? And sort of leading the team forward. Does it pay off in this next round? Shenum chunked a little bit by that paint shell that came through. Here. Sato aware that Artazine is lurking, lingering, hanging over him like a Damascus sword. It wants to appear here, but he's got flat. Okeana's handled him.
Oh, wow. Nightfall connects onto multiple players, and Ospas is going for the flank, but King aware at all times when someone is pushing behind.
How many games has King got alongside Ospas? He had a sixth sense for that moment. Sorry, bro, he says, I've seen that one before. Verno, there's no one to ask to support him here. No orders to rattle off. And Okeanos puts in the bed. That is 2 flawless rounds back-to-back as Leviatan have undoubtedly broken the spirit and economic foundations of MIBR.
That is out of the timeout, MIBR ripping that Yoru ult to get into the A side, and they tried to combo with the Nightfall to, you know, obviously deny the audio so then Artson can get out. And in the meantime, they had Ospas double satchel through stairs.
Just AP.
Nice! Oh my God! And then it's just King healing that double satchel over from the B side. It gets an easy catch onto Ospas. Artson teleports out into the open. It's caught, or rather gets out of the all. It's rough.
Look about King standing here, back in halls, just waiting for any sort of cue of where the action might be coming from. Viper's pinned up for the IGL of LEV. Now, very quickly, MIBR just trying to clear this architecture.
That turret just chunks Ospas down to half HP. Unlucky.
It's not a great look.
A lockdown coming through. Can MIBR actually get proactive and break this?
I mean, Tex is going to hold his ground here. And you might pave the way here for some of that post-plant util setup. That's going to be cleared out, though. Ospas trying to get into upper. Sato waiting around the corner for the frenzied superstar of yore to handle him, but it's a young blood that gets the upper hand. Sato can't handle Cortezia, though, following him up, and it's Shenom laying it down. He's at Steel Garden.
Bring them down.
Com playing well and truly off this B side, but of course always a threat with the Odin. Season Horn, knows Artazine's there, and he just flattens him. Oh, here, Roki, that is dirty. Cortezia 8 health, but honestly has bled this clock more than enough as Com is going to have to walk away and recoup.
Cortezia played that round in pretty lovely fashion. Really, the team overall, I like the pathing that they took over on B there. They were able to deal with the lockdown effectively. They press forward, get the nade onto that. It was, you know, comboed with the C's as well in case anyone was playing close. Maybe Tex was still kind of tucked near it. Wasn't the case, but they break that and then immediate pivot from Ospas. Cortezia to fight up into heaven. They go 1-for-1. Now Cortezia has taken space, sets up a new crossfire, and has the Vice ult up there, rips that. That was some nice pathing from the team. Pretty impressive stuff on a must-win round.
Zato's taking up the operator in this round. He's also got a showstopper in reserve. It might be unlike what they saw at B last round, though. Might be looking to test it again. Yeah, paint shells here. King quickly, given the hot foot, has to back off that. Pinged out as well. Artazine lurks in that smoke, and King is not ready for it. Far more advanced than he was expecting. And the op here, Fasado looks a bit uncomfortable, so he's traded. Getting himself a better weapon for the situation. And Artazine down to the splash damage off that showstopper. Okeanos has intervened at some really important timings over the last couple of rounds. That one, no exception. Now Sato has to work an off angle. Okeanos is low. They'll smoke things up a little bit now. Some info off an Omen ult here. Tex headshot instantly. Can't get much more done, but Sato here looking for a pop-up move for the young bloke. Gets on this spike, takes Contazir out of the round, and with 3 health, Oki is able to land the plane.
MIBR, they just want to keep things simple. Slam B again. Some good fighting forward from Artzin. A little unfortunate that he flashes himself when pushing through, but even still, he gets this initial kill. Lev then really bide their time getting back in with the 3 players. In this moment where Oki was towards Baby Door, Sato eventually pushes in at the same time as Tex. When the dark cover cycles back up for Oki, that was really nice, patient, and then just everything executed with the perfect timings, and Sato connects the shots.
Exactly what Leviatan were looking for there.
They are looking good.
Now, of course, against the Stinger Rush, you might be in decent shape with his Op and Outlaw. Let's run B again, folks. Classic VCT Americas look here now from MIBR. King, mindful of the Omen TP in behind, but Artazine is well ahead of the rest of the team.
Yeah, caught in the snake bite, vulnerable up. And now attempt to pivot to C from MIBR. They're going to get into the site. Tex in the back does get hit by that paranoia, so will be temporarily routed, but this can just be a full 5-on-4 retake with a significant gun advantage.
So much to work with here. Sato, though, eventually has to concede. Off that line for the time being. A big group here over towards Halls for Leviatan. They know they're going to have to get their hands dirty to close the map out here. It's a little bit risky, dangerous going into this myriad crossfire setup. To those 2 Razorvines getting thrown out there. Tex for Sato, that's the trade. Oh, nicely done. Tex doesn't move, holds his ground, and it's all on Verno. Getting involved in the comms, leading the charge for MIBR. On the fragging front, though, it's been a quieter map for him. Now has to handle the 3 Leviatan players, and it's not to be. Another 3K for King. 25 frags for the game. And Leviatan close out Lotus.
King was just a menace on that map. I think MIBR should have had more rounds on defense. That's where they looked their best. The attack, a little uninspired. But Artzin and Ospas as a duo, I thought were really controlling the map on D, but it just ended up not mattering on several rounds when King, late into it, finds some crucial kill or a multi-kill at the end of the round to win it out for Lev. They've stolen away MIBR's map pick. He put on a show.
Honestly, Leviatan come out with a comp about as old as the Times New Roman font on the back of their jerseys. Like, pretty classic look. Don't involve the Vice whatsoever. And get a lot of value still out of Tex stalling with this KJ util on the defense side.
For sure. I'm really impressed by the team play they had and some of those retakes towards the end. You know, in some of those specific moments, just waiting out for the proper utility to get back in. Sato being so vocal in that
for
game.
Everyone but himself, by the way.
Crazy.
He's such, yeah, I like it. Good energy here on the Leviatan side. They've always kind of had that element to them, no doubt about it. We're going to step aside. Our Des is going to step in and discuss how does map 1 win. A look ahead to map 2.
Nice!
Bro, baby.
Nice, boys. Yo, we are so handsome.
Keep up this energy, bro.
Vamos ver, é o Artezinho pra buscar esse clutch. Clica na Spike, não faz metade, Leviatan vai ter que dar cara.
Y estaba también clasificar ahora desde la clase. Viene. Fresca para él.
I am here with Leviatan's Desmo ahead of Sunset. Map 1 goes your way. What went right for you guys there, and how are you feeling going into Sunset now with that win?
Feeling good. I think a lot of the things we were missing last week, we got it figured out today. Definitely, like, we're in a good mood. Everyone is very relaxed, and that showed today. Like, we were calm, collected throughout the entire game, and it's gonna show again and get on map 2 hopefully.
If you could dive into that, what are the few of the things that you felt really worked for you that you were looking to patch up?
I would say just being like a bit less hectic and chaotic, and just trying to read more into the game, and just understanding that we're good at the game and we just rely on what we know. That's it.
Awesome. Thanks for the insight. Good luck in map 2.
Welcome back, everyone. Zoe here, joined by Vansili and Dan Dryad, also known as Just Dan or Just Dryad.
Or Dan Dryad.
Or Dan Dryad.
That's how I go. That's how I go.
That's right. We're going to break this
That's
one
why I
down
don't
for you. That's why I'm her favorite. There you heard it, Vansili.
All good.
You know what I personally really like? What's my favorite thing? New looks from teams. MIBR showing us a double duelist again. Thank you so much. That's why I get paid. MIBR showing us a double duelist again. Didn't work out today. On the other side, definitely not a new look for Leviatan. That's a very old comp that we know, and I mean, some love it as well. What do you make of that? Are these two looks that you feel like they fit the teams? Is that something you want to see again?
I do want to say that it does fit the identity that MIBR has been looking for. I think ever since like end of stage 1, ever since failing out of Toronto 2, it almost seems like with the meta going towards a double duelist is something that was already leaning towards that side of MIBR. Because remember, Artazine on the Yoru playing like Judge on Split, for example. So I think you're slowly transitioning to that to have that for most of the maps.
I was just going to say, this is nothing new, though. The double duelist, I know we're seeing it more for the setup of MIBR, but we remember in Split that they had already tried it with Aspas and Artin. So it's nothing new, but we definitely want to see more of it. It was just lacking a little bit there.
And at least on the comp that's oldest time for Leviatan's side is basically having that KJ back in the hands of Tex. During the offseason, we saw him play a little bit of Vice and trying it out, but I think just the game plan around Leviatan, having that KJ in the composition, allows for the 4 players to be a little bit more concentrated and focused on the attack side to play a lot of these 4-1 so that Tex can find all of this information in the long run.
I want to highlight 2 players on Leviatan's side, though, Sato and King. We talked about Sato leading into this match. King, their IGL, has also just been shooting this game, Dan.
Both of them have been insane, and I love to see the 2 South American players be highlighted for this map in specific because they both have very different things to bring to the table, but both of them were insane. Obviously, we saw Sato every time the King is popping up, getting those 3Ks that will happen in, what, 3, 4, 5 rounds, it felt like. Sato is hyping him up immediately and saying, you know, that's my Chilean King. I don't know what else he was saying. But it's a nice combination between the 2 because now
Read
you're
the
having...
lips. What is he saying? What is he saying? F-bomb.
But he was like, I'm so
you can't say
freaking happy.
Exactly. No, but
there you go.
I love seeing both of them shine. And obviously, in stage 1, we had a period where Lev didn't even have King as an IGL. So him back in the role, I know we mentioned IGLs and how far they made it. King has made it internationally 2 champions, to a top 3 champions last year as an IGL. So now him in charge, and also Sato to have, that you can lead a little bit and allow him for success, I think is amazing.
Just allows for him to be back in his wheelhouse too, IGLing for a team and also multi-fragging on top of that, so it's just back in his comfort role.
They're making it look so easy. Again, I'm always just expecting an IGL's performance would tank by default, but alas, that is not, it's not the case here. It's not the case here.
Unless you're in a tank, then you're still owning.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It works out for some, and then not for others. That's crazy how it works. So let's hear what MIBR's coach Fraud has to say ahead of map 2.
I am here with MIBR's Fraud ahead of the second map. Unfortunate loss in the first map there, but there were still times when the team had control, but the one kill would change the round. What are you looking to do to prevent that and kind of rally in for Sunset?
Yeah, it's kind of a similar issue we had last week and we've been going through, and happened again today is more of just our individual decision making, especially to kind of close out rounds. Like, mean, we're playing at a very high level. Other teams are playing disciplined, and I feel like in some situations we're playing really good, and then that discipline falls out the window when we need it the most, those last 10 seconds. So I think it's going to be a big focus, just start strong and end strong, using the same kind of form of just focusing on our individual and discipline and making sure that we're playing the right way to close these rounds out and not make it so complicated on ourselves.
Can't wait to see it. Good luck in the match, Rod.
For talking about the individuals is so interesting because that also felt like to close out those rounds, that was the win conditioning for LEV on the other side. You saw King, as we just talked about. We saw Sato as well. We saw Okeanos in one of those last rounds doing it. And it was happening over and over again, which is crazy because you are in the team with Aspas, the guy who's solving not only the beginning of the rounds, but the end of the rounds in a lot of those cases. And that was something that was, when the team is struggling, as they have admitted they are doing, you're looking for those individuals as those win conditions. And if that's not happening for MIBR, I think that Sunset is going to be very, very difficult for them.
Well, let's talk about Sunset and let's talk about what we expect to see from both of these teams. So we've not seen Sunset being played from either of them in quite a while. Now, in this meta, with the looks they've been showing us so far, what are our expectations?
For my side, for Leviatan, I don't think they're going to try to focus towards this double duelist thing. Ever since Okeanos joined the roster, he seems to be flexing a lot around smokes and sentis or initiator whenever it's needed, mainly around controller. So he's probably going to play this Omen on this map for LEV. For the side of MIBR, I still think you might be able to play some double duelists here at this point as well. It almost seems like the Euro is going to help out, but if not, mainly, I think what's most important as to why they're playing this double duelist is if Aspas is going to try to entry but can't really do it on his own, he needs at least somebody else here that could flash out for the rest of the team, and then the rest of their group could fight toe-to-toe with the rest of the
And that was
defense.
not really something that was happening as much when you got to see this first map. I mean, you see who was getting the most of those openings for the side of MIBR. It was actually Artin on this Euro. So it's going to take a little bit more to change things around if you're going to be seeing the double duelist. I'm so confident, though, on Sato with this Neon. As a solo duelist, I think that should be enough for LEV.
Yeah.
Well, let's find out after a quick break. Uber and Wyatt will be back on this very couch, so don't go anywhere. We see you on the other side of this.
Right here for you, Uber and Wyatt.
It's a pretty steep climb for MIBR coming back in off Toronto, that little downtime period now to stage 2. Suffering like 3 big losses in a row and sort of having to bounce back now in a metagame that didn't naturally look like it fitted them. Over on Lotus, that second half on attack side, pretty lifeless. Really not what you're sort of hoping to see from them. There are some bright spots, right? I think Artazine is someone who definitely bears discussion. Stepping into the Yoru role, MIBR showing us a double duelist look, and honestly, looks like he's running it back, judging by his screen.
I'm not mad at it. Listen, last we saw MIBR on Sunset. They played it twice at Toronto. It was a map they clearly wanted to lean into, coming back into the pool. They lost to Liquid, they lost to Gen.G, and they didn't get a whole lot of rounds. So they're going to switch up the comp. I mean, yeah, it looks like they have the Yoru, so presumably they're going to run the double duelist here as well. I'm not mad at it. That defense, I was excited because it looked like their duelist duo, not even looked like, they were on point. They were playing off of each other really well. And it was also just sort of interesting to see Artzin be the main opper. Not surprised because he's the Yoru. You want your Yoru to be opping, even though that's, going to be Ospos' comfort role as an opper. Wasn't picking it up. Artzin was on point. He was looking good, man. But it's just the attack switch. They ultimately look lifeless and are then reduced to the last 3 rounds, just B-slams, 3 in a row. They're going to have to pick things up here on Sunset, or else they're in danger of being on a 4-loss streak for a team that was just on fire throughout the first 2 stages this year.
Yeah, a slight delay there on stage hitting the Sunset, folks. So as we come back around, we'll see how Okeanos rates with a fit check.
What's up, guys? It's Oki. This is my fit for today. Top to bottom, pearl necklaces, pearl beads, gift for my family. Next up, another jewelry stack. I thrifted this in Houston. I don't really know the brand, but I just got it. LEV jersey with my symbol in the back. I have a tattoo similar to the symbol on the back. It's a koi fish and a lotus flower. My mom, her favorite flower is the lotus flower, and me and my dad own a koi fish business. The pants, black baggy Uniqlo Aerism, and shoes, New Balance 530s. And that's my fit check.
So there you go. Something I like about the Leviatan jerseys, they've all got, I guess, like a symbolism on the back that sort of speaks to all of them. I think Comms is like Sova's bow, for example. Aspas, I think, is a tornado, which makes perfect sense. And, the koi fish there for Oki. We got a sound issue on the stage right now. That's what we're sort of working through, folks. But we come back in, talking about MIBR a ton. Not a word about Leviatan yet because their Sunset we have not seen. We don't know what to expect from these guys, but we know it's the kind of map where a lot of teams, and Sato, for example, has run out on the Neon, and it's probably Sato's least, I think, high-rated duelist.
Yeah, so compared to the other big 3 important duelists of the Raze, the Yoru, and the Jet, Neon is pretty significantly his lowest, statistically speaking. I'll use kills per round as an example to illustrate that. On Neon, it's 0.79. The next lowest is Jet, 0.88, and the Raze and Yoru are both in the 0.9s, which is extremely high, and that's a 400-round sample size, so it's nothing to scoff at. They are going to run Sato on the Neon. I want to see at some point this team maybe mess around with Okeanos playing some duelists.
Double duelist?
I wouldn't be mad at double duelists. You don't need that on Sunset per se. Elsewhere would be cool, but Oki's Neon is actually fire, so I would even be curious to see it. Maybe here if things don't work out, but, very speculative. I mean, beyond the KO, which
this team
feels very rare. This comp feels very rare from LEV. It's an interesting amalgamation of little agents.
This LEV team has 4 ex-duelists on it.
That's good. 1 quad duelist.
They have them in spades,
TSM
right?
in the FaZe Clan Invitational on Split or whatever. Something like that.
Texas, of course, loves
maybe
to
that was
remind
100
us.
Thieves. That was
Remember
one
quad
of those
duelists?
teams. I think they did with Hiko on Raze. It was something like that. I don't know.
I can't tell if I was like...
Someone find the tomes and get the duster, and we'll...
Was that during my
dust them up.
contractually banned from touching Valorant era?
Yeah,
or
I think so.
Okay, that's tough.
It might have been.
Damn. What life could have been like. All right, so moments away, of course. We're still waiting here on the opener of Sunset, or the opening of Sunset. Leviatan, not seen a lot from them on this map so far. Okeanos going to be on the KO here. So again, showing us that flex potential. Sato getting loud and proud on that Lotus map. And honestly, a very solid result for Leviatan. coming into this game, feel like it's one that could go either way, but it really hinged on MIBR taking a serious upward trajectory as opposed to last week. And well, we're not convinced that's the case, but Cortezia, of course, always deadly on the Cypher, and the double duelist look from MIBR getting pedaled out again.
Starting on defense, that was their good half on map 1. The double duelist was looking pretty smooth there.
I remember Frog telling me, dead ass, this was MIBR's best map. When we were in Toronto, he's like, it's our best map. I'm like, okay, boss. They won 12 rounds on
He said
Sunset.
that before they played. To be clear, he didn't say that after. All right, Sato takes a hell of a lot of damage, just probing around B main. As the rest of LEV work forward on A. One shot from Tex just sends Arts in to spectate his teammates for another solid minute.
Yeah, chunk down pretty low here. As you can see, big exploration into elbow. Now for Leviatan. They might be out trying to drone here out from Lincoln. Tex spotted. Pulls back away from that one way. Sato got his value, man. Good patience in the round. Yeah, he's got a ghost in his hand. What do you want? Aspas felled in the middle part of the map here. Cortezia are able to handle Tex, who was lingering, of course, around that one way. And don't tell me he's going to double down. Sato with one more health point than he needs, in fairness. Looking for more in this post plant. Smoke coming out of it towards elbow. That's going to cut the Sova out of the action. Com has to look for another way in. It's King! Stand and deliver, son. Sato dealt with here, but that's the confirmation that Cortezia is the last player. On the other side of this smoke, 3 LEV players in the site, feet up, straight chilling.
He got a lot of damage spamming, but yeah, not going to matter. I can't believe Sato found the kill. Picking up Aspas, who was on the rotate in mid with 2 HP. Instant tap headshot, cool. And then you could even just see MIBR when they were stood in link, they were waiting for him. Surely he's going to swing from top mid, link somewhere. No, he was just standing behind the box and they wasted a ton of time. And at that point, the dark cover got cycled back up.
I'll admit it, I overpeaked.
Caught. Caught.
He respected the owl drone and then came back for a second bite of the apple. And it was a little sour. 0 points sees nothing, so confirmation of push up for MIBR in that B side of the map. It's the very passive cam position that can look both into market and to B main. And Cortezia's just sat back.
What is going on with that little gate crash? Look at his spawn. Texas falling. No. Artsin, don't do it. Don't do it, bro. Don't do it, man.
Tex ideally wants somebody to tease this out of Artsin to put pressure on the Yoru so he'll appear. And this is house money for Tex. He's happy to hang around. I think Artsin probably doesn't take this.
Surely not, but I'm so invested in the plot. It's a fake teleport.
All right.
No
Tex
payoff.
looking like Tanner from high school now has to return to his his original positioning on this A side.
It does look like he might stuff someone in a locker and take their lunch money.
Yep. He's not messing about.
Dude, all right. Well, LEV, they get market for free. Cortez is back there with a classic. He's about to just get snapped on.
Yeah, he's not feeling good. King gets in there. Cortezia out of the game, and MIBR hoping to stack that A side of the map. Do not get what they wanted.
King might be on for his best series of this year, to be honest. It's been a bit slow goings for him in stage 1. I mean, matter of fact, Lotus might have been his best map of this year so far.
I feel like he and Mazzino, respectively, on his LEV team, like had randomly like unbelievable games last year. And King just after moving,
for sure. I mean, historically, King has been a phenom. He's
just
an incredible player.
Moving back to IGL and then all of a sudden like really hitting his stride. It seems to suit him. I mean, Xander actually looking similar, right? Picking up that extra responsibility and honestly just running with it. Getting great results, of course, on 100 Thieves.
Yeah, we've seen that, and it's actually what Xander explained when he was on the couch yesterday, and have heard other players that switch to IGL talk about this. Sometimes it's that feeling of getting control of the game in your own hands, so you really have a grasp on everything that's happening. Makes it easy for you to always be in the optimal positions, rather than just kind of being a piece of the machine at times. Like some players just thrive with that level of control. And yeah, maybe that'll be the case for King, just locked in IGLing. Let's see if LEV can do something on this bonus round after a very clean anti-eco.
One way, of course, completely disrespected by this fast-moving Leviatan comp. See Sato entrenched in elbow already.
Yeah, that flash pop through the window with a recon will be an effective way to get into elbow early. That'll definitely not be the last time we see that opening little util combo from Lev.
This is a full contact re-clear, though, for MIBR, so they don't have to expend anything on retaking it. God forbid they have to commit an owl drone or something similarly. They do now. So they are actually spending a little bit of util re-clearing an A side that's long been left in Leviatan's wake. They're headed over towards market.
You can see MIBR, they're taking control back of elbow, so they should have enough info that the hit's going to be towards B. Cortesi in some trouble.
They're really trying to pressure the Cypher position. Arsene steps up, though. Not a bad showing from him. King produces the Sheriff. Narzine is out. 45 seconds. Spike in mid here in King's hands.
Oh, look at Tex. He's worked his way all the way up behind Cortesi, who just doesn't know where to look.
Aspas, though.
But the spike is in mid. Wait, I didn't even notice that. That's a problem.
That's crazy. You know why that's crazy? Because I just said that.
Yeah. I was like, wait a second. For real?
Yeah, I mean,
Are you serious right now?
They were still hedging a little bit, I suppose, on the idea of moving off the B side. Come here. God, he's got a big job on his hands. Shannon will be holding that line, and it's pretty easy. Bonus here for Lev, and had a couple of stingers mixed in, right? So they can probably stomach the round going this way. Good adjustment there from Shannon. Tex speculating, but no time to get a plant.
They'll take the extra damage. Aspas is the only one living. He's got a 0 in the bank, so he'll be happy to take that Phantom over. But Lev will be, hey, content with that on a bonus. Little plant cache, and they kill 4 players. I mean, yeah, it's unfortunate the spike was left in mid. I was so locked in on the fact that Tex had been able to wrap all the way through, back through B. So Cortesio was just pinched.
Completely surrounded.
Yeah, he was completely isolated and surrounded on B. I just did not even realize that King had no opportunity to get over there with the spike. Otherwise, that probably would have been a round 1.
Caught
I mean, look at this for MIBR.
Yeah,
they need to save.
Yeah, brutal stuff. It's one rifle, of course. Into the hands of Aspas.
No.
Whereas Lev are on the other end of the power spectrum. In we go. Smoke towards market. No prior opportunity to shut that door.
And in terms of the ults as well, it's Calm and Tex who are the closest to getting theirs. Those are some strong ults to win future rounds. If those guys can, farm a couple players that are just holding pistols, get a spike down, whatever, having those for the next buy round could put them in a commanding lead if they can use them to get another round win after this. But listen, they've got to make sure they win this anti-eco first.
Okay, Cortesi have to back off on this one. A bit of time ball for Aspas here with that paint shell. Bolt clear. Okay, everything kitchen sink also just sailing through the air in the direction of this B-side defense for MIBR. Yep, relay bolt, throw it all in there.
Oh, the flash hit everyone.
And they backed off. Aspas given a bit of a reprieve there, and now going to cast a swing with his solo rifle, and it's working out. Cortesi is able to find some purchase here as well with his Sheriff. Neural Theft
30 seconds left.
comes at a decent time for a player advantage MIBR squad. 3 to work with, and they're all converging here over towards the B side of the map.
Sato pinged up, playing across right now with Okeanos tucked into the site by jump up.
It's the 2 newcomers to this Leviatan squad. Okeanos affected by the paranoia, still finds some degree of success. Verno gun down, it's on Sato now, slides across and tears Shenom's head clean off the shoulders. Cortesi is not healthy enough here. Oh, Sato feels it.
Discipline.
Slowly, Sato goes around. Cam set up, it's not going to help you. Sato exits around with 4. Huge performance. After we kind of tried to temper expectations about the, the neon showing, that's just sick individual moment from him. He's up to 5 and 2.
It bails them out of a round where they tried to just brute force into the site where they then found out the 1 rifle was at, and they said, nah, we'll go anyway. All right, let's just win. And it almost resulted in them losing. Great clutch from Sato. That slide with the kill was pretty smooth. And Lev really do hard force that site hit. MIBR were stacked up there with multiple players. Ardzin, swings out first to give Aspas opportunity, but regardless, into the next. Fast elbow take again off that recon being thrown. Sato gets the space. Last time, Lev just gave it up. They rotated out of here, and there was a mid-round contact re-clear from MIBR.
With the owl drone as well used by the defenders, so it ended up being fairly costly for him. This time he remains at insert.
Yeah, Sato wants to hang around. I mean, they've got the spike here as well. And with Oki still in the choke, throwing out that 0 point.
No real exploration happening elsewhere on the map, though.
Calm is going back to B main for the re-clear at the moment, it looks like.
There's a cam here, though, that Cortezia can work with, and I think we've just heard that. Yep. Oh, okay. That's a pretty free clear for Com.
Wow, and there's actually a dark cover thrown
I
across
like
to B right now as Lev intend on fighting into elbow.
Giannis not able to get there. Trades evenly here. Famous the attackers, of course, and look how thinly spread they are. Tex this time doesn't overpeak this corner. Wins it out against Verno, and now Aspas and Cortezia have to hot-foot it over to A.
That is the impact kill from Tex.
30 seconds left.
Isolates Verno. Clean shot with the Vandal.
No stick yet.
No, just tapping that spike, expecting maybe someone could swing or to bait something out. Doesn't happen. Dark cover now over onto Link. This stick is for real. The spike's going to go down, tuck backside.
It's just an embarrassing amount of ultimates here for Leviatan they're able to hold on to. No need to make use of any of them. Start to snowball this a little bit more. This, of course, was the buy for MIBR.
No. The timing just a little bit off. A tragic end for Aspas there.
Com's a little legendary for, relay bolts that can't be cleared.
For real.
Pretty common.
That was a cool adjustment, though, from Lev this time, playing off of what they did to take elbow earlier on the prior round. This one making it look again like, hey, we're going back to B. Comms in main. We're smoking off market. But then they go for multiple players swinging at elbow. They trade 2 for 2. Tex, perfect timing to wrap. Link, super well done.
Sato, he keeps it mum whenever he has a good round. But anytime one of his teammates, finds some level of success, he's popping off. Gassing the boys up. This is a 3-round lead right now.
He's just having so much fun.
Yeah, dude.
The vibes are great for Lev.
Every time I get that injection, I feel of, that younger blood here. Mid-season, obviously, you mentioned it. There are so many players that are coming of age like halfway through the year. We had to sort of wait. A lot of teams banked on them. Like Spike is a good example of that. Don't get to see them until stage 2. And Leviatan have done enough to put themselves in a position where they have a strong stage 2, and I mean strong. They can be a factor at champs.
This does seem like a turning point in VCT Americas as far as a changing of the guard. I mean, the players that have come in, Sato, Luke Show, Spike, Okeanos. I mean, it's just, the list goes on. Verno, Mata, all of these challengers players that have come up, and have now, all these guys that have come up in the middle of this year, they are simply the future. They're so good. It's going to be tough for some of these players that have been around to stay around at this point. The new crop of talent is just so crazy.
This, of course, a MIBR called timeout. They come into a round where the money's pretty thin, but they have a dimensional drift at least maybe to hold into that round number 7. They are giving Lev a pretty comfortable bit of lead. And that squad is sitting on big ults. Almost fire for the Mokianos, close to that null command.
He'll surely get it at some point in this round. Let's see if maybe Shenum can get something accomplished with this Guardian. He is pressed up towards A right now, just playing off of the one-way.
It's a tough position to play that one-way A side of the map, because quite often we're seeing it just disrespected because of the neon. We see a fast lane thrown up, and Sato is in elbow in a blink of an eye. And I think it's pretty distinctive that that doesn't happen this round.
Yeah, now later into this round, as that second dark cover drops, Calm gets that timing to come over and re-clear with the drone. Spots out one. That's Aspas towards elbow. And now Lev want to work elsewhere to show that presence. They've been stacked up in B main. Time to go forward. Cortezia is really far forward.
I like that
damage.
I mean, the guy's got stones. He just holds his ground. Straight onto the side here is Sato. They are pushing straight through. I think off the side, Aldazine had to get very hastily.
Yeah, he wanted to just teleport out of there. No desire to fight Sato, even though he is down to 45 HP. Will take the most forward point position, can act as a piece of bait. If he needs to go down to 45, but everyone can trade off of him, so be it.
Paranoia comes through. That's going to force Sato away from that closer angle, but Okeanos is able to pick it up. King still tucked here on the corner. Leviatan spread the jaws wide. Feast here at a flawless round. against this half buy. Guardian brought in by MIBR. None of it really leaves a mark.
They're feeling pretty unstoppable right now, man. They are looking crazy, and they've got 5 ultimates
somebody
now.
bring me
5
coffee.
ults for the buy round.
Oh, that's dirty. Rationing those.
In that moment, Sato's 45 and pressed up, happy to be a piece of bait, but dodges out all of the util, baits it out, and then still gets away. Everyone
fell
gets
off the
cleaned
paranoia.
up. The economy is super solid for LEV. Wow, investment into the operator here for Artzin. And fair play, he was really strong with the back on Lotus on D.
It's not useful at A though because of this line of sight breaking tech that Leviatan have. Sato has overdrive active. He really wants to try and run rough shot over MIBR on such a round, and Shenum caught by that. And a correction from Sato doesn't come quickly enough. Paranoia also a bit of a problem. This is awkward for Leviatan, getting snarled out midway through the site, but Com might have salvaged with from afar a Hunter's Fury, and he's ready for Cortesi to try and dig him on out. Finally, the operator gets involved in the game. Artisan from Link shuts Tex down.
If Kinky gets at the spike, he can teleport the hell out of here and get to B if he wants. He does get it. No, just going to...
Baits it.
Oh, just baits it with the whole running around. Yep, see ya. Gets out to B, and now Com is going to be in main. Looks like they want to double up. Yeah, just play together. Artson has the op right now. That's a little awkward.
Yeah, because Com likes to play in a different postcode from his teammates most of the time. He's already here.
If Osboss gets 1 kill, he'll have the showstopper. So that could be an easy way to just kill both players, potentially, if he gets the first free one on the second. Artson sticks.
Okay, boom body for Osboss. Steps up to check manually. Wide a swing from Com, but still seen through by Artezine. Now it's on King. Have a look at that one. Drop the gavel on Artezine. And now he's going to troll his old teammate. Old friends, new foes. Seen this story played out before, and King gets the better of the final boss. A sly smile on the face as he knows he's left a mark.
Yeah, I'm going to be real. There was no part of me that doubted he was going to win that 1v2. He's just so good today. He's going insane. He's insane right now.
10 and 2.
He's insane.
10 and 2 after 8 rounds, man. That's not right.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, just... Yeah, okay. Feeling good, the uptrend for Leviatan.
Oh, the vibes
palpable.
are crazy. You can just, this is the most authentic, good vibe confidence that you'll see. You can tell when the vibes are fake. These are the realest, most confident vibes they've got.
And he's been reminded now by Sato that he is in fact his Chilean, which I'm sure is just going to make his spirits soar. It's rather possessive, Sato, I won't lie.
So they make all that noise, take B main, and now they're just going to slowly back away. King has been chilling top box. What a shot from Artzin. Sick.
I got a lot of time for Artezine. That was good looks. A big way to slow some of this Leviatan momentum down.
You cannot take away the quality individual form Artzin has been in today. He's doing really well. He's been the player for MIBR that has been winning rounds for them. His performance on Lotus was sick.
Okay, null command here, signals are pretty fast hit over towards the A side of the map, but Com flattened instantly. Sato though, the second line, they're not ready for this at all. He's going to find 2 slides across.
He's a maniac.
There was a crossfire upon crossfire waiting for him, but the remainers of Leviatan still look to try and get this one secured. Tell you what, Artezine is just too clean with a 20 health and a dream, and he converts. That is bloody disgusting. What a thrifty round. Artezine, cool and calm. A great way to at least give MIBR a ray of hope.
Man, they are still looking not particularly excited or happy at this point. Not a lot of celebrations for the fact that they just won an eco round, and Artson got a 3K with the Sheriff.
Nice.
Okay, maybe we missed it on the cam. the second shot was a little...
Fire River with the AstroTurf.
They spread
of the
misinformation.
century.
No, I take it back. They celebrated. They're happy. There was misinformation being spread by the initial shot that we had of the players. Okay, Artzin is just him.
Yeah, okay.
He's just him.
That op's been going around the map a little bit here. Artezine's been taking it towards this B side more often than not, but that's the first time Leviatan have encountered it early. That one hurts. Sato, a pretty good game from him. 9 and 6, but he'll have to sit this one out. Sheriff in hand. Oh, it's too good with the man through the smoke. King is down yet again, cutting head off the snake. And Cortezia really rallied by what he's seeing from his teammates now. Steps in, steps up. It's up to Com to step to the music now. And now they're very much aware of where the initiator is. It's be a double swing here from the Remainers at MIBR and get us at least to a 6-3 scenario. 9 rounds in.
And maybe we're getting to one of those situations where it's feeling like it's down and out, and then one player steps up, starts making the highlight reel plays, inspires everyone else. The confidence starts to surge from there. Artzin is definitely got the magic touch right now. The random share spam, once that's connecting as well, once the random smoke shots are hitting while you're hitting all the other shots, things are flowing for him. And LEV feel forced into the timeout.
Yeah, not only to ice the kicker, I'm sure, but also just to try and collect themselves here because it's been the early action that's been shut down. Other teams have been set up to just take contact against the these extremity players on the map. First, he's able to find the off angle that King was perched up on with the TP over the A side of the map. And then in that round number 10, or round number 9, excuse me, waiting for that Neon to show up in B side. Great game here from Artazine. Would love to see more, I think, from the rest of his team, especially Aspas, who has been conspicuously absent. 3 kills over the course of this half. Has not been able to get involved. Not nearly as much as he'd like.
Yeah, I mean, I do feel like part of it is the fact that Artzin playing Yoru is going to be the primary opper and not him, when normally that is just the comfortable position that Aspas will be in to collect those consistent kills every round. That's Artzin right now. That's how it should be, though. Your Yoru should be the one opping. So Aspas is going to have to find some more value with this rifle when he can. Still have the Steel Garden to play with over on LEV, and they're going to force things out. Just enough to get 4 players rifles and king that Stinger.
Funny, as soon as LEV started using their 5 ultimates, they started losing rounds. They're looking a lot cleaner.
Yeah, don't really understand how that happened, but all good. Well, I do. Artzin, well, shot them.
Also, Sato, like, remember he ran up on that A side with overdrive, and unfortunately, it might be a bit more ready for that kind of sort of unhinged approach. Looking at mid now in these early moments. Smoke top mid here, and you'll notice that it has been tripped.
Yeah, the setup at the moment from Cortezia, a tad more passive with that cam far back in the window on B as well.
Even on rounds where early on Artazine's been over at the B side, we've seen that sort of more reserved cam positioning.
So what is the move here in the mid round from LEV? They have it rotated back towards B main. Flash popped into mid as the dark cover drops and the door is broken.
That implies a heck of a lot, though, especially with that smoke top mid.
Yeah, so as far as MIBR know, there could certainly be players pressed up in mid, tucked close,
no wind
tiles. But they've got 3 players towards B, and a lot of these hits, they've had multiple players stacked up for the correct site. They've had a read on where LEV are going.
Steel Garden doesn't hit. MIBR got drawn off the site, but they are flooding back in, and now things are slowed up a little bit for Leviatan. Once more, they've lost Sato. They still want to try and commit, though with some staggered timing. Artazine trying to work his way around the map. Cortezia under big pressure, and Tex is able to find some double or nothing. Verno with the shock darts. Tickles at the feet of Tex, but that is a stick, and here comes Aspas now, flying in. Doesn't even have to enter the side there. Sees Tex on the corner, and the showstopper's enough to account for him. What even in numbers? Verno jiggling. Okeana spotted out here, and the rest of the players coming in from the backside now, but that setup in LEV for a B main could be huge, and Oki just stands his ground. Oh my goodness, not how MIBR would have seen this round end. Sick post-plant anchoring here for Okeanos. Backed up.
Man, how has he gotten away with that? Honestly, he's just completely isolated out in the open. One of the players in B main was King with the Stinger, so he doesn't even have a good range to take duels to try to play off of Oki. But he's able to take that initial fight against Verno clean, no one to insta-trade. And then they just swing as a team to kill Aspas, wins the duel. I mean,
you moving nice, Twin. You moving nice, Twin.
Oki getting a little bit less attention, I think, overall, because Sato has just been so phenomenal, but he has been such a high-quality player in Challengers in Tier 2 for so long at this point. He's one of those players, when you look at their VLR page, he has like 8,000 rounds played on the duelist roles. He's just been grinding forever.
Just terrorizing the collegiate space as well. That was nice from Tex. Remember how we talked about 4, one-time duelists on this team? Tex stepped up on that B side there and just slammed 2 quick kills to open it up. Someone stepped up in the absence of Sato, which is important. Obviously playing alongside that Neon. Does he get spotted here?
Oh my god, the Comets just dismantled B main alone. Artson walks up, caught. Com's just waiting. Cortezia tucks, caught, and then has to try to retreat. Com gets the kill. This round's just over. It's just done. Com just decided to win for them.
And he can fall off the side and play the Hunter's Fury. At this point, there's just no point. Sato is able to pick up where Com left off.
I mean, right now, Osbos and Showdown, they're hanging around. Osbos is going in. These guys, y'all have no money, man. I mean, he's just, okay, he goes down.
That, for me, should smack of a 2-gun save. Genuinely. Still going for it, though. And
I mean, the
tough.
guns are just, they're just lost in the 5-on-2.
Coming into the last round of the half, of course, in a position like this, definitely not feeling great about that.
Look at the money, man. That doesn't make much of any sense, but all right. I mean, respect to Com. He just tore them limb from limb in B main. It wasn't really,
that was an interesting variation there in that round as well. I just want to call back to what we saw. Instead of just passively spotting with the cam in B main, Artisan goes into B main and checks it physically. And Com is like, oh, I haven't seen this before from you. Normally you're like passively holding with an AWP or something like that. It gets punished for it big time. And then, of course, doubles down as Cortezia was tucked in the corner with no way to get across the gap outside of cyber caging away, I suppose. But he was lit by the Aldrone. That was just not an option. That is just a calamitous round for MIBR. Everyone getting up, stretching the legs.
It's a weird kind of setup because, if Artson was playing back a little bit more passive towards B main or, jiggling, taking a fight where then someone swinging would be closer on Cortezia, like you would want Artson to be able to be the one to tank the drone if a B main reclear is coming.
So yeah,
but they wanted to just be way more aggressive, I suppose. That is just their undoing. And now for the last round, they've got, a few ults to play with, not the best ones, and way less money than they should have. Really awkward round from MIBR top to bottom. LEV.
What was that motion? I'm going to show you.
What was that emote?
Banging the table.
Crazy emote.
I mean, that's like the Golden Boy emote on Twitch, right?
That's the what face?
Yeah, the what face. There you go. Pretty similar. All right. Bit of a gear issue being... Is that why we're tech pausing, Sato? Are you being a little bit too rough on the peripherals? I like the energy, though, and you can definitely see even some of the older heads on Leviatan happy to see this infusion come in. MIBR, the way we looked at this team, I thought, was that Artisan and Cortezia definitely seemed like more emotional. We get them on the couch. We did it sort of last stage, chatted to them, a lot of passion between those two. Obviously, there's a really emotional interview with their parents, right? What we saw obviously in the arena a few weeks ago. Definitely feels like that's the heart and soul of this team. But again, some more aloof, cooler heads. And I think we mischaracterized Verno as kind of one of those guys that, because he was so, he was so nonchalant. Like in all of his interviews and press opportunities, the guy looked like he did not care. Now, you could probably relate to this, but
he was doing the teenager, I'm too cool for everything.
What are you going to grow out of that? Like, well, is that
me? Yeah. What are you talking?
Why is too cool, guys? But he's actually a softie. He cares.
I'm just a little guy.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
All right. We have a feature, production just told me.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. Well, you know what? We'll save you. We spoke with Com earlier, actually, about these rookies on Leviatan and the infusion they're bringing to the team, and also how they're adjusting to the biggest stage of their careers.
Both Sato and Oki, kind of, the more they're on stage, the more they'll go out of their shell and kind of have fun with it. I think that's the biggest thing for me as kind of the vet now. I want these guys to have fun and enjoy being on stage, where as esports players, you're not here forever, it's the reality of it, and it's an ever-changing business. So I want them to have fun just as much as I want to have fun, and for them to enjoy what's happening around them, So I think that's the biggest thing for me, and yeah, just keep having fun.
What's up, guys? It's Oki. This is my fit for today. Top to bottom, pearl necklaces, pearl beads, gift from my family. Next up, another jewelry stack. I thrifted this in Houston. I don't really know the brand, but I just got it. LEV jersey with my symbol in the back. I have a tattoo similar to the symbol on the back. It's a koi fish and a lotus flower. My mom, her favorite flower is the lotus flower, and me and my dad own a koi fish business. The pants, black baggy Uniqlo Airism, and shoes, New Balance 530s. And that's my fit check.
Welcome back, folks. A little bit of an extended tech pause here for you. As it turns out, in that round that drew some very quizzical sounds from myself and Dr. VALORANT over here.
Oh yeah. Now I hate to have a tech pause, but I'm glad to have found out that MIBR lost their comms for the entirety of that round, and we need to replay it because otherwise I was perplexed.
Yes.
I was stunned. I didn't know what to think about what I had just witnessed.
It was two things. It was like the bait setup that really fell apart for MIBR there over towards B main, and then in a save opportunity that is just sort of thrown away. So that's the situation. We are in a tech pause. That's right. We want to see your pets. Wyatt,
I should have submitted.
I hear a lot about your pets. I actually hear more about the people that the people that come into your house to actually babysit your pets.
Yeah, the people that I hire on Rover that then try to use my apartment to sleep in, squat in my apartment without telling me. Yeah.
My favorite story, honestly, and I'm sure Wyatt's going to
we're not. No.
So we'd like to see your pets as well.
Show the pets.
Because we, for the time being, are we're your Rover staff. So we are watching your pets for you while you also watch them in your house, but we're watching them over here on the screen, and we're going to discuss that. So send them in hashtag VCT Americas. That's how you can make sure that we can see it. And yeah, we'll discuss them. I think all pets are created equal, but dogs, I'm a big fan of. You're a cat guy though, right?
Yeah, I have a cat.
Yeah.
I love dogs and cats.
Okay.
Equally. They're both
Is
great.
that a bloody Labubu?
What? That is not.
Okay.
All right, bro.
I just learned what this. I just learned what this was last night. It looks like.
Yeah, you just learned about the 24-karat Labubu last night.
That was good.
Yep.
Yeah, Brent knew about it a week ago, bro. He beat me
with an
by a
average
week.
age of like 39.
Yeah, kind of. I mean, you're like 31 now, and then I'm like 33.
That's not true. I'm young and full of life.
Okay, well that's
not true. Dude, I have so much life left in me.
Okay.
Unlike,
do you want to bring that out in the broadcast, or are we just gonna?
I mean, it's unfortunate that this is going to be our last year doing commentary together because in 2026 you're going to the retirement home. That's a damn shame. I've enjoyed our run.
I mean, no, I came from the retirement home. I went from Overwatch to Valorant. I came from there. I'm actually rolling back the years here. That's great. Thank you, Eddie Poo.
I'm glad we got a reaction.
Me when I
image.
see the two-gun save ignored and run into the B side. Oh, that's great. Yeah, wait, that could be us.
That's
right
us, boss.
If we weren't
during a tech
commentators on
pause.
VCT Americas, it could be us. That's all I'm saying.
We got a lot of dog people.
That's it. I'm about it.
Look at that little guy.
Yeah, the bandana goes kind of hard. That's what I'm saying. Okay. What breed of dog is that? Legendary.
I don't know. I'm not smart.
Clip it and ship it, chat.
How does it say that?
We know Liz. We know Liz.
Who's that?
I think she's busy. I think she's been streaming today in tears because I think she's at the end of Claire Obscura. So, yeah, my heart goes out to Liz.
Okay. Oh, whoa. So, what's the word?
This is a professional. Look at the vignette on this photo.
Yeah, that's what it is. Very professional.
Unreal. The follow-up's too good, bro. Me, when I find out it's Taco Tuesdays and I am at the door. Let me in. Oh, goodness.
Oh.
I'm just saying, could be us, but you playing. You're casting people playing.
Oh, are you going to ask if that's a Labubu?
Okay, I'm figuring it out. Bro, listen, up until like last week, I was genuinely still making Harambe jokes. So that is like where we're at. I need someone to just fast lane me all of the... I tell you, Brent has ghostwriters feeding him the latest memes or TikToks.
No, he doesn't. He just has brain rot.
Did us, man?
He just has brain rot.
Literally, like you need a full support staff for that stuff if you're not jacked in.
Oh, look at the...
Bro, they're buds.
Us for real, you know what I mean?
Could be us, except you're calling me out about my boominess, bro.
Gamer cat? About to load up some TDM after watching the stream?
Riv? Oh, no Riv? Any Riv fans? That's rough, bro. All right. Still just dancing around a little bit here, folks. Moments away from jumping back into Sunset. Thank you very much for your submissions, by the way. I'm a big fan of taking chances. I've been banned from using Twitch chat, guys. I'm not allowed to because I steal your memes and pass them off as my own so I seem younger. I've been told I can't do that anymore. So it's nice to have some interaction with you. Jumping back into Sunset round at number 11. We rolled it back, folks. So it is MIBR still with a full cohort of rifles.
And they do have communications now. They're back online. They're good to go. So let's see what Artson can do now with this operator. Doesn't look like they'll be going for that two-man setup in B main 2 rounds in a row. That would be devious, though, to run that out of the tech pause.
I would respect that a lot. But no. Change up here. The cam's a bit further forward. Once again, that one way being attended to, so far more restrained early round here. The Com is still hoping to dig something up on the B side of the map. He just has to extend a little further in order to do so. Backside smoked off. Notice that low trip there on the left. And Adazine, well, that's a decent way to force that Yoru out the side. He's now back to spawn. On his way back in here, Shenum gets off that line, tagged up slightly, and then fight another moment.
Yeah, the rest of the team gunning it towards A, pushed up through elbow. Sato's going real quick, somehow alive, somehow getting out of the way. What is that shot? What is happening, man?
Okay, moment of brilliance there from Aspas. Slows Leviatan up. Sato, I mean, much as Neon often does, traded his life for space for his teammates. He's waiting for Katizia to cross the map. And he falls straight into his waiting arms.
Insane ult from Calm. That recon was crazy. That's as calm as a calm moment gets, to be honest. Okay, now on the swing, Aspas. Great shot, but instant trade from Tex. And, well, Lever up 8-3 again. Yep. It's just like what happened before. In very wild fashion, though.
But maybe Artison will save. So there's that.
He will be saving for sure. But
elsewhere, though, like the economic scenario still doesn't feel great, but MIBR can put together something at least around this op and dimensional drift coming into the last round of the half.
LEV have really loved on this attack side using Calm as fake on the opposite side of the map. A lot of mid-round fake drone reclears from Calm while the team accelerates elsewhere. That has been a go-to for them. And honestly, MIBR have had a fair understanding of that. They're typically having the majority of the players on their team stacked on the right sites, but they're still getting dismantled. And then Calm coming back has a crazy cross-map damn near dart that I think lands like the upper back site box and then rips the Hunter's Fury from main.
Oh,
yeah, it was such a sick dart. Perfect connection. Calm, that's just how he thrives as a player. That's just what he does. It's his util.
Yeah, exactly.
It's his util.
And
He's kind of like, not like he's a gimmick player, but I mean that in the best sense. Like he just has more little trick plays than other
and that's why players. I really wanted to see Corrode from Leviatan, right? Because think back, who else is playing Sova on Fracture outside of Comp? The guy really is always pushing to innovate.
Artson this time is positioned over towards elbow. Listen again, same little opening for Lev, and why not take that fast elbow space with a couple util pieces. Sato pushes up and then retreats out of there. Aspas drops off of the top in market, and it will be completely forced away now, given that Paranoia gets the clean connection.
Completely gives it up for free, right? Great catch there by King onto Aspas, who's had his number over much of this map and series, in fairness. Smoked off the line, Aspas is each option he tries to take snatched away from him. Things are getting narrowed down a little bit more now for MIBR, but still set up for this retake. 5 plays in the game, guns ready, dimensional drift to give themselves a little bit of advance notice as to what the setup is. Pings on King in the corner now, the Paranoia whistles across the side. Com is tucked on that line. 1-for-1, King out of the game here. That util, controller util off the map. It's going to be Zato tucked in, steps forward, Aspas down with the operator overdrive now. That's a scary prospect. Oh, they look, gets frazzled indeed. Sato lights them up. That's some high voltage rock and roll, baby. 9-3 for Leviatan heading into the half break.
That post-plant setup was really gorgeous from Lev. I think the best thing MIBR did was they were able to bait out Calm in the midst of it, get that kill main, and then they wanted to swing down towards these players. But look at the multiple player base coming through. everybody from LEV ready to fight that. A couple players from Market. I mean, even if one of the another freaky, even if another one of the trades goes the way of MIBR, just doesn't matter, man. There was going to be another player following up Oki on the swing.
There we go, half-time. Looks dire for MIBR. LEV get a little silly with it. Let's see if that trend continues or if MIBR can get some purchase on this map to avert a 2-0. Stick around. It's a 6-round gulf between Leviatan and MIBR, the latter who really only popped up midway through the half, strung a couple of rounds together off the back of Ardazine's very heads-up showing. Outside of that, it has been a difficult day at the office for MIBR.
I gotta say, honestly, I'm looking at the scoreboard. Even just for being 8-6, Calm had a massive influence on the success of Leviatan in that half. He played a great Sova attack. And now swapping over to the defense side, big concerns for MIBR, at least if you just want to reflect on Lotus, because defense is where they were able to string a solid amount of rounds together.
5.
And, you know, honestly, it felt like 5 was too little given how well they were playing, but they're going to have to be much better on attack here.
Whoa, did this guy crash back to the same spot?
The knife catches him, he couldn't get out.
6 suppression there. That is dirty work from Okeanos. Ardazen had nowhere to go. Ah, brother. Okay, MIBR missed the top mid-peak timing, get themselves in a market, but here comes a Razorvine, and Zato lingers long enough there to extract his toll. And MIBR split with the spike. Back in mid, at least Okeanos has been felled.
Yeah, caught on the cross, a little too eager to reposition, but now a good setup from, oh wow, awkward timing potentially with the smoke getting cycled. No, it's okay, they can get back up on the angle, and those players are just weak. 1 shot required to deal with Shenum. To the body, was only 40 HP.
Honestly, at this point, bring the monarchy back. This guy is dominating. 14 and 5.
And again, this is another pistol round where Sato in mid just gets a 1-tap on somebody crossing. Yep. What happened here? Yeah, oh, look at that adjustment on Verna.
It's been like mid-round.
Mental.
Texas, someone we highlighted in the first half, is just getting in crucial spots.
I'm gonna kill them.
And finding these impact kills that really just topple MIBR in the round. And losing a pistol here, already 9-3 down. But we know how this one goes, folks. It is grim.
And to start it off, there was that knife that came through from Oki that denied the teleport from Artsin. Anyhow, I'm going to live in the present here. And the present is MIBR forcing up. And you can't blame them. They've got to get back into this game.
Well, that's a lot to try and force Com off the outlaw line. Unfortunately, Texas there to pick up where he left off.
What? He can't be getting that.
Okay. Gate crash away here. Well, now MIBR do get the swarm over this B site. Com's looking for more. Now the controller util though is going to obscure his vision. A little bit hard for that weapon to generate too much momentum.
Yeah, they use some utility to re-clear market. Now they want to get back in. A couple weak players for MIBR. Com, perfect with that outlaw.
Okay, we're doing it. Cortezia only able to find the one here. Verno and Aspas really going to put this together, but Sato is going to be tough to catch. It's Com.
Just sets him up. Just sets him up with the movement for an easy kill for
low. Low. He's so low. However, he's gotten just ahead enough of Com here, but if he backs up onto this corner, Oh, the caboose hanging out around the corner. Not ideal. Com cleans him up, and that's 11 rounds for Leviatan.
If only he didn't spend so much time on the Stairmaster.
Too many squats, man.
if only. Com going off. He's having a map right now. Sato sets him up nicely to deal with Ospas there. And earlier, just expecting that there's going to be that double push into Bobo, was prepped on the angle as soon as they come out the dark cover. Smooth little two-piece.
Frustrating. I mean, Verno had to hedge his bets there.
They've just got to force again, which just feels bad. I mean, it just feels bad. But they don't really have any other choice. Fraud has to get into the mix at this point.
Yeah, I mean, you can see Verno, look on his face, that frustration. It has been a game where nothing that MIBR has thrown at Leviatan has felt like it's worked out. It's really been rounds that have been one off, other team just kind of pop it off, right? Or Corrode having a stopping power. Really, from the engine room of the team is the answer coming. And that's been tough now. Like, Fraud's got to get involved and say, hey, this is it, guys. We are forcing now for the rest of the game, virtually. We have to find a way in. Where I pointed this half before, the snowball of ultimates can be a problem. We don't have to concern ourselves with that, so let's take it to brass tacks. Looks like force up for Cortezia here. Of course, he'll at least be able to get himself a Vandal, but outside of that, it's going to be a difficult round to cobble together. This squad is... they're underwater.
Yeah, one of the annoying things about forcing in this situation, too, is that if they're MIBR, you would love to attempt to get to maybe some better guns, but you can't because the outlaw exists, so you want to kind of prioritize getting armor. It's an unfortunate situation for them to be in. But hey, we're in Americas. We love this stinger here.
We do.
You know? That's our favorite weapon. So.
It's an epidemic. And honestly, it works more often than not as far as we've seen. Leviatan, though, a team pretty familiar with those up-tempo rounds. They've shown it to us multiple times. They got this standard crossfire here at A. All right, relay bolt catches in, but stingers do be stingers. King here tries to throw that paranoia out. It's going to slow things up slightly. He's got back up in the form of Okeanos here. They both drop back onto A. Try and get longer sidelines. It's a weapon upgrade in the mix.
Slowing down a little bit our MIBR. Creeping their way into elbow. But LEV have enough players on site to handle this onslaught. Tex just posted up on the angle with the Bulldog from Spawn, going to be smoked off, but ready's a timing out of this smoke to assist King.
Here we go. Tex on it. Some nerd has had it from high school. Cuts Verno down, and King finds yet another three-piece in the round.
So effortless.
Systematically deconstructed.
They're so confident to just be ready to fight together. Of course, look, they do have the better weapons, but you can just see that immediate reposition. Tex, oh, smoke comes down. Cool, I'm getting in it. King, you're going to anchor this, right? All right, we're fighting together. Oki, you're going to swing too. Help from Link. All right, cool. It's just beautiful fundamentals that we've seen from LEV across this entire series. If you think back to Lotus too, you know, early on, so many rounds where you can see everybody ready to play off of each other, always multi-swinging, a lot of trust in each other to be there. King is 17-6 on this map as well. Crazy performance from him today.
Someone who, by the way, we just weren't highlighting as far as our storylines of players to really watch.
He has been a consistent top player in the game period for so many years since LEV debuted on the global stage. But this year, it just hasn't been his. I don't even really want to blame him for it. It's been awkward for LEV overall, but let's see if they can close things out here.
Anyone's going to step up. It's going to have to be Aspas, and he didn't see what was coming. Straight through the smoke, Okeanos handles him, and now Tex is waiting on the Razor Vine. There was a clone, and Verno trying to follow it on in. Across the map, Hunter's Fury. I think we've seen enough here. Artazine steps in. Okeanos tries the widest swing, but man, this guy, the one ray of light for this team, if I'm honest with you.
For sure, he has been excellent today. You cannot take that away from him, and maybe he's done enough to keep MIBR in the game. Dreams of a miraculous comeback alive.
Okay, drift off the site for free for Artazine. See, there's an info ultimate for King available. And there's the ping. He knows that Sato is lingering over towards Boba. And what's King thinking? He out onto the site now, but no, just across the way. Artazine might have heard this though, and yeah, has his crosshair set, but it doesn't matter. King, he's too clean with it.
Placement is crazy.
Smooth as butter. Sato's turned out to step up. Cortezia trying to play up the camera. Oh man, just the gun fights not being won out by these MIBR individuals when it really matters. And now Com's going to give it a tap. King will be the one that starts it and ends it. Poetic indeed. Leviatan absolutely blew MIBR out of smithereens. And the storyline coming into this game was that it feels like an inflection point. This Leviatan team now maybe showing some strength. Maybe this is the stage that they really take this group by the reins. And after a slower starting against Loud, this is what you were hoping to see, especially from the newcomers, but it's the old blood that leads them through both maps.
I think this LEV team really have something cooking with this roster. They made some great additions. King, mental performance today. That's 19 for 6 on map 2 after dropping 25 on map 1. Dominant on both Lotus MIBR's map pick, but LEV really in control almost the entirety of that game. They looked phenomenal today. I think you can really walk away from this week excited about this team. They had a good showing last week, even, to be fair, going up against a Loud that were firing on all cylinders. I mean, they had 3 players that were going insane for the Brazilian side, but they still had a real go at it, and now dominance here. I'm excited about LEV, man. I really am. They have 2 of the best upcoming players right now in the scene.
And we looked at MIBR's strength of schedule going forward. It's looking pretty terrifying. They've got some real heavyweights awaiting them, and they have to dig deep. Yes, it's early-ish in the stage. You are 0-2 coming into week 3. You have to generate some momentum, and you have to do it very, very quickly. The supporting cast and Leviatan here looked great. Tex and Okeanos had some really important moments. Com just wins rounds out of nowhere for no good reason.
He was fantastic on Sunset, and I hope that doesn't get forgotten because other players got more kills than him on the board, and like King 19 and 6, that's such a crazy stat line to look at, but man was calm impactful on attack. His util was so picture perfect.
Feels like he's the first stop. You want to see like a Sova player that's really pushing, really trying to innovate, really trying to come at these rounds from a completely different axis than you otherwise would expect. And yeah, in this game, there were some moments, right? We did see, Artazine step up in a big way. We're going to head over to Riv, though, for the Verizon post-match interview. Leviatan dominant today.
I'm here in the Leviatan dugout after the call, after the game. They're able to take it, and with the win, I got Com here first. Com, actually, it's been a while, but it's good to talk to you again, man. Congratulations on the win. Looking good out there, but also, I saw the entire team sporting the Osboss out here. Has this been inherited, or was just kind of like building off that energy?
I think after the first week, we kind of had a lot of we just had anxiety on stage, honestly. Okay. And I think that's something that honestly Sato brought in literally this week. And I think it helped a lot today. We were a lot more calm, a lot more poised in the game, and yeah, came out with a win.
How was it playing against your old teammate?
It's been good. He's gotten 2 on us already this year, so it's good to get 1 back, honestly.
Awesome. Well, congrats in the game. Best of luck moving forward. Sato, glad I get to talk to you, man. Congratulations. Welcome to the league. Ace in your first game. You look so comfortable on the stage. Were there any nerves? Were you feeling anything when you first started up here?
Oh, definitely. I was very, very, very nervous in the first match. Wow. And I cannot say that I was not nervous in this one either. Okay. But honestly, I'm just really blessed of all my teammates. They're really supportive, especially the 3 veterans. And it's always great to have another rookie with me.
That's awesome. And I heard people you want to play against. One of them was Osboss. Now, with that win, who are you kind of looking at next? Who would you really want to face?
Honestly, I'm kind of excited of playing against every other Brazilian, just because it's kind of a nice feeling playing against people that you can talk in your native language. I'm looking forward to playing against Luxo again. Okay. Honestly, because I am very pissed that I lost to him. Okay. So I want that revenge match. Yeah.
Very good. All right, man. Thanks for the insight. Best of luck in those matches. King, dude, the crown again for a game. You come in with the vibes, you come in with the calls. What has it been like now calling with this team, with the rookies Okeanos, Sato, and just making sure everything works here? And these guys are loud. They're really active for new players.
I mean, it makes me really happy to play with them. I've said it many times because they're very easy to work with, and they make my job very easy. I feel like this is the first time I can voice out how I want things. And they just listen to me a lot of times, so I'm really grateful for that. Yeah, the vibe is there. How they play is just everything insane, so I'm pretty happy to be with them.
And I gotta hit you. Why are you playing so well right now? What is this that you're going through? Because it is bringing in the rounds, it's bringing in the frags.
I mean, I felt like I had a very good work this week. I realized like the first match I was also like kind of nervous. It didn't happen to me in a long time. I'm trying kind of like a new routine. The last 2 days, like yesterday and the day before, I tried like a new thing. I did it this match and I felt like literally on flow state like the whole time. So,
all right.
So I was happy with it.
Unlocked, man. Well, best of luck finding that for the rest of the season. Tax, good to see you again, brother. You've been from Aspas to Rossi to now Satos and Okeano. How has it been? How's this iteration? What are you feeling for the growth of this team right now?
Honestly, we have so much potential with these young players. It's insane. Sato getting 30 kills and acing his first match is just like, you know, it's like the preview of what's to come, you know. I think him and Okeanos too, they have incredible mechanics, incredible brain. They might think like rookies are like, you know, underprepared, whatever, but these rookies they're shooting. They don't seem like rookies. So, yeah, honestly, just feels good to win again.
Awesome. Congratulations on that win. And Okeanos, man, nice to meet you, brother. How you doing? I'm doing good. I'm doing good. You come onto the stage, you look comfortable as well. You're also bringing the hype. Like, what is that about you? Why do you like to be vocal up there and just keep it going, keep it flowing?
I mean, even if like sometimes people don't play good, always reassuring them that, you know, just getting the energy up doesn't matter as long as, like, say one guy's suffering in one aspect, if you're able to hype a person up, you know, that positive like mindset just leads on to further and further rounds.
And as I let you guys go, I got one more question for you. What are your expectations for this year? What are your goals to hit on this VCT stage?
I mean, my goals this year is obviously, you know, qualify to champs. You know, there's a reason why Sato and I are here. Like Ian said, we have insane amount of potential, right? So, but at the same time, we're gonna focus 1 week at a time. Can't look too far in the future, or else you'll get lost in the present.
Right on. Can't wait to see all that. Congratulations. Nice to meet you, man. The day is not over. We do still have match point. That's Sato and Kam that are going to be going over there. There's so much to go, so stick with us.
Hello and welcome to Match Point. We do indeed have Kam and Sato joining Dan and myself on the couch. First of all, of course, congratulations getting that dub. It was an exciting match. Last week already was super exciting for us to watch because we all were just so interested to see how the rookies will do, how the team will do on the new leadership of IGL King, and it all is falling into place. You guys are on such an exciting trajectory. How do you feel about the first 2 weeks of performing on the stage? Maybe starting with you here, Kam.
Yeah, I mean, it feels really nice. Obviously, King and I going back to like our system, where in Split 1 we didn't really have that system. It's definitely really nice, and overall bringing in like 2 exciting rookies in Sato and Oki is really nice. But like, overall, it's been a really fun experience. I think this week more than any other week has been like our hardest week in terms of like the tough talks and like how we wanted to go about preparation. So I'm just happy that it came out in the server. We played like we know how we want to play, and yeah.
Yeah, Sato, for you as well, I know that when you were playing for Amity, you had to move places, what, like 2-3 times? How has this whole process been for you since, you know, you moved to the US after playing Ascension, playing for Amity, and now joining LEV and starting to get these wins?
Well, at the beginning I was suffering a lot because it was the first time like very far from my family. But having to change places, I kind of viewed it as like, okay, so if I'm able to play well, even though I'm changing places so many times, then when I get to VCT, I won't be so nervous. Which is a lie. I was very nervous in both matches. But honestly, it was kind of fun.
Well, the nervousness did not show on the server. You were just fragging out from day one, kept the hype up as well. Has it been anything new that you had to implement in your game? Like if you compare it to previously, before joining VCT Americas, are there any big changes you had to make as a player personally?
I feel like one of the biggest changes I had to come up with was like how to manage stress levels and anxiety levels in the matches. Because when you're at home, when you're playing the Tier 2, when you're playing online, it's kind of fine. You know, you're always used to the things that are happening. On stage, there's so many flashing lights. If you like, I was starting to tweak out in a minute there because of the lights. But yeah.
That's real. A lot of people don't talk about that. There's a lot. Like you have obviously like your monitor, but then you also have like
a lot more going on. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot going on. Like that can be extremely distracting if you're not, and no one plays like that at home, right? Like this is not an environment that comes natural to you. So like that makes sense. But honestly, again, it didn't show in your performance. Sato was popping up in the server, but also outside of it. He's been yelling his brains out. How's that for you? In comes when someone just starts screeching it. Can you focus with someone doing that?
I mean, if you watch any of Sato and I's duo streams, we are yelling perma, honestly. So it's nothing new to me. So it's just like, I'm just happy for him because honestly, that's him like bringing his personality out on stage, and that's something like I really want him to do because. I mean, it's nice to see. Like, the reality is, this is the youngest teammate I've had in my whole career, like difference-wise, and it's something like I'm just happy to be along for his journey. You know.
Hey, I got you, Grandpa.
Okay.
Oh, that's crazy. That's crazy. Wait, I want to ask you as well. Now with LEV, since you joined this team, you've been through a lot of variations of this team with leadership, but also the squad, the duelists as well. What do you think makes this version potentially the best version of LEV that we've seen?
I think.
Sato's looking at you.
Doing
that? He's just
looking. I think it's the best because honestly, like our work ethic on this team is insane. To be honest, we're all staying in the office till like 1 a.m. every night, just like playing ranked or doing our own individual stuff. And also, I think our chemistry is like slots in very well, more than our previous rosters. And yeah, I mean, we have a ton of people who bring the who just bring the energy. Zip it. And yeah,
respect your elders, please.
No, that's what I
Thank you so
tell
much.
them. And I have to deal with this guy every day. It's like a little brother. I'm an only child, and I have to deal with him every day.
You finally get to experience.
Yeah, this is like a little brother. You know, unironically. Okay, this might sound weird, but his brother looks identical to me.
He
like
said
literally
that. He said so in
identical.
an interview. Is that weird for you?
In the beginning it was, but now I'm kind of used to it.
Kind of used to it.
And in that same interview, you said that was what you told Com, or that they
That was
said,
the first thing I've ever told him.
And then they told you what? That you're a lot shorter than.
That's what they said. You're a lot shorter than I thought.
Yeah,
That was very mean.
Because you have big person
Unbelievable.
energy, you know? That's why. People are surprised when someone with that alpha energy is just not, I guess, physically.
It's okay.
I could have just stopped there, right? I should have just stopped it there.
Great.
Well, she's all about that kind of energy.
Whoa.
Because
Well,
you're
sorry,
also-
what do you mean by that?
I just may or may not have.
Whoa, shades are getting shots
I wanna
everywhere.
make sure.
I want to see it.
Wait, stand up, stand up.
Then we gotta.
I definitely don't have shoes that make me tall.
I was about to say, can you show me?
Sit down. You're not part of this one. I definitely don't have shoes that make me taller.
Regardless of anyone's size, we value your presence. We also value you guys' opinion. So let's play a game to showcase your thoughts on a variety of different topics. This game is called Over and Under. So we're going to give you some signs right there, over and under. I'm going to make a statement, and you have to tell me if this is a overrated or an underrated thing. We're going to start with a softball here. Summer, overrated or underrated? What kind of seasonal person are you? Overrated. Okay.
I'm more of a winter person.
More of a winter person. Are you guys coming from a place where there are real seasons? Because we can't.
Real seasons.
I'm as a non-native Californian. It's just perma summer, and it's the weirdest thing to celebrate something like Christmas with palm trees and like 30 degrees Celsius. Like, what are we doing?
True.
I mean, Texas, we're just hot all the time. I'm not gonna lie.
Yes.
It's just perma 100 degrees, and I am just outside mowing the lawn like an old man.
Brazil is also very, very hot. Every weather is like, I mean, I love the weather there, but whenever it's winter, it's like.
It's not. It's cozy. Winter is cozy time. I'm here for it. Okay, how about American cuisine? Is it overrated, underrated? Also, what is American cuisine?
Burger or something?
I'll say over. Just cause like whenever my favorite food.
You can be honest
is,
here.
Like,
is this a safe space?
in Japan? No, in Japan, the Japan food is just insane. Oh my lord, that was insane.
Honestly, Japanese food on top. I'm with you.
I'm not gonna lie.
Okay, you're also, or you know.
Any explanation, bro?
No.
Yeah. What do you hate? Why do you hate American
What's your
food,
favorite
bro?
food?
All of
Like
a sudden-
Brazilian food, for example.
My favorite Brazilian food? Man, I don't know. I honestly don't
That's
know.
okay. You can just like a variety of things. You don't need to have a favorite.
Exactly. I'm a very flexible person.
There we go. I love that. You got a wide palette.
Exactly.
Brazilian rookies, overrated or underrated? Oh, okay.
They are insane. Like this first 2 weeks, they've just been going crazy. I'm not gonna lie. And I get to watch this guy every day. It's pretty lit.
Hey, thank you, brother.
I was, for a second, for just a small second, I thought he's gonna let him hang.
I felt very scared as well. I felt very scared as well.
We're a little scared, but that's okay. How about Group Alpha? Is Group Alpha overrated or underrated? If you can't remember who's in Group Alpha, we're about to show you because I know our
We
players.
all know. We know. Obviously, it's
obviously we all memorized it.
Can I?
It's about to
I'm
blow
like,
any
is that
moment, I
properly
promise.
rated?
Yeah,
There we
like
go.
middle.
There it is. Okay, Group Alpha.
I think middle. Like honestly,
rated?
that
was an
It's a
overrated.
cop out. It's a
It's
cop out,
valid.
right? But
Yeah,
it's just like
properly rated.
Yeah, I think it's like they're properly rated. Honestly, like they have a lot of good teams in that group. I think like even 2G, like we've scored against them, they're pretty good, and they just need to like really like take it out on stage, I guess.
I feel like when people see G2 and San, they'll think it's the strongest group. But so does that make it overrated, underrated?
It's just when you look at it like from a public perspective, like it's very top heavy, right? And then our group is like everyone is like kind of on the same level almost. So I guess you can like count it overrated for that, but honestly, I think they're all
It's
good.
Right in the middle.
Overrated.
Right in the middle.
See, I love a tight group like that. I don't want to know who's coming out on top from the very get-go. I love that there is this scenario where everyone could take it. That makes it exciting throughout the regular season. And now if we're looking at our matches coming up next week, you guys are up quite shortly again, this time against Energy. How do you feel about that match after what we've seen so far in week 1 and 2 from Energy?
You can go, bro. You're the
Oh
most
my
experienced. I'm not used to this.
Honestly, they've been looking really good. Obviously, they did well at EWC, and they started out rough, but then the second match, they kind of dominated. Obviously, one of my ex-teammates, Ethan, is IGLing for them now, which is cool to see. Honestly, it's like a cool transition. I always thought he was going to end up in that transition at some point, like fully. But yeah, they've been looking good, and honestly, I have a lot of respect for all the players on that team, so it would be a fun match.
So now you played yourself because you let him go to talk about this game. So now I'm going to force you to talk about 2G and Furia.
Yeah, you do that.
Yeah, you do it. You do that.
Yo, I didn't expect that. Okay.
Okay, but
So
you and Furia, you know a few of those guys.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. Okay. Okay, I know for a fact that Shaw is coming, their
Teamwork
coach.
makes it really
I know for a fact that the coach from Furia is coming. So I think.
Nice.
What? No, I think I
kidding.
saw it somewhere on Twitter. I'm not. Okay, I'm not so sure then. After that.
No, yeah.
I think he's gonna come and he'll put like order in the house, and I think that'll make Furia step up a little bit. I think they must be kind of on a bad mood right now after these last performances, because I mean I don't judge it. It's especially in this in the system where each match values a lot. I think they must be kind of down, and and the coach coming to the team will probably bring this hype up. I'm not sure about Basic, who I honestly think it's the star player from that team. It is kind of sad that we don't get to see him play in this first few matches. And 2G, honestly, I love Spexzine. I think.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you.
I love Spexzine. I think he's a great player. I consider him like a brother. I have so many brothers in this game, and
It's a family show, so I love that.
Yeah,
It's great. It's working out for us.
Yeah, you played against Spike a few times as well. I mean, he was one of those players that were in Ascension as well and had to wait to turn into 18 to play. How much have you seen of him? Do you think, have you gotten the chance to talk to him since you two joined the VCT stage?
I mean, we kind of don't talk much, but we kind of do. It's kind of weird. You know how?
Is there beef? Are we starting something?
It's kind of like how siblings don't have to talk to each other to. You know?
It's a feeling. It's a feeling. It's the vibe.
You're connected. It's the quality of the interactions, not the quantity.
Exactly.
That's right.
The quality
That's
is
right.
very poor. Whenever I talk to him, it's like both our mental age degrades by 5.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
That's worrisome.
Like,
he's like, oh my goodness.
Goodness gracious.
Well, the quality of this was fantastic, so thank you both so much for joining us. Also, the quality of the games, mwah, chef's kiss. Loved what we've seen so far, and we're very excited to see more of Leviatan coming up. Thanks again for joining us, everyone watching as well. But we are done for all things week 2, week 3, of course, coming up in a week from now. For now, here's a Samsung SSD fast replay to see you off. Bye-bye.
We've got C9EG.
Yeah.
It feels winnable for anybody.
This
right?
is like a big game to try to indicate who's going to be around that locked for like 3rd, 4th seed to make playoffs. So big game for both teams here.
Seeing that, it's risk taken. He's already stepping up towards it. He's found one, found two! That's disgusting. It's a red carpet. Rolled out, has to be sidestepped by Net. Forwards is Mitch. He's already laying claim and paving away the victory. That is monumentous. Tonight for the Salvos as well. It's going to be choking him all the way out with that steel guard on top of it. Shorty in hand, glide to the side. Oxy, Cloud9, still with full control of it. The overdrive, you just send Oxy in to go kill. And the rest of you can clean it all up.
Let's go, baby, turn me up, come on.
13-7 Cloud9. Very clean opening map from them. Albert trying to at least play Zephyr in, but he's dropped, chopping these players to pieces now. Blades in Ye's hands, but it's the 1v2. He'll be able to at least try and make this play happen. 8 bullets left. It's dropped down and trying to take the fight to Ye. He'll put you in your place. Trying to take this one, but Yuto's flying forwards. Great flash, great power on top of it. Trying to at least make some claim towards the rest of the side. They're cleaning up the rest of these players now. Oxy picking up that upgrade. 1v4. Trying to hop at ISO. These fights. Vic can't be doing this to them. It's Easy's best chance and a long bloody while, but the shots are missing. Vic is running rings around the man. Cloud9, 13-10. What a run back in rounds on that second map.
Quite the match to be looking at here. It's sunny outside, but for MIBR fans, it's been a little bit of a cloudy one. Here's the pivot over towards B. Makes sense for Cortezia. Is tucked in the corner. Oki now activates over towards the A side of the map. Cortezia finding a second though. Spike does get stuck, and King's going to stand tall now as Aspas has to peer around the corner, but King does it yet again. Massive clutch. Getting himself a better weapon for the situation. Artising down to the splash damage off that showstopper. Can't get much more done, but Sato here looking for a pop-up moment from the young bloke. Gets on this spike, takes Cortezia out of the round. Oki is able to land the play. Leviatan close out Lotus. It's going to be Sato tucked in, steps forward. Aspas down with the operator overdrive now. That's a scary prospect. Oh, look, it's frazzled indeed. Sato lights them up. That's some high voltage rock and roll, baby.
They use some utility to re-clear market. Now they want to get back in. A couple weak players for MIBR. Calm, perfect with that outlaw.
When Aspas really going to put this together, but Sato is going to be tough to catch. It's Com.
Just sets him up.
He's gotten just ahead enough of Com here, but if he backs up onto this corner, not ideal. Com cleans him up. Leviatan absolutely blew MIB out of smithereens.